Good morning, welcome along from Clifton Park, York for day 3 of Yorkshire versus Essex, which finds the hosts on 143 for 3 overnight. Adam Lyth 65 not out from 179 deliveries so far, and Johnny Bestow's faced 46 for his 14, and it looks like YJB who is going to take the first delivery of the day, and Khalil Ahmed with his left arm seam to bowl from the rugby ground end. Don Topley and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this first spell. We have a cast of thousands on day 3. Bumbles with us for the first couple of sessions. We've also got Nasser Hanif once again, and Jamie Rayner is due at some point. I haven't seen him yet, as Khalil Ahmed is in for the first ball of the day, which grubs on its way through to keeper Michael Pepper. It was wide of off stump and Johnny left. It's well populated again, not as many as on days 1 and 2, but the periphery of the pitch is very much lined with people in deck chairs. And the Toppers is going to just do his update back to BBC Essex. Ahmed in, Bestow drives at this one. Wesley Fields at mid-off, no run. And we were talking yesterday when Jordan Thompson was with us at the back end of the day. Where are we going with this match? Well, slow progress in terms of run scoring so far. 368 for Essex. Stick on another 143. I make that just over 500 runs in the first 2 days, which is pretty pedestrian. Slow pitch and not a lot of bounce and carry, as we've seen, as Bestow's going to get the first runs of the day. 4, one hand off the bat and got it away backward of point. Too much width from Khalil. And if Yorkshire are going to take this match on, then that's going to need to be the way of things, you feel. A bit of upping of the ante in terms of scoring rates. Still 221 runs behind after that boundary, which is going to take a bit of rubbing off. And then they'll probably only want to bat the once here, so it's going to have to be a really good day of batting for Yorkshire to maybe put themselves in a position where they could put some pressure on Essex. And of course, if they lose wickets here, then it's going to change that, flip that. So we see another dot ball from Ahmed, and it'll be more about making sure they don't lose it. So, a fair bit to play for on day 3. There's already some cricket going off in the distance over on the Clifton Alliance pitch. It's a muggy sort of field today. It's nowhere near as warm as it was yesterday. Nor is it cold though. Low 20s, 22, something like that, according to the car temperature gauge, as Ahmed's in over the wicket once again, and Bestow stepping forward and leaves. Adam Lyth, by the way, is carrying a bit of a calf strain by all accounts, and he did have some sort of, it looked like strapping on anyway. I've not seen it close up, but it certainly looked from a distance that might be the case. He's at the non-striking end at this moment in time. Can get in touch, Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Khalil Ahmed in, passes umpire Peter Hartley, who's had a view from this rugby ground end for the first 2 days and continues to do so. Final ball of the over is a dot. So 147 for 3 with that boundary from Johnny Bestow, who's on to 18 as a result. Adam Lyth yet to face a delivery on day 2. Still people making their way in. It's a fully clouded, grey-tinged sky. I haven't seen a weather forecast this morning, but there were 1 or 2 rumblings from the speckies I've spoken to that there was a threat of a shower. I think cloud plenty high enough at the moment. Light, not a problem. And as Howard Ferguson has announced, Simon Harmer is your man to resume where he left off last night at the City end for this
very good
second over of the day, wide of off stump.
City of
Adam Lyth steps back and leaves. A slip in place, a short leg.
Yorkshire have
Walter just in front of us, he's backward a point. There's a squarish cover, a short extra cover, a long off, not quite out towards the boundary edge. A mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and a backward square leg as Lyth just dabs one to the right of Paul Walter, and they're going to get through for a single.
Can Yorkshire get parity? All will be revealed here on BBC Essex.
So 148 for 3, Lyth going for the day. 66, great season he's had so far with the bat in red ball cricket. Just that one unfortunate blob really at Trent Bridge last week where Mo Abbas took his wicket with the first ball of the innings. Harmer over the wicket this time to the right-handed Johnny Bestow. Can't get bat fully on that. Toppers in a mo. Simon Harmer getting through this over with his usual speed as Bestow turns this latest one to leg, and Dean Elgar, who's placed at straightish mid-on, does the fielding. Harmer, well, still shades on for Simon as Bestow sweeps firmly, and that's going to be not quite for. Well done, Paul Walter. It was through the legs of short leg. Walter diving to his left, got quite a good hand on that. Noah Thane, who was out on the boundary edge, has made enough ground to get round and prevent the boundary. And Johnny gets back for 2, so 20 to Johnny Bestow and 150 up for Yorkshire. 3 wickets in the 55th, so halfway in terms of bonus points. Essex have got one of those with the ball so far. Yorkshire still 100 short of getting one with the bat as he just runs one round the corner for Walter to field. End of the over, 150 for 3. Morning, Toppers.
Good morning, Jonathan. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Clifton Road, I think they call it.
Clifton Park.
Clifton Park. We've got the rugby grounds. There's 3 or 4 of those. We've got 2 cricket squares, and the St Peter's School, York, the independent school, have got a festival going on. There's 3 or 4 teams playing on their pitches, and literally, I think it's called, is it, I can't remember the name of the local cricket club over
Clifton Alliance. Clifton Alliance.
And they compete, don't they, with York Cricket Club?
They do. And they're the current champions of the league.
Are they? They must play each other on a Saturday, I suppose. Wow. Yeah. Anyway, back to the game here. Khalil Ahmed has changed ends actually from yesterday, and I think this is a good ploy. All will be revealed in a minute. Slip and a gully are waiting to the left-handed Lyth, who has to play this ball straight on the front foot into just the leg side, and there is no run. The reason I say it's a good ploy, this, is I've done my little bit of research as a good journalist, spoken to the people that matter.
What's research? Sorry.
And they reckon that Harmer got the odd ball to just grip a little bit yesterday afternoon, and following today's traffic and a bit more tomorrow, they reckon towards the end of day 4 this might just break up a little bit. Khalil's in bowls, nice and straight, full. Lyth respects it, plays it back to the bowler on his follow through. And yesterday Khalil Ahmed bowled from the other end. You call that the City end, where the scoreboard is. And listen, what Harmer wants to do is use Khalil Ahmed's follow-through marks, and now he's bowling at the other end where Harmer will bowl into the said foot marks. So that's good play from Essex, good tactic, but also Ahmed is in, he bowls, it's driven edge, and was that dropped? I think it was a chance at first slip that it was quite low, but it was pretty regulation for me. Thoughts?
I couldn't pick the ball up all the way, I've got to say, so hopefully we'll be able to rely on a replay for those who can see it. So Ahmed angled in that run up. Yep, edge from Adam Lyth, just plays it on the up, and it's a straight in catch, isn't it, really? It's a shocker,
The
to be honest.
bread basket.
Yeah.
Hey,
Got to take those.
You do, if you're going to get a lead, and you can't afford to take 12, 13, 14 wickets a match to win games. Ahmed is in again. That would have been his first Essex wicket. This time he bowls another decent delivery to Lyth, who respects it on the front foot, no run. The other thing about it, there isn't a lot of wind, but the wind has turned. And yesterday, Ahmed bowled from the city end, and he had the wind behind him. But what wind there is, it's going across the pitch towards the enormous temporary blue stand that is opposite us. So there's it's an ideal breeze for a left armer. It's not as strong as yesterday, but it has changed. Ahmed is in, bowls to Lyth. This time, slightly on the front foot, plays it nice and straight, and that is a decent delivery, fielded by Slater at mid-on, and the umpire. 2 Yorkshiremen umpires today, isn't it? Michael Goff, did he not come from here?
Not to be fair, I'm not quite sure where Michael Goff is from. Peter Hartley's definitely a Yorkshireman, yeah.
Hartley's slightly the smaller one compared to the very tall Michael Goff.
It was Dean Elgar, by the way, who put the grass to catch.
Normally reliable. Bread basket as well. It's very full, driven, watchful, carefully up to mid-off to conclude what I thought was a very good over. I don't know how much swing there was, but normally Khalil Ahmed has the ability to swing the ball both ways, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't got his first wicket. Score 150 for 3, and we've just seen Adam Lyth, who's on 66, just dropped by Dean Elgar. Delightful to be here, really is. And this is very much a community club. It's a very young ground staff here working. A lot of them have taken a few favours from St Peter's, York, taken their ground staff, but very young. Pleasure to meet them, and delightful to be here. A real community club.
Yep, Simon Harmer then to continue at the city end of the ground, and Johnny Bestow just retaking his guard. A bit like a Harvey Smith, to name a Yorkshireman on horseback. You know the sort of horse rider thing where they're up and down as the horse is moving, as Harmer is in, and Bestow, lovely little paddle sweep. He's not quite got enough on it to get a boundary. Walter round to field, they get 1. But with the metal bar across the front of our eye line here, you're either up, as you are at one point in the saddle, or down underneath it. And you'll find yourself doing that all day, Toppers, although you are significantly taller than I am, so you might be okay on the over-the-top bit, but I've got to sort of slouch to see underneath the bar to get an appreciation for what's going on out there. And what is going on is that Adam Lyth has just opened the face, but it was a little bit edgy that into the deck. And there's not been loads of chances, but quite a few balls in the first 2 days have found the edge of sorts and dropped well short of slip. That one was another case in point. They didn't go at the ball though. It wasn't a genuine driven edge, and Jordan Cox at slip there, the ball dropping short of him. Another one turned into the leg side now, and I mentioned on commentary yesterday, Adam Lyth said to me a few weeks ago at Chelmsford, as Harmer is in, it's wide of off stump and he leaves, that Simon Harmer is significantly easier to face than he used to be, because? He can't get the purchase on the ball following his injury, but he's still not a man who's easy to find gaps from when you're batting, so he's not easy to score off, but he's not kind of frightening you with what he can do with the ball as much as he used to do.
I think county cricket has got used to him a little bit as well.
Maybe.
The Adam Lyth edge there, I thought he played that really quite well, actually. I think we've seen one ball. We're not in a great position, but one ball may have turned.
Oh, now then he's gone back foot here. Big appeal. Not out. Michael Goff's response. Harmer down on one knee. That will complete over number 4 on day 3. And 12 minutes into the day's play, 151 for 3, Yorkshire having resumed on 143 for 3.
Well, we're watching really from a deep backward point, so we're not behind the arm. I suspect one ball did turn. That was the one that was a little bit short and wide, which was left alone. But I thought he played the ball that he edged actually quite well. Played it with soft hands, went with the ball, and of course Harmer will be enjoying bowling to a left-hander as his off breaks turn the ball away from the left-hander. Khalil continuing from this rugby ground end. So we have the city end where the scoreboard is, and we have the rugby ground end, which houses the sort of, I think it was Saturday and Sunday, the corporate marquee, which looked plentiful, but today there's no corporate people in. There's just a nice row of seats, nice wooden chairs where the public are watching from. Khalil Ahmed, Indian Test cricketer, on his way, number 71 on his back. He comes in round the wicket. This is cut beautifully. It's short and it's wide, and Bestow has given it the treatment and cut it beautiful. That probably not the best ball of the morning, but a very fine shot.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that ideally Johnny will want some pace on the ball, given the slow nature of the pitch, to help him with what he's clearly going to have to try and do, Toppers, which is to try and push the scoring rate along if there's going to be any prospect of Yorkshire getting anything out of this other than a draw.
Well, he certainly need parity ideally. Ahmed again around the wicket, inside edge, which just misses the stumps. He's bowling from around the wicket now.
From Essex's point of view, of course, they'll be quite happy with that as well, because while ever Yorkshire are trying to push things along, there are more opportunities that might be forced as a result, so they could get their teeth into this game quite deep as well. So, yeah, potentially interesting days playing from.
Oh, very much so. I mean, Yorkshire, I feel, would like to get parity. Essex would like to have a lead. I think you can quite easily shut up shop from a bowling perspective as Khalil comes in driven on the front foot out straight to Noah Thane at extra cover. There is no run. And the reason I say that, I think when you attack with a newer ball and things like that, you're trying to get wickets. But if it all goes quiet and you don't get wickets, I think what you do, and I don't mean this boringly, but it is a tactic that they not spread the field, but you don't have as many attacking, and you try and bore the opposition, the batsman, into submission by not allowing you to score runs. And it's a slow surface here at York. This time a ball that probably doesn't bounce as much, but it is a little bit wide, but Bestow cannot get the opportunity to score runs off it, and it goes through to the keeper dot ball. I think you saw that on days one when Essex batted. The scoring rate slowed as Yorkshire put the fielders around out in the inner ring, and it was hard to pierce because of the lack of pace. But there is a pacey outfield here. The outfield looks in great nick here at York Cricket Club.
It's funny you should say that, because I think Adam Lyth was reported and James Wharton might have both said that they thought it was quite slow.
The outfield?
Yeah, from the perspective of playing their shots and what they expected to get from them, they thought it was on the slow side.
There's a dot ball as it's a little bit too wide for Bestow, and he allows it through to the keeper. So you've got to be honest, Essex had an opportunity for a wicket and Elgar dropped a regulation catch at slip. How important in the day's cricket will that become? Ahmed on his way in, watching from sideways on. This is played by Bestow with very easy forward defensive, played into the offside, no run. So this is a lovely sports complex, squash courts as well. Very important to the community of York.
Tennis courts, lots of rugby grounds.
They say there's 5 rugby teams here at York Rugby Club.
I think the stand-up is taking up a fair bit of one of the rugby fields.
Comes Khalil to Bestow, who moves back and across through to the keeper. There is no run, left alone by Bestow, very happy to do so as well. Yeah, I sort of did a bit of research, and behind that there's a rugby pitch, as you just mentioned, and then there's another rugby pitch beyond the river. And is that the wharf? Would that be the wharf here? Sorry, my geography.
I think it'll be the ooze over the back there.
The ooze.
Yeah.
The ooze, there's another ooze in Norfolk,
the Wharf is a tributary of the ooze.
Is it?
Yeah. Big
river that. 4 defensive there, powerfully up to mid-on where there is no run, end of the over. Yeah, so the river ooze, and there's like not a floodplain, but a barrier, a mound or something, of which the ground staff were making reference to it.
Okay.
So I asked them, said, does the river flood then here? They said, it can.
It certainly can in York, yeah. Very flat area, so it's the Vale of York. A lot of people use the bicycles around here, don't they, because it's quite an easy, you're not going up and down hills all the time.
Yep.
But yeah, the Wharf runs into the Ouse, which then runs into the Humber.
Oh right, out towards Hull.
Here's Harmer, shades and all, round the wicket to Lythe, who's dropping into the leg side, and there is no run. As I mentioned, Adam Lythe talking about playing Simon Harmer. Just see how many runs he picks up off him here if he stays around for a while. But certainly there was a long period at Chelmsford as well where he was in and batting and playing him okay, but not picking up many. He's got a single there. Out to Shane Snater, who had to move mid-wicket to do the fielding. I do think Adam is more comfortable against Seaman. Obviously that's his job at the top of the order to see off that new ball. He's had a great first half of the season in doing that, and seems to be going pretty well at the start of the second as well, with another 60 odd on the board as Bestow pushes forward. No run. And Johnny, well, we're just waiting for that one big knock. Will it be today, the Johnny Bestow knock that we all know, where the ball starts to disappear? He's had an 80 odd, he's had 5 half centuries, but he's not yet had a ton, and he's picked that one up very nicely off his legs. Disappears quickly down to our left in front of the Essex half of the clubhouse, I think. 4 runs to him.
Well, he was waiting for that kind of length, that kind of line, and Harmer obliged, and he's hit it like a tracer bullet, quite square. The deep square leg is actually in front. That's Thane. There's a man at 45, quite square, saving one. I would call him, he's not 45, he's nearer 60 rather than 45. No, he's moving back to 45, and we're having a square leg that is on the one, now going dead square, where the umpire would normally stand.
Yeah, this could be a really interesting passage of play, toppers. Bestow versus Harmer. He goes back foot and just dinks this one to Allison, who's under the helmet at short leg. No run.
We have an esteemed third voice today in David Bumble Lloyd, coach, umpire, player in his own right. I mean, I'll come on to this after this ball.
Yeah, Harmer in again. A bit more flight about this. Reverse sweep. He's nailed that in terms of contact, but he hit it straight to Khalil Ahmed, unfortunately for Johnny. 4 either side of him. But it's a dot. 60 overs complete, 164 for 3. Yeah, Bumble's alongside. He's in the chair from around about 11:30.
What I was going to relate to is, as a captain, firstly, Essex have got this right this morning. They've got Khalil Ahmed the left armour bowling from the other end, for trying to rough up, making areas for Harmer to bowl into. But the next bit about tactic is Harmer's an off spinner won't mind. I mean, Bestow hit that beautifully. He executed it beautifully, the sweep. But generally speaking, Harmer won't mind batsmen playing sweep shots. They don't mind that. And he's just got to get his disciplines right as Khalil Ahmed comes in. This is driven powerfully up to Snater at mid-off, no run. So Essex won't mind the sweep. They've changed the field now, having seen Bestow play that sweep, and they will try and prevent him allowing him to score easy runs. Still happy to see him play the sweep, because Harmer will back him with his flight and guile, that he may miss one or bowl one a little too full for Bestow to sweep. We shall see, but David Lloyd will surely discuss about that when he comes on air. Khalil Ahmed in, driven into the offside, pierces the gap square in between backward point and cover, and it runs away for 4 towards the impressive cricket nets, both grass and artificial, square of the wicket opposite us. Good looking shot. Can't tell you, may have just had a little bit of width on it, but he's timed it to perfection. Adam Lyth, good shot, eh?
Yep, one of his best. Just can't give him any width, and he's just over pitched on him, hasn't he, as well, slightly. Waited for it to come to him. 71 now to Adam Lyth.
He aborts there as he runs in and gets into his delivery stride, is sort of bound, and then aborts. Almost falls over, does Khalil Ahmed, but he's fine. He's done the right thing by aborting his takeoff. Adam Lyth, great journeyman pro.
Very, class player in county cricket, isn't he? 15,000. You know, in these days they are very good figures. In the high 30s, taking on that new ball.
In comes Khalil Ahmed off the back foot this time, plays it from the sort of crease and plays into the offside. There is no run.
I do think, and this is now year 7 of me doing this and watching him all the time, something that probably has only crept up on me consciously in the last couple of seasons. He's less fluent against slower bowling, let's say. He's not any one particular type, but he's definitely more fluent against seamers. And if he does go into his shell at all, it tends to be you can come down the pitch and use his feet against spin, for example.
A little too straight from Ahmed, tickled round the corner. It's a glance down to fine leg. I think that's the first runs against Ahmed on the leg side.
Yeah, he's just giving him a pat on the shoulder as well as Adam as he got down this end. So I'm not saying he can't play spin, but I think he's more fluent against seam. And as I say, when you think about players who love to play spin, you'll see them use their feet, won't you? And try and put some pressure on, and he will play from the crease.
Well, when you're talking on taking on the odd spinner, then Johnny Bestow, who's now facing, would do that. That's a bouncer. That's a play and a miss, but the two guys at slip, Harmer at gully and Dean Elgar at slip, went up, but the keeper didn't really go up. So it was a genuine bouncer, probably outside off stump, but there was interest from behind the stumps, but nobody else.
No, I mean, anything on that, and it's at least 4, possibly 6. It depends on what sort of a ramp he gets on it, but there is no third man in place.
So the shot is on. Ahmed again is a bouncer. A similar shot, and he's nicked it. Similar shot, identical delivery, but this time Khalil Ahmed gets his first Essex wicket, deservedly so, and is that of Johnny Bestow. Khalil Ahmed could have had both wickets this morning because Lyth has already been dropped. 169 for 4. Bestow has gone, and they've already taken last man 29. So he was Culpepper bowled Ahmed for his first Essex wicket with the score on 169 for 4.
Yeah, great first wicket. You'd be happy with that, especially after you've tried it once and he's had a go a second time, and this time you have got it right. He'll be disappointed with that, I'm sure. Matthew Revis, fresh from a 90-odd not out at Trent Bridge last week, goes in at number 6 here. And that kind of changes the dynamic, I think, already fairly early in the day for me. We're only into, over number 7 on the third day. But, might be proven wrong, but fairly strong feeling that if they were going to move things along in the match, Johnny would have had to have been around for a while and scoring at something like the rate he can to give them a real chance of bringing about winning points here. Not saying that they'll shut up shop now, but I think it'll be more difficult.
I think you're right. I think the order of the day was Yorkshire needed parity or a lead. A lead might be a bit more challenging now. Parity is still essential, but for Essex they want a lead, and I just go back to that. It was the drop off Lyth by Dean Elgar. That was quite a serious. drop for Essex, but it brings Revis to the crease. But it's going to be Harmer to start his new over, bowling to the left-handed Adam Lyth.
Yep, who's just patting one back, first ball of the over. Johnny Bestow, 72 deliveries. Just confirm that. I think that's the right number. And 5 fours. Caught by Michael Pepper, of course, as Lyth pushes one to Elgar, who's in at short extra cover. And there's no run. Fairly dull at this moment in time. Breeze not as strong as it was yesterday. This canopy over our heads yesterday was in danger of blowing off on several occasions as Lyth turns one into the leg side and Snater fields. You told us that the wind direction had changed.
There isn't much.
No.
But it was out there. That's one of the other reasons why Ahmed swapped ends as well.
Harmer again. And Lyth turns that one into the leg side for Snater to field. Yeah, Topper is just pointing out that the Yorkshire and the York Cricket Club flags are blowing out horizontally, so there is still a stiffish breeze, but maybe from the back middle of the clubhouse, rather than blowing towards as it has been previously, as Lyth pushes into the offside. No run. We're going to have a change in the box anyway. Thanks, Toppers, for now. He'll be back with us in a few minutes' time. We'll bring in Bumble for the first time today. Harmer is in, and that's cracked away by Adam Lyth off the back foot, and Elgar, well, he got a fair bit on it, but wasn't able to stop it. Harmer, from his own follow through, going to clean up, and Adam Lyth gets a single, so 73 to Adam. And with the demise of Johnny Bestow there, I suppose that just ramps up the pressure and responsibility on Adam to turn this into a big one. Good morning, Bumble.
Yeah, good morning. A bit cooler today. I was at Chesterfield the last couple of days, so it'd be interesting to see how this Kookaburra ball, and there's a lot of talk about the Kookaburra ball being used in County Championship. There seems to have been a protest going on down at Surrey with 860 on the board. At Chesterfield, there was something in the pitch that just kept the bowlers interested. This looks to be a slow pitch at York.
Yeah, very much so. Ahmed, coming in, did you want to do ball by ball, or do you want me to do that and you want to summarise? What do you prefer?
You do ball by ball for the time. Should we do like we usually do? We do an over each.
Yeah, well, you take this one then if you like. That's the dot first up. Is it right, did I hear correctly, that Sir James had said down at Chesterfield that the Kookaburra that he'd been using was a fair bit different to the Kookaburras that he's used in Test cricket in Australia?
Well, that's interesting, because that's where they've come from, I think. Well, obviously they've come from Australia. Yep. Ahmed again, quite a long run up, left arm over, played defensively and thrown back. Oh, now then.
Oh, could be 5 penalty runs there. And then Yorkshire benefited from 5 penalty runs at Trent Bridge last week when something similar happened. Dylan Pennington it was who tried to throw the wicket down and didn't hit a Yorkshire batter on that occasion, but he was still penalised 5 runs. And there's going to be a 5-run penalty.
And there'll be a debate as well. The bowler immediately apologises. He's thrown the ball back aggressively and it's hit Adam Lyth, and now there's a discussion between the umpires and the bowler and as to what happened, but it's just the way that the regulations are. It's 5.
Yeah, if that's got him on the ankle or Achilles, something like that, that's going to be pretty sore. It wasn't quite as aggressive a throw as Dylan Pennington's last week, which missed, and he was really sore that he'd been penalised 5 runs, and it was the next delivery. I can't remember who was batting now, but he wandered out and he drew back to throw again, and then said, "Well, so you're telling me I can't throw then?" He's out of his ground.
These fast bowlers, isn't it? They
nasty
get grumpy.
fasties.
Yeah, they get grumpy. Anyway, in he comes again. Down the leg side. Excellent take. it's low, isn't it? From what I've seen in these first few overs, that the pitch is got a low bounce.
He's just not been carrying on quite a number of occasions. So, yeah, sort of a dead feel, I guess, to it.
I mean, to be fair, Ahmed, he apologised as soon as he let go of it. He apologised. Probably knew what he'd done. And he comes again, past the umpire, down the leg side. This will run away for 4. I don't know whether it's come off the pad. It has. The shot played down the leg side comes off the top of the pad, races away for 4 leg byes. 179 for 4.
Were you nice and warm in that marquee down at Chesterfield?
Oh no, I wasn't. No, we'd got the dogs. We took the dogs down, and I mean, I love that sort of. You find a couple of chairs and move them where you want. Well, we found a tree, got under a tree with a couple of pals that we knew, and we were in the shade. It was roasting, 32 degrees, as it probably was here. Ahmed again, bounce it.
You see, even that Adam Lythe's ducked under it, and has it bounced before? It certainly was very low by the time Michael Pepper took it, though, wasn't it?
But I mean, he just dropped underneath it, Adam Lythe. He could actually have read the writing on the ball as it was going past. It was so slow. But I just had a little look at the pitch this morning, and Armour bowling to 1 or 2 foot marks that Ahmed is making, and that'll be of interest later in the game. Ahmed again, past the umpire, full of length, pushed into the offside, shy at the stumps again, aggressive fielding from Essex. The end of the over, it's 179 for 4.
Yeah, so good start to the day for Essex. They've added, Yorkshire have added, 36, but big wicket, that of Johnny Bestow. 29 off 72, 5 fours. A second successive attempt at a ramp shot, really, off Khalil Ahmed. Michael Pepper caught. They thought they'd got him first up, but he feathered the second one, and he was off. And he's threatened Bumble a few times this year. You know Johnny well.
He has, yeah.
But he's not yet played that really big knock that you'd expect him to play at this level. Somebody will pay for it one day.
He's had 50s, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had 5 50s.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. We know what his capabilities are.
Oh, I mean, a heavy scorer. When I looked and coming down today, I thought, Lythe and Bestow, fabulous. It looks like Adam Lythe, he's just carrying an injury. He's usually rapid between the wickets, and I noticed he had a heavy strapping. I think it's probably his calf.
Yeah, it is. Here's Simon Harmer then from the City end to continue. Matthew Revis, the new man in. Apologies for repeating myself, Yorkshire listeners who are regularly in tune, but he has been striking the ball well without, until last week, coming in with a sort of massively significant score, but he put up 90 odd. Matthew Revis last week ran out of partners down at Trent Bridge, and he just played a lovely shot there through the covers to get himself off the mark. Just going back through that scorecard, 45, and where is it? I make all these notes and I can't. 93 not out. So 305 minutes stay at the crease. It's not going to do anybody any harm, is it? That with the bat?
Well, he's very commanding. He's a big unit, like Revis.
It's Harmer and Revis. Big gap to exploit through the covers. You've got to question Simon Harmer on this occasion, because he's set that field and he's obviously thrown that one too wide, and Revis tucks in.
Yeah, he's blocked him off at deep long on, just in front of the scoreboard, and at deep mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is quite square, and so that means that at cover point there's a massive gap between backward point and mid-off. There's no fielder.
To Revis, 187 for 4. He turns this one to Snater at mid-on, no run.
You and I were together during the winter, and I was really bullish about Yorkshire. I said they're going to win the county championship, and it's been a struggle.
Yes.
And I've been surprised, I really have.
Yeah, it's been hard work so far. Revis punching this one straighter than mid-on, out to long-on. Going to pick up one.
I'm quite stubborn, and I just think they're a far better team than what they've shown. I think they've got, the experience of Lyth and Bestow, and Milan has been playing as well. I think they've got some wonderful young cricketers. I just wonder whether it's the bowling that has suffered a little bit.
Waiting, goes back foot and drops this into the offside. There's no run to complete that over. Matthew Revis, just to go back to him, Bumble, probably sort of corroborating what I've been saying. He has been striking the ball nicely. He's only batted 9 times, 291 runs at 93 last week, averaging over 41. Going in at number 7 in the main, you'd be pretty happy with that so far.
And the bowler,
yeah,
gets it through at a decent pace. Jordan Thompson leaving.
Yeah, we had him on yesterday afternoon with us, actually. He's gone off to play in the 2s at Kibworth in a T20 today. He was on for a fair bit last night.
Well, I played golf with him, and it's disappointing. I'm old school. I'm disappointed. I didn't play for any other county. This is where you are. This is your home. But I assume that you like any other walk of life, you look to better yourself financially, and I think that's what happens. But what I would definitely have in cricket, in county cricket, a transfer system that Yorkshire would want Thompson to stay. They'd offer him a contract, 2-3 years. I don't know how much he'd be on. If you want him, you've got to pay that contract up. You've got to pay it up. That's the way that I'd do it, because your Leicesters, your Northants, your Derbys, they will produce cricketers, and somebody else will say, "Oh, he's a good player, we'll have him."
Yeah.
And the production line is at the lesser counties, if that's the right term. But you should pay for that. The big shots should pay for that player.
Shane Snater now on at the rugby ground end for you.
No, we've got to change your bowling. Well, of course we have. This one's right arm and the other one was left arm.
I tell you, have you played cricket before? That's good, that, yeah.
Do you know, again, I took umbrage down at Chesterfield.
Why?
People who know cricket was it, have you been here before? Been here before? Have a look at the honours board. Never been here before. Snater again, medium pace, right arm over the wicket. Revis into the offside. This will be pulled in, I think. Only be a couple. I bet there's not been many 3s here.
No, there's not. Toppers was just saying he thought the outfield was quick, but a couple of the players were reporting on the strength of the shots they played, they thought it was the other way and it was slow. And I know he didn't properly nail that timing wise, did he? But it did slow up, didn't it? Pretty dramatically.
Well, the test match up at Headingley, that was like lightning, that outfield.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Robbo might turn up and have a chat with us, actually, the groundsman.
Well, as everybody else is, there's about 5 of us.
Yeah, we've got about 500 on today. Anybody fancy a go on air? Just pop round to the com box.
Snater again. Medium pace, a bit slower than Ahmed. Watching Simon Armour, he gets a bag full of wickets every season. And he looks to have that accuracy of a finger spinner, but he doesn't use his front arm. He's such a big chap. He is a big fella, Simon Armour, off spinner for Essex. And always looking at actions. He's got a nice rhythmical action, but his front arm is non-existent. You get somebody like Jim Laker going back, the front arm went right up there. He was looking over his shoulder. Snater again. Outside off stump and left alone, full of length. Field is, well, go on, I'll say it's slightly attacking. There's just one slip. There is a catcher at silly mid-on, very straight in front of the non-striking batter. There is a short mid-wicket catching, so the 2 catchers are in front of the bat on the leg side and 1 slip. The backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. I keep thinking it's cloudy, but I've got sunglasses on, which I never ever use. Snater again, full of length, defended, and there's no run. I don't wear sunglasses, and these are a little snap-on. So I've got my varifocals, and these they're magnetic, and they just snap on.
Oh.
Very natty, but I've never used sunglasses. I'll take them off because I thought this light's closing in. Forgot I had them on.
Bit flash that, having magnetic ones. Most of us would have to just go to the local pound store and get them clip-ons.
No, there's a reason. The Snater comes in again. Long run up past the umpire. That keeps low, really low. And bounces through to wicket-keeper Pepper. It's the end of the over. It's 190 for 4. So I bought my varifocals.
Yeah.
And I thought, cool. Being living in Yorkshire now, I thought they're expensive. And now I was thinking about, I never had sunglasses, I'll buy a pair of sunglasses. But then I thought, crikey, I don't want to pay that again. But then they said, this snap-on bit that goes over your varifocals, they come with a pair of glasses that you've got. So I didn't have to say how much. I didn't have to say that. How much? I'm learning all the sayings.
Well, it's all part of being in Yorkshire, of course.
Yeah, it's cool. How much?
You mentioned Jim Laker, fine Yorkshireman, of course he was.
Yes, he was.
Harmer round the wicket with that no front arm that Bumble called to Lythe, who pushes it out to Noah Thane in the offside. But this time yesterday we're talking about Noah Thane possibly leaving this match and Sam Cook replacing him if he could have got here for the start of the day. But then England decided to rule out anybody who was in their squad but not playing in the test match starting tomorrow at Edgbaston. Lythe turns this one into the leg side. Alison Fields.
So they said he can't come back?
Yeah, first of all, we were told that if he was left out of the squad and he could get here for the start of play today, he was allowed to play and replace Noah Thane. And then I think around about 2 o'clock-ish, subsequent to that, Danny Rubin put an England press release out saying that actually they were not going to allow any of the players in the squad to play county cricket between now and the next test match. So that would include this round of matches.
Yeah.
Another dot ball there as Harmer makes his way in again. It's wide of Adam Lythe's off stump. And again, I was saying before, I don't know if you could catch that, but when Toppers was on, Adam Lythe's his card down the years against spin compared to his scores against seam. You'd expect obviously to be some weighting towards seam because of where he bats. He's beaten by this one, bounces back off Michael Pepper. But I think he's far more comfortable when you watch him play against seam than he is against spin. This is obviously a good example of, very good example of county championship spinning. Simon Harmer has been the best around on the regular circuit for a long time. The scoring opportunities feel like they are cut as he turns one to the leg right on cue, and Shane Snater will chase it down. They're going to get back for a second here. Nice flat throw, but
steady.
Yeah, and he's struggling with that calf injury. You can tell he's pulling up gingerly. Adam Lythe. That's the end of that Harmer over. I think it'll go to 195 for 4 and Adam Lythe to 78, and it also means it's time for me to step out and bring Toppers, who's clearly forgotten he's on, back in to do a bit. He's having a chat with Philip Hodgson and Geoffrey Boycott further along the balcony.
Oh, Geoffrey's here, good lad. Good lad, he's travelled over from the dark side.
Yeah, Toppers is...
You stop on.
He's forgotten.
Yeah, leave him there. Bit of cloud around. Problem with rain. I looked at the forecast this morning. There's no rain. Much cooler than yesterday. It's probably about 23 degrees today.
What do you mean you stop? Who's running this thing?
How do you mean?
Who's running this thing?
Well, I know it's yours, but I was just making an executive decision there. Well, he's talking to somebody else, Toppers, isn't he? In comes Snater. and a miss outside off stump.
If you don't behave yourself, you can go home at tea, you know you.
I'm going home after tea. I've got things to do. I've got grass to cut, a bit of watering as well. He's got a better offer, hasn't he, Topley? He's chatting with Jeffrey. Yeah. Good to see Jeffrey here.
Yeah. I think he's just on his 33rd 100 at the moment.
Yeah, he'll get through them all. And Topley will get through all his wickets as well. Medium pace, Snater passes the umpire, full of length and defended, and there's no run. Jane Powell here, president, and I said, how long are you president for? She said, I wish I knew. She said she's in her 3rd year.
And she was only supposed to do 2.
Yeah. I think they'd be stuck for presidents. No. It's always good when you come to any Yorkshire matches. Some older players. Jeff Cope, I'm sure he'll be here with his guide dog.
He is? He's here?
Yeah, he will be. Philip Hodson's here, vice chairman. It's good down at Chesterfield. Tunnicliffe, Colin Tunnicliffe, I think he might be chairman. Bud Hill, Alan Hill was there.
Yep.
Good to see him. Snater again. Into the leg side, and there's no run. It's just the essence of county cricket. You go to these festival grounds, it's an event, it's an anticipation. You come here to York, and the marquee has been in operation for the last couple of days. People go back to work after a couple of days at the cricket.
Yeah, we've had Gooch here. He was there on day 1.
Oh, lovely. What a player. What a player. Snater again. Driven to mid-off, and there's no run. And the 2 coaches, of course, Chris Silverwood down at Essex, Anthony McGrath, who was at Essex, both played for Yorkshire and England. Nice to see them 2 chaps. The bowling coach, the Australian Mick Lewis, real character. Looks as if he might get thirsty at times.
You know so well, yeah.
Snater left alone, and it dribbles through to the wicket keeper. I don't think that got a foot off the floor. It's been so dry, unbelievably dry. Outfield looking very parched. You'll have to educate toppers on North Yorkshire Premier League cricket,
yes,
of which York are round about my lot. Sheriff Hutton Bridge are second, doing wonderfully well. The Snater comes in again, defended. At the end of the over, it's 192 for 4.
I was talking to Johnny Tattersall, and he was saying, having played here in club cricket, he's gone back to his original club Knaresborough, but in this league. But he said that the scores on the ground by York themselves, I think, have been sort of lower than average this year. A few 160s and that sort of score. So I'm not sure that they're doing quite as well as they might like in 2025, York themselves. Well,
they're always a fancied team, and Clifton Alliance,
I think they're struggling about. They have to winning it last year.
Yeah. Woodhouse Grange will be round about. Castleford will be market leaders. Castleford are top of the league. Sheriff Hutton Bridge are second. But the standard is brilliant. Really, really good.
We've got Jamie alongside who'll be coming on, who does the cricket show for us, and he's been having a chat with the CAS chairman, certain former Coronation Street star, recently on the cricket show.
Colston Smith.
Yes.
Yeah. He loves his cricket.
That one's fired in wide of off stump. Adam Lyth leaves. Yeah, so Jamie's done a bit of cricket show stuff with him recently, and I mean, I listened to the interview. He was all over it, isn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hammering again, it's full and defended once more by Adam Lyth. So they've added 39 so far this morning in 52 minutes of play, 13 overs. And again, Lyth goes back foot and once more runs it back down the pitch to the bowler. 6, well, they'll be the happier of the two sides so far, I think, today, having picked up the wicket of Johnny and kept a lid on the scoring. There's a few giggles going on here. Alongside. Lyth opens the face and runs it out to Walter this time. No run. Something we said, lads? Not broadcastable, apparently.
There's a lot of mirth, isn't there, along the line? The younger generation, they're all at it, all the way along. There's half a dozen of them.
Just straying leg stumpish here. It's going to run away for a bye down the leg side. 192 for 4. Jamie, professional that he is getting his laptop charged up, ready for his little spell on air. Switches to over the wicket then. Michael Gough stands up, end on, and Revis back foot defends once again. So 193 for 4 at the end of a relatively uneventful Harmer over. 75 to Lyth, 11 to Revis. Where's it going, this fumble?
Well, I assume that Yorkshire will want to get up to this 368, and if they get a really big partnership, your game plan right now is that we'll get right past them, we'll get 500, get a lead of 120 or so, and get to work with the spinner. Now, it might not work out that way, and so you've got to get as close as you can. And perhaps in this afternoon session, you might have to look to increase the scoring rate with the time left in the game. At any time of any game, you've got to think, how are we going to win this game? Dangerous to think, well, we need to draw, we need to get out of this. No, how can we win the game? 193 for 4, chasing 368. Partnerships. Yorkshire, partnerships. Snater again. Just comes out to the top of my television here. Driven strongly to mid-off, and there's no run. I heard you mentioning that our seats, we need stools.
Yeah.
If we had stools, we'd look over the top. Yeah. But as it is now, we've got all the Christmas decorations, which will be coming along soon. Nights are drawing in. And then there's our monitor. And I can't see Snater now. He's behind the monitor. He'll come here he comes now. Long run up around the wicket to Adam Lyth, who pushes into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, as I said earlier, you feel like a horse rider. You're up and down, or maybe a hen, where you're sort of pecking away down and then you're up again and whatever, something like that. But the neck definitely knows you've been here when you've been here for a day.
I've just remembered when I was at Sky, there was a Bible, a commentator's Bible. Recall who it's the Channel 9 fella, David Hill, who wrote the Bible, David Hill, and the commentary position for a commentator: sit with your back straight and your chest out, so that your words and your diaphragm and so on come out clearly. Don't slump in your seat.
David Hill, he was the guy who introduced Daddles the duck, wasn't he?
He was. When
he used to follow them off after they were out for a duck on the Aussie TV.
So he must have been a Kerry Packer man.
Yes, he was.
Snater again, round the wicket, down the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, he introduced Daddles the duck. He was a Kerry Packer man, and then I think he was quite instrumental in the sort of Sky Sports getting going.
Oh, definite. And of course, one of our bosses, like old Barney Francis, a great man, headed up Sky Cricket. He came in with this Bible and gave it and said to us all, "Give us the riot act." He said, "You're getting a bit sloppy. Just have a little read of that again." The Bible by David Hill. The Snater comes in around the wicket to Adam Lyth, who takes a little stride down and defends into the offside, and there's no run. They said, "Just smarten yourselves up, you're getting a little bit sloppy." To which Beefy said, "Oh, you can't better perfection."
Is there a bottle of wine to hand somewhere?
No, he wouldn't be imbibing at that time. And Snater again comes round the wicket. Driven into the offside, straight to extra cover. The giant Paul Walter.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday, if you don't get a contract again next time, maybe you should think about rugby union. Get in line out and do that. That'd be no problem.
Yeah,
he's a big man. Not suggesting he shouldn't get a contract before you start to email in, by the way, folks. Just, one of them things I'm saying.
Snater again. Ends the over, a quiet over, 193 for 4. Adam Lyth is 75. Matt Revis is 11. And last wicket fell at 169. Johnny Bestow 29. I wonder if Armour's just camped in at that end. He just bowled from that end and rotate the seamers. What are the ends, by the way? One must be the city end.
Yeah. Rugby ground end.
Yeah, so Armour is on from the city end. Their plan would be that he just wheels away. Just try to disturb the surface roundabout. Push with length.
Yeah, I'll do one more and then I'll disappear. Simon Harmer, he's going to bowl it, and he's in now to bowl here to Revis, who uppishly just gets that towards the inside of the bat. I don't think that's where he's intended it to go, and it drops short of Elgar, I think is the man at shortish straight mid-wicket. Paul Dyson's emailed in, by the way. I haven't checked these figures, but I'll read you what he's said. As Revis runs one down to Ahmed, no run. When Adam Lyth got to 69 6 runs ago, he took his tally of runs in the county championship to 14,000. He's got 15,500 first class runs, 14 in the county championship. Of Yorkshire batters who've made their debuts in the last 60 years, says Paul, only Martin Moxon with over 16,000 has scored more. He's a modern great, isn't he, as we know, Adam Lyth for Yorkshire, as Revis drops that one into the offside. Or is he great, as his coach told me at Hampshire, modern or not. On Sunday as well, Adam took his 300th county championship catch. And David Byas, who left the county 24 years ago, took 320, but no one since has taken more. So he's in line to topple Bingo, as Revis just plays one at the feet of Allison there as well. Thanks, Paul, for your email. And well done to Adam Lyth, who's at the moment leaning on his bat at the non-striking end and struggling a little bit with a calf strain by the sound of things. Revis turns one to Elgar, no run.
He's a brilliant player, Adam Lyth. Great to watch. Yorkshire through and through. You mentioned some wonderful names there. Martin Moxon, what a great man.
Harmer in again. Revis finding Elgar once more to complete that over at 193 for 4. Time for me to step out. I'll leave it with you, Bumble, for the moment, and then Jamie's going to follow me in.
And David Byas, you mentioned David Byas. I think he was a farmer, David, who captained Yorkshire. He came and played for Lancashire. He was big mates with Mike Watkinson, and Mike Watkinson persuaded him to come across to the dark side. You mentioned some wonderful names. Not seen Martin for a little while, Martin Moxon. Fabulous chap. Be Snater again. 193 for 4. How are you going, Jamie? All right?
I'm well, Bumble. How are you?
Good. Are we doing the same thing? I'll do this.
Yeah, let's do that.
You do the other one.
Okay.
If you wanted to lead, I'll summarise. What do you want to do?
No, we'll do that. You carry on.
All right. Be Snater again. Bowling to Adam Lyth around the wicket. Defended just from the crease.
I'm very conscious of my posture now.
Oh yeah, after that, yeah.
You know, because I would normally, and I'm as someone who is challenged in the height department, I kind of find myself sitting back in my chair.
Yeah, well, you got to find a place here now that you either look underneath the metal bar or then you've got to lift yourself and go over the top of the iron bar, the metal bar. The Snater again comes around the wicket to Adam Lyth and driven into the offside, straight to the giant Walter, and there's no run.
There's a sweet spot between the metal bar and the top edge of the glass pane that is in it, but then if you're going up the hill, then you kind of lose it.
Yeah, do you have to sit slovenly?
Yeah, and you feel rather unprofessional then.
Yeah.
Like you're not taking it seriously.
Snater, medium pace, ball's a bouncer. Adam Lyth just watches it go harmlessly past. The umpire Peter Hartley signals the one for the over. Evie's Kitchen is alongside the marquee, which has been used for the last couple of days. What the Evie's Kitchen is selling, what's burgers, and I might have a look round. I might go round. Snater again, defended into the offside.
I'm told a good hot chocolate there. If you're in the market, I don't know if it's a bit warm for that.
Well, hot chocolate is something that I'd think about when I'm going to sleep. And if these two keep blocking like that, I might go to sleep. I think it's a blocking pitch, this. It's slow. It's a real low bounce. The bounce is low. Snater again. Driven. Right at the bottom of the bat, and there's no run.
We had Jordan Thompson on with us for a good stint yesterday, and we got into the Kookaburra ball discussion, and he was talking about how not only is this a slow pitch, but with the slow Kookaburra as well, if anything, it makes it doubly difficult for the batters out there. He suggested that actually if you had a bowler with a bit more pace, it comes onto the bat better. That actually might aid you.
Well, there is a difference with that Kookaburra. Snater, driven, gets it through, and it'll just be a single. Walter might just have parried that to mid-off. They do get the single. There's the end of the over. Runs are hard to come by. It's 194 for 4. There's a couple of things with that Kookaburra in that it's suited to Australia if you've got searing pace. You need big pace or wrist spin. If you've got big pace and wrist spin on a pitch that's got bounce, you're okay. But on a slow, low pitch and just orthodox finger spin, and you can set the field accordingly, and you can stop the scoring because he's hitting the bottom of the bat. Like you say, if you've got somebody with a bit more pace on it, you'd find the sweet spot.
And he said exactly that as well. I mean, this is, effectively a club cricket pitch. When the Kookaburras used to be on those Australian pitches, and there's not many at all that are prepared in that way. As Harmer continues from the city end, that one's turned around the corner by Lyth, no run. There was this stat, you might have seen this from yesterday. County Championship put this out on X. Records being broken. The 4,508 runs scored as Harmer is in, and that one's blocked by Lyth, no run. The 4,508 runs scored across the first innings of this week's Rothesay County Championship is the most in a round of matches ever.
Ever?
Ever.
Gracious.
Short leg and slip in place. Harmer around the wicket, and further evidence that he's getting it to turn out there. Bit of bounce as well. Pepper takes behind the stumps. There's been a suggestion that that's increasing with this pitch. 194 for 4. Harmer, and on the back foot this time, Lyth drops it into the onside.
I'm sure it'll spin as the game develops because it's been that dry.
Yeah.
Unbelievably dry.
A lot more cloud cover today. Not as blustery though, it was really blustery as Lyth drives that back up to Harmer, and there's no run.
Well, you know what it's like on this east side, we do get quite a breeze. Know that from taking the boat out. Breezy.
Harmer is in, and Adam Lyth just leaves that well alone. Another maiden. Yorkshire 194 for 4. Yeah, I think the wind put paid to a few parasols to our left and right.
Yeah. Slow going, predictably so as well. I wouldn't have expected it. You can set the field, it's difficult to score. You're not getting that sort of extra pace and bounce so that you can just get a touch on it and it'll fly away for 4. You've got to make all the running, you've got to hit it hard. We've seen, I mean, Lyth has played some lovely shots, but it goes straight to the fielder, so you've no run. So you can set the field accordingly. We've got another change of ball. Who's coming on now?
Noah Thane.
Well, this is the lad that might have left.
Correct. And
Sam Cook would have come back in. They've decided against that.
He got a wicket yesterday. It was a well-devised plan, actually, by Essex, from my perspective anyway. They were looking to get Shafiq out down the leg side, and that's exactly what Noah Thane did. I think it was his first delivery of his second spell. He came in down the leg side, just a little tickle on it from Shafiq, and Pepper behind the stumps was cock-a-hoot when he took the catch.
Medium pace again. Revis defending just into the leg side where there's that fielder in that very, very silly mid-on position just in front of the non-striking batter. Walter is at short mid-wicket in a catching position, still a slip. There's a deep square leg right on the boundary, a deep fine leg.
It's the same field they set for Shafiq and Bestow when Thane was bowling, but they had a leg slip in place as well.
Just the noise there, is it right at the bottom of the bat. Fingers in your hands will be stinging. You find that sweet spot. Do you know, a pal of mine had an enormous willow tree which he's had to knock down. It was dangerous, and I put it out on X that any cricket bat manufacturer, and there's a tree coming down, it's willow, it's as old as the hills. I thought somebody's bound to. I mean, it's a shortage of willow for cricket bats. Anyway, no takers, and it were free. Just come and take it. Just come and take it.
What did he do with it then?
Well, he just logged it out. He just logged it up and probably burn it. Round the wicket to Adam Lyth. Again, straight to Walter. At cover.
I know they've got plenty of willow over in Methley.
In where?
Methley.
Where's that then?
It's West Yorkshire.
All right.
Not far from Castleford. There's a bat manufacturer that, I'll give them one shout out, I know on the BBC, Kippax Cricket.
Oh, I know Kippax. Yeah. Peter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Peter Kippax, good player. Good player. He bowled leg spin as well.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, good leg spin.
They're a good team down there, and I know they were chuffed to, one, get Johnny Bestow on board, and two, when he was playing out in the IPL, he got them a bit of coverage as well.
He's been around for a long time, Peter. He'd be a good age now, and they were good bats.
Really good bats.
For years.
Yeah, really good bats.
Then again round the wicket, just defended into the offside. Might be a bit of a problem going forward for Adam Lyth because he's a big player in T20 cricket for Yorkshire. He's obviously got a problem with his calf. He's able to run, but he's limping about a bit. He's on 76. Revis is on 12. It's 195 for 4. Saying again. Driven inside edge as he looks as he's batting. It's the end of the over again. It's 195 for 4.
Oh, I think that one's done, that bat. He's given the signal to the Yorkshire changing room. Going to say goodbye to Bumble for a little while. Hello to Nas, who's coming in. There's a cast of 1,000 today. Moving chairs. It's a very tight balcony up here at Clifton Park. So Yorkshire 195 for 4 as we welcome Nass into the mix. A few Yorkies close of play last night that were happy that there were only 3 down and that Bestow and Lyth were able to survive, but I think many will have turned up to York today and listening on line and watching on the feed that Bestow and Lyth could have maybe accelerated the scoring rate and kicked on, but the loss of Johnny Bestow has just put the handbrake on that somewhat. Matthew Revis out there on 12, Adam Lyth 76. Good afternoon, Nass.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Jamie. Yeah, got big boots to follow, haven't I? How do I follow Bumble? How do I follow him? Anyway, I shall give it a go. And the bowling's going to come from the city end. And it's a new bowler.
I'll let you.
Sorry, is it me? I've just rudely interrupted.
If you're going to fill the boots of Bumble, you carry on from the rugby ground, and I'll go from the city end.
And it's a new bowler. It's spin, in fact. And I'm just getting my bearings here as well. And it's the number 20 on the back. And let me just make out who that is.
Critchley, yeah.
Critchley, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Critchley.
So you're going to do the city end and I'll do the rugby ground end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've just messed things up.
Yeah, hey, look, Nass, you come in, you do your thing. You do your thing.
Critchley is continuing. Second ball, this brand new van. This one pulled by Lyth and pulled to the boundary, in fact, dispatched towards the hospitality members who sat up there, and 4 more runs to Adam Lyth.
It was not for 2 from his 2 overs coming into today. Matt Critchley and a quick ball towards the back end of yesterday. That was a slightly short ball that was given the treatment by Adam Lyth.
As in comes Critchley again, and this one again played leg side, and this time the batsman will run through for another single, taking Lyth on to 81, and the Yorkshire scored 200 for the loss of 4 wickets. Attritional cricket, I think, Jamie, this morning.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, it brings the 200 up for Yorkshire, that shot. But I think there were many Yorkshire fans hoping that the run rate might have gone up a little bit this morning.
Yeah, Critchley in again, and this one just outside the off stump and straight through to the hands of Johnny Bestow. Yeah, run rate just under 3. This Critchley in again. This one has cut square straight to the fielder out in the deep, and the batsman will pick up another run.
We were talking about it with Bumble, that calf issue that Jordan Thompson first brought us to light with yesterday for Adam Lyth. I mean, he's still able to run through the wicket, no problem, but he's not as ambitious on those quick singles, understandably.
This next ball by Critchley is again played leg side by Adam Lyth. Oohs and ahs from the Essex fielders, but nothing doing. End of the over. And end of the over. It's 200 for 4. Let's see what happened there again. As he played the bat leg side, and yeah, just fell short of the fielder. It looked like a chance. It sort of...
No, I think that's carried, Nass. Yeah. But I think that the standard of the modern fielder nowadays would probably consider that a half chance, although that was played right at, I think it's Allison who's under the lid for Essex at short leg. I mean, he got a hand to it, and it's a good effort in truth. I mean, you'd have to have reflex reactions there, sharp reactions to try and make that one stick. And I imagine when you're fielding that close, it's a case of you just put your hands there, and if it sticks, it sticks. It doesn't, it doesn't. And yeah, it was hit right at him by Adam Lyth, so it probably goes down as a dropped chance, but I think that's immensely harsh on Allison because he was so short. So Yorkshire 201 for 4 after 74, and it's Revis on strike. Noah Thane to continue from the rugby ground and plays that softly outside edge, runs away to the boundary. He might pick up 4 runs. There's a chase on, the ball wins. So that puts the score up for both Revis and Yorkshire. We've seen a lot of that, and further evidence maybe that this pitch is slow, that ball isn't carrying through, landing safely. So tall man Matthew Revis at the crease. Adam Lyth just comes down to have a brief chat with him. 206 for 4 Yorkshire.
The danger here is nothing's going to happen very quickly in this game, and that's what really wants to happen in terms of a
Thane in, a good length delivery that's solidly blocked into the offside by Matthew Revis. Similar field again for Thane. As I say, we saw this yesterday when he came on. He got the wicket of Abdullah Shafiq, and I'm certain that was a premeditated plan by Wesley and Pepper behind the stumps. They had the leg slip in place, and he strangled it down the leg side. And the celebration from Pepper suggested that the plan had worked. Again, not too much bounce on that shorter length delivery, but it's punched into the offside through the cover for no run.
He's had a good game, hasn't he? He batted well as well for Essex yesterday.
Yeah, he was not out 50, wasn't he?
Yep.
And it's some mature runs really at the back end of Essex's innings, helping them up to 368. Yorkshire trail by 162. Thane is in, and that one is again respectfully defended by Matthew Revis. So we've got Jordan Cox, who's just off the cut strip on the leg side, and then there's to his about 5 yards, 10 yards to his right. There's a short mid wicket in Allison. And then you've got Snater in a square-ish mid-wicket position. So catching positions on the leg side. This shot, though, played through the offside. There's a touch on it by the fielder through the cover. It's taken the sting out of the shot. It'll run up towards the boundary. It won't have the legs to go the distance. And Matthew Revis will collect 2 more runs. Yorkshire 208 for 4. This partnership worth 39 following the loss of Johnny Bestow in the morning session. Skewed away on the drive by Revis. It squirts out towards point, and it's no run to finish that Thane over. So end of the 75th, Yorkshire 208 for 4. Adam Lyth on 81. Matthew Revis on 20. If you'd like to get in touch with us here at Clifton Park, you are very welcome to do so. yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk is our email address. As I say, cast of 1,000 today. Plenty of us on commentary.
Absolutely. And a milder day. A good day for watching cricket. Sparse crowd in front of me in the blue seats. The hospitality quieter than yesterday. Certainly was very, very busy yesterday in the heat and everything. As Jamie mentioned earlier, a lighter breeze as well than yesterday as well. Certainly cloudier conditions. As Critchley readies himself for a brand new over. He will be bowling from the city end here at the York City Club Stadium. He comes in and he bowls first ball, and this one is cut, and the batsman Adam Lyth will cross over to the umpire's end for another single. And as he came towards the end, there is that mention of the old hamstring. He's sort of putting his batting glove on his thigh. But as is the case with batsmen, sometimes when they get injured, it's a perseverance job. He's 82 or 18 short of his century as this next bowler. It's past the outside edge, that particular delivery from Critchley and straight through to Bestow, and again oohs and ahs, but he got away with that one.
Pepper,
beg your pardon. Critchley, the next one through to Pepper.
That's a good ball that to go around the outside edge of Matthew Revis. Bit of flight from Critchley.
So Critchley in again, and this next one again is this time played into the offside, and the batsman will cross over for another run.
It's difficult to see without the replay, given where our commentary position is. We are backward of point. wide third man to the left-hander Adam Lyth when bowling from the city end.
Critchley comes in, and this next one is again pushed into the onside, so it's going to be no run there off the bat of Adam Lyth.
We're not behind the bowler's arm, so we can't, from this angle, without seeing a replay, completely tell how much grip and spin is on offer.
Here we go, Critchley again, and a bizarre approach to that last delivery. Adam Lyth sort of stuck his foot out, got him into an awkward position, and the ball in the end going through to Pepper behind the stumps, and it's the end of the over, and it's 210 for 4. That's the Yorkshire score. Adam Lyth 82, and Matthew Reeves has made 21.
Just watching the replay on the YouTube stream, there was a bit of turn there for Critchley, a bit of bounce as well actually. And it sounds like this pitch is heading that way.
It's landed in something that could have actually got it to do something a little bit different.
Yorkshire 210 for 4, Noah Thane from the rugby ground end. Overcast conditions here at York in comparison to the beaming sun that we had here yesterday, and that one's driven on the full by Revis. Back to Thane, who fields off his own bowling for no run. Yeah, not as many through the door today. It was a tad busier. That hospitality marquee, which isn't in action today, that was completely full yesterday, out towards our right side. But still plenty of people have rocked up with deck chairs and the like, positioning themselves around the boundary. Decent enough crowd in this Tuesday, as that one's flashed out by Revis, fielded at point no run. It is free after 4 o'clock, so if you're in the area and you fancy watching a bit of county championship cricket at this wonderful outground, then do get yourself down after 4 o'clock. It is free. Many people will be hoping to see a bit of a contest, see where this game goes. It's meandering somewhat at the moment, scoring rate still low. Essex, that first innings total of 368. Yorkshire 210 at the moment. Partnership worth 41 between Matthew Revis and Adam Lyth. Jordan Cox comes out of that catching position on the leg side into more orthodox extra cover. And the drive from Revis is up towards Khalil Ahmed at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, it'd be good to see this game not meander along, I guess, for the latter portion of it, if somehow Yorkshire could get the runs. But as Bumble was saying earlier as well, it's difficult, isn't it, to score runs on a slow pitch sometimes.
Thane into Revis. Now he drives that firmly. He manages to come through for a single. It's fielded in the deep. Tumbling stop. Could be the subfielder, that, whose name eludes me without a pair of binoculars. You see that when Bumble was talking about the checklist of a commentator, the guidebook, that's got to be part of the kit.
Yeah.
A pair of binoculars.
I'm now very conscious as well. I'm trying to sit upright as well, because I'm like you know, on the height front.
Vertically challenged, I think they call it, Nas.
Is that what it's called? Yeah. I've always wanted to be taller. Never happened for me.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later, me and you. We can have a good chat about that. Adam Lyth dropping that backward of point. The Stain comes around the wicket from the rugby ground end, and it's no run. It's a wonderful setup from a cricketing standpoint here at York, and thoroughly enjoy coming here to watch cricket. It was great to be here a couple of weeks ago for the T20 Blast between Yorkshire and Durham. Not the best result from a Yorkie standpoint. It's not the best from a broadcasting standpoint, admittedly, but you know, you make do with what you've got, and we have this gap in the railing in front of us that allows us to just about see the action, and I can tell you quite confidently that ball was blocked by Adam Lyth into the offside for no run. Yorkshire 2-1-1 for 4.
And to some extent, you've got to give credit to the people who've organised these games, the number of matches that they have. You know, it's not a Headingley, it's not an Old Trafford, or so on and so forth. So for them to do all of this, to sort of, organise it in this way, it takes some doing, doesn't it?
Yeah, the temporary stands up opposite us as well. A few blue seats on showing at the moment, but now, as I say, from my own perspective, thoroughly enjoy coming here to York, and very much looking forward to heading over to Scarborough as well in the coming weeks. It's always a time in the season that I think every cricket fan, Yorkie or not, looks forward to. Matthew Revis on strike then, with Critchley to continue from the city end.
Yep, and he bowls this first ball of this new over, and again outside the off stump, straight through to Pepper, behind stumps, of course. It's interesting, lots of oohs and ahs from the fielders, and see if it is hitting some part of the surface and perhaps doing something as Critchley comes again, and this one again pushed into the offside, and the batsman will cross over for a single. Yeah, I noticed in my garden last night as well. I mean, the lawn, it's tinder dry now with all this hot weather that we've had, absolutely brown. And so, God only knows what that surface is like out there. It's had all that heat on it for the last couple of days as Critchley comes in. This next ball, again played leg side by Adam Lyth, and they'll collect a single.
I've got to say, I'm very, very thankful for the cooler climate when I woke up this morning. I don't know about anybody else, but last night was just awful. Could not get to sleep. Tossing and turning. I've only got one fan in the house, and that goes to the dog. Bless him, he struggles in this heat.
Critchley in again. This one again played past the fielder, or attempted to play past the fielder, and Critchley got a hand to it and stopped it from getting past him, and no runs there. Yeah, it is difficult, especially sleeping at night. I love the heat during the day, but night time it is hard.
No, not for me.
In comes Critchley again. This one again, it's cut square to the fielder in the deep, and the batsman will run through for another single.
Low 20s, that'll do for me. Mid 20s, okay. High 20s into early 30s, nah.
It is.
Cannot do it.
It's tough.
Yep. And then I moan when it rains.
That again, delivery from Critchley past the outside of the bat at Adam Lyth and through to the keeper. And no further additions. Let's tell you the score: 214 for 4 at the end of the over. Adam Lyth has made 83, and on the other side it's Matthew Revis, and he has made 24. And I'm going to be shortly joined by Toppers, who is just putting on his headphones, and in fact...
Good morning, Nas.
Good morning to you, Toppers.
Can I call you Nas?
You can call me Nas, yeah.
Very good. I used to play with a Nas.
Not the Nas.
Hussein, I did for good 10 years in the Essex side. Yep, absolutely. Wonderful player. Good man. Wore his heart on his sleeve, which I certainly enjoyed. Noah Thane into the attack. He's running in from the rugby ground end. He bowls right arm over. It's driven powerfully by Revis into the leg side. Finds the captain of Essex, Tom Westley, where there is no run.
No. Oh, a little gossip I can tell you about
yes.
Nasser is that my sister went to the same university as him.
Durham.
At the same time.
I remember him at Durham.
Do you?
I do. Slightly younger than me. He may not look it, but he is. But yes, he enjoyed his time up at Durham.
Yeah.
Courtesy of, I'll mention that in a minute, Revis stands tall, powerfully drives on the up. That's a lovely shot. Maybe had a bit of ball with width, but it was nonetheless a very good shot, and avoids the 12th man, Mackenzie Jones, on the park just at the moment. Someone's off. I did see Simon Harmer have a break, probably to powder his nose, as well. That's a good shot then. That stood tall. Absolutely. Powerful,
absolutely, and
impressive all-rounder. In comes Thane. This ball doesn't quite bounce as much.
No.
It might have just kept a little bit low. And Revis, who's standing tall man, who was able to negotiate that and played it lower, it did look as if it kept a little low.
And that's no surprise given the pitch that we are witnessing and given the conditions that we're seeing. It's a sluggish pitch, and the bowlers are having to really redouble their efforts to get anything out of this.
Absolutely. The surface is slow. It's been good. And in comes Thane. We're side on, and this is driven back to Thane, who parries it to mid off where there is no run. Are you a local man?
I am a local man. I was born in Leeds. So,
Leeds?
Yeah.
And you, when I say local, you a York man?
I'm Leeds.
Leeds. So you're a Yorkshireman.
Yorkshire, yeah.
So, I mean, it's so impressive. I mean, once again, county cricket takes the game to the people. Here we are at York, an outground. Sadly, Essex don't have outground cricket anymore. We used to play at Colchester, Ilford and Southend. But Yorkshire will be going off to Scarborough soon. This is driven into the offside where Dean Elgar dives and prevents any more than the single. A good looking shot, but well bowled, well played, well fielded, and 1 run to Yorkshire, 219 for 4.
And I think that's one of the beauty of people who play cricket in Yorkshire. What I've been told is the number of outgrounds. You know,
Yeah.
and then certainly in the big metropolitan, the cities as well, in places like Sheffield and of course Bradford Park Avenue, places
Yes.
like that. Rich history
Yes.
of cricket
Yes.
in this part of the world.
Very much so. And other grounds as well. Yorkshire have used as comes round the wicket, does Thane. This is driven with a bit of width, but it's finding Charlie Ellison at cover where there is no run to conclude the first over. I've been back on commentary here on BBC Essex, BBC Leeds, and on the BBC app and online, and even on the Yorkshire streaming, which is a great addition to county cricket.
Absolutely, toppers. I tell you what I'm really impressed with, and you'll not be surprised, and I should really be surprised, is the bowling of Simon Harmer. The sort of control that he has in terms of absolutely gives nothing away, does he?
Your county cricket has got used to a little bit of Simon Harmer. He's also been troubled, and there's not much in this in the public domain. He possibly had a stress fracture, didn't have it examined, so he didn't know if he had a stress fracture, and he's probably had 2 seasons of being troubled with back pain, but obviously he's a strong man, South African, and can cope with it.
In comes Critchley, first ball, brand new over, and this one pushed by Revis out in front of him. No run there.
Historically, he's been brilliant for Essex, and everyone knows why. As you said, he's economic. He bowls the overs, lots of overs. He gives the likes of Porter, Snater and Cook rests.
Critchley in again. This one is cut square and out into the deep. Batsman crossover for a single.
But importantly, I'm going to tell you, he's a very good man. He's about to complete his degree, Open University in law. He's about to become a father.
Wow.
In the next month. So there's a lot to be said about Simon Harmer, but listen, he is a great cricketer, but he's a good human being.
Critchley in again, and this one played into the offside, and no run there. Yeah, very few of those around sometimes.
Yeah.
Good role models,
Yep.
and especially as Critchley comes in this next ball again, safely managed by Adam Lyth. A good role model for the younger players, of course, coming through the system, and that's important as well. The young talent that's coming through. Critchley in again, this next ball, and this pushed out into the offside again. I mean, the likes of Noah Thane we've seen in this match, his performance with the bat and then with the ball as well.
Well, he's an up-and-coming youngster from Cambridgeshire, came through the Cambridge pathway, as did Michael Pepper, which falls under the umbrella of Essex, Norfolk and Suffolk.
Critchley
as well.
Again, this one again pushed out in front of him live. No run.
Perhaps it's like North Yorkshire or into Northumberland. Maybe some go towards Durham, but some come under the umbrella of North Yorkshire, hence Yorkshire. Also Lincolnshire, I think, over the years. Lincolnshire may have a connection with Nottinghamshire, but also Yorkshire, depending on geographically where you are.
Yeah, and you referenced the universities as well, and they've been a hotbed for players as well, haven't they? The likes of Cambridge and Oxfordshire.
Right, this is quite interesting, Nas, because Essex have opted, 80 overs, they've opted to take the new ball. So both spinners probably won't bowl for the moment, although it wouldn't surprise me. A seamer may bowl from the city end, and then they'll whip him off if nothing happens, and Harmer will come on with a newer ball. And with a harder ball, which might mean more bounce, it might happen quicker, but it's going to be Khalil Ahmed who is entering the attack, who bowled quite a nice spell, changed ends from yesterday, and I totally agreed with that. As I said, the wind had slightly changed earlier this morning, but more importantly, his footholes, he needs to make and indent the pitch here with more footholes for Harmer to bowl into from the other end. Now that is a great old-fashioned tactic in cricket all the world over. But we're going to see Khalil Ahmed bowling to Brevis, who leaves it alone. That ball just, for me, shaped back slightly with the way the wicket keeper took it. So we'll just have a look to see if it just swung back then from Ahmed with his first ball with the second new ball. 220 for 4. And we're just mentioning quickly about York Cricket Club hosting this game here. I'm just looking at the shape. Not too much.
No, nothing great, was it?
Ahmed in, left arm over the wicket, bowls the Indian Test cricketer and goes through to the keeper, no run. We've got 4 rugby pitches around on the behind the blue temporary staging, which houses a lot of people. It's a big stand. You've then got the artificial and grass nets, then you've got the corporate tents, which technically are not being used today but have been used on day 1 and day 2 with some great lunches, great food, and then you've got the sight screens and more rugby pitches at the back. Ahmed on his way in, bowls, it's quite full, it's driven into the leg side, quite full, and it's gone out to deep square leg where the fielding is done. I think that's Charlie Allison, who allows the single. Yorkshire moved to 221 for 4. And then on the offside from where we're watching, we've got quite a modern pavilion, and there's 2 parts to it. There's the players' dressing rooms to our right, then you have our gantry where there's a horde of journalists doing their business, including the great Sir Geoffrey Boycott.
Yes.
I had a lovely chat with him. I haven't seen him for a year or so, and it was a nice, convivial, friendly catch-up, I must admit. He was very kind to me, actually, in my junior days at Lord's. Live, facing Ahmed, this time down the leg side. There's a call at first slip by Elgar, but to be honest, it was just kidology.
It was kidology, definitely kidology. And the last thing you want to do is get caught down the leg side, 17 short of a century.
And then we have sort of 2 houses and some lovely, I don't know how to describe, specimen trees.
Yeah, trees not really my forte, so I can't really tell you what.
There looks to be quite a number of evergreen trees.
Yeah.
Some fir trees as Ahmed bowls, played on the front foot, looking for a quick single. They could get it. There was a hum and an ah from Lythe, who eventually sticks his hand up towards his partner to say, sorry mate, he wasn't quite sure, but in the end it was a very safe, calculated single that Essex could not stop.
Absolutely couldn't stop that one, and maybe it's that sort of injury, that hamstring tweak, that sort of perhaps made him think twice, but in the end he got home safely, which is the key thing from a Yorkshire perspective.
Clearly this is very much a park in terms of a community, because there's York cricket, rugby, squash, club here. Khalil short of a length there, and it's gone across the right-handed Revis, and it's gone through to the keeper. Playing a miss, end of the over, decent first over there. It's cost him 1 or maybe 2 runs off the over for Khalil Ahmed on his return with the second new ball. But I also note there's a lovely brick wall. You could imagine if there was a walled garden beyond it. It's a very proper brick wall, nice. And of course, I'm staying in York, and there's a mighty wall, the city walls,
Indeed,
that almost goes around the whole city, and it looks very impressive. And I was told last night, where I had a nice Italian on my own, but it was a nice Italian who suggested I could walk on the top of the walls. Is that right?
I am not sure.
Right.
I don't know, unfortunately.
Well, I'm going to explore that,
I think
possibly
that's,
later this evening or tomorrow.
Yeah. It looks like Snaith coming in.
Yeah, Snaith to take the second new ball from the city end.
Yeah. He's bowled quite well as well, certainly yesterday and today.
We call it the city end, but when we talk about the city end at Chelmsford or Birmingham, Edgbaston, we can normally see the city. But we can't. We can see what I term the walled garden.
Yeah, it's a sort of direction in which the city is in as Snaith comes in. First ball, new over, and that's pushed out by Adam Lyth. It's in the direction of the city. So I've been walking the last couple of days. Today I drove up here, but the last couple of days I've taken the train from Leeds and stopped in the centre, and I've actually walked up from the city centre through to the cricket ground. It's about a 20-minute walk or so.
Is it? Have you come across many Yorkshire fans doing that, or
I have
noticed their backpacks or their?
Well, the first day I actually didn't know where I was coming to, so I followed some people hoping that they were coming here. As Snaith comes in again, this next ball down the leg side through to the keeper, through to Pepper. Yeah, so first day I wasn't sure where I was going. I was thinking, shall I ask someone? And then foolishly I didn't. I just followed some people who had some gear on them, looked like cricketing gear, deck chairs and what have you.
They are pretty obvious, aren't they?
They are pretty obvious.
They normally have a hat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Backpack.
And do you know what I did find though, Toppers, is there's loads of like little gunnels on the way here.
Yes.
Rather than going on the main
that is a very northern word. Gunnels.
Yeah.
Ginnels, isn't it?
Ginnels, sorry, not gunnels. Ginnels. Gunnels are something completely different.
Yes.
As Snaith comes in, and this next ball again.
Oh,
pushed out, and has he got a nick on that? Yeah, he's got a nick, and it's gone through to the slip cordon.
Yeah, no, keeper diving took it, I think.
Yeah, and
it was a good take, that.
Yeah, very good take. And Lyth goes for 84 runs. The end of the innings from Adam Lyth there, with the score at 222 for 5. And 84 runs there, and I am going to give way shortly as Hill is the new batsman. Yeah, and Toppers is in fact going to. Well, I'm going to give way to Toppers. He's going to take my seat, and you'll be shortly joined by Doji, as well as applause here at the ground for Adam Lyth for his innings of 84.
Thanks, Nas. Adam Lyth just disappearing beneath our feet. And George Hill going in at 7 then at 222. We had 222 for 2 in the first innings. We had a full Richie in the first inning, the Essex innings, but at 222 for 5. It's time for Yorkshire. 81 overs in, and at the moment they're going to have a job on now to get parity here, aren't they? George, obviously, as we know, very capable with the bat. But there's a bit of work to do here. 146 behind getting parity. They've obviously got past the follow-on mark. But a bit of graft for the Yorkie boys, Toppers.
Yeah, welcome back, Doiji. Right on your cue, we got a wicket.
Yeah, sorry Yorkshire supporters.
No, Lyth has played well. We got to remember he was dropped very early on this morning off the bowling of Shakil Ahmed. It's going to be Snater though for the moment. as he comes in. This is driven nicely. There's an ooh and ah. That's just simple kidology. That's well played as the new batsman. Who is it? Hill? No,
George Hill, yeah.
George Hill, who's driven it up to mid on no run. So yes, Lyth has played well. He did look good, but as I say, that was a bit of a nasty drop by first slip, which was Dean Elgar this morning. Good sides, you don't have to, it's bad. It's a bad sign if you drop catches and you have to keep getting 13, 14 wickets to bowl a side out. Outside off stump, Hill leaves it alone through to the keeper. There's now with his new ball, the second new ball, there is 2 slips and a gully. And actually possibly 2 slips and a gully and a backward point, almost catching, which is Charlie Allison. Khalil Ahmed, who would be chuffed to have got Bestow out this morning, is right beneath us. I could almost touch his shoulders, just beneath us here at fine leg. Snater in bowls, played off the front foot into the leg side for the end of a wicket taking over for Shane Snater, who will be absolutely chuffed to have got Adam Lyth nicking through to the keeper Pepper, and his score was 84, but the score now 2-2-2 for 5.
222 for 5, yeah.
Nice to see Sir Geoffrey Boycott along, actually looking well, sprightly. I had a lovely chat with him this morning, remembering the days when I used to bowl at him at Lord's for hours. He did. It was great. It was a great education and a great privilege, and it gave me a lot of confidence as a young man to be able to bowl at him. And that's when you sort of learn, actually, I can bowl at this level.
Here's Khalil Ahmed, and 4 runs to Matthew Revis, who opens the face and gave that some just wide of the diving gully. 226 for 5. Revis on to 35. I did once manage to bowl at Geoffrey all afternoon at Headingley, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, it was about,
I think he liked
17, 18.
Is that fair? He liked people who did.
Yes, yeah, he did like us that afternoon, yeah. And I mean, if you bowled at him for hours and hours over several days, I just hours and hours one day. Yeah. Nobody got him out, I hasten to add.
Yeah, no, I remember those days well.
I could claim that, couldn't I? Nobody would know, probably apart from the man himself. Oh, now then, this one's wide of off stump, and Revis just reaching for it. Doesn't bounce as he expected. On its way through. Missed out there.
Well, the shot for 4 probably had a little bit of width of him going across him. And I have to say, as you said, it was a great shot and he hit it hard. There was an attempted dive, but listen, it was 4 and it was rightly 4, and there was no chance of a dismissal. That was a good shot from the tall fella.
Here's Ahmed again round the wicket to the right-hander, and there is no run. Let's not forget, of course, that Matthew Revis made his debut in the side some years ago as a teenager. He's still
Chelmsford?
He's still only 23.
Is he?
He made his first class debut against Kent at Headingley in September 2019, my first season doing the commentary. So this is season 7 for me. That's how long ago since he made his debut. And he made his debut at the top of the order, opening batter, and he's batting at 6 and 7 these days. Yep, that's dropped out into the offside and fielded there by Matt Critchley. No run.
Doesn't come as a surprise, Doige, that when you look at him, he has a relatively sound defensive technique.
Yeah.
He looks to play the ball late. He looks...
He's an orthodox player.
He is. He looks like a batter.
Yep.
So, with what you've just said, doesn't surprise me.
No.
He has opened the batting.
Here's Ahmed and Revis stepping into that but leaving. Yeah, what I'd say about him is, as somebody who watches him all the time, he's an orthodox player. You won't see much of any of the adaptations that you see from modern day cricketers, and that's absolutely fine. If this is your strength, then do what you do well. So Yeah, he's played some good knocks, a couple of first-class tons to his name. They took a little while in coming because he was getting fewer opportunities up the order in play, and he's run that one out to point, fielded there by Critchley. There's no run. If there's one thing, just from a personal point of view, that I'd like to see him step up on, he has batted with the tail on quite a lot of occasions, given where he's been going in, and I think he's good enough to start to take control of that, but it doesn't always feel like that comes through when you watch him from the side. I don't know what he feels about it. It's not something I've spoken to him about. But, you know, like, for example, he was 93 not out at Trent Bridge last week, ran out of partners. Yeah. 6 or 7 or something like that. I can't remember exactly. But I went bowls to him here and he leaves. Yeah, I think he's good enough to take control of that situation. There was an evidence of he might be doing that last week. He was just sort of pushing one off the last ball, second to last ball of an over, and not exposing Jack White for too long. And then, strangely, at the start of an over, he pushed one, and then Jack White was out. So that was the end of his innings for 90, or the end of the Yorkshire innings, when he was 93 not out. So I think that's something that maybe as confidence grows or whatever, he should improve on. He can improve on.
He's become quite a fan's favourite, hasn't he? I sense that.
He's certainly a fan of our regular emailer Lily, because she calls herself the chairwoman and president of the Matthew Revis fan club. But no, he's taken a bit of stick for his bowling on social media this year.
Has he?
Not entirely always fair.
Slater in to start a new over, bowls a nice ball on a good length, and it's respected by Hill, where there is no run.
I think he could have bowled better, yeah. I think his figures would definitely underline that, but I think also taking into account how he's been used, he's often the back of a length, bang it in, there's nothing going on with the ball anymore in the middle to two-thirds of the way through an innings bowler. So, you know, the openers have had a go, the change bowlers have had a go, the spinners had a go, and then Rev might get the ball at that point as this
Slater
is left
bowls.
by... Sorry.
Yeah, Slater bowls and it's left alone. There's oohs and ahs, but it's only kidology from behind the stumps.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a decent ball, but left alone, just a little too wide to play at for the Yorkshire batsman. 2:28 for 5, and we still have approximately 6 minutes to lunch, is that right?
Yep, spot on.
What's the lunches been like, Mr. Dawn?
Very good. They're always excellent here.
What have you been having?
It was some sort of Chinese concoction yesterday, not quite sure.
Outside off stump, almost identical. Credit to the Yorkshire batsman, who's been watchful, leaves it alone, and allows it through to the keeper, so well played.
Yeah, I ate it. I'm not quite sure what was actually within it, but there was a few noodles, a bit of rice, some seaweed, felt like we're at Scarborough, and then I think there was probably some chicken in something or other. Day one was nice. That was a katsu curry.
Oh, nice.
So
yes.
we'll see what it might be Yorkshire pudding, meat and 2 veg today.
Slater in, there's an LBW shout, and he's been given. The ball's cannoned off and gone towards the slips and keeper, but that looked quite full. He's not, I think we'll have to have a look to see if he's missed the wrong line, or whether it's just nipped back, but it's shaved the front pad, I do believe. But it's 228 now for 6 as Essex get the 6th wicket with just 5 minutes before lunch.
Yeah.
Here's the replay. It's angling in. Ooh. It's an interesting one. It's probably just scraping the bails, according to the umpire. The batsman might say, was it high? But the umpire, sadly for the batsman, has said, no, it's not. And Snater, with the second new ball, has got his 2nd wicket with the 2nd new ball.
Yeah.
Some might suggest it was a bit high.
I think so. I think Michael Goff is a very good umpire, but I'm not sure about that decision. No, Snater just, it looks like he's running his fingers over that ball in some sort of leg cutter. He's not. Probably what hasn't helped George there is he's not got anywhere really, has he, into the ball, but still, that looks high to me. That looks high.
Possibly, if I was to criticise, he's played it from the crease, which has probably assisted in his dismissal from the umpire's point of view. But if it had been given not out, you would have understood why as well. Just being honest.
Yep. I think he can consider himself a bit unlucky. 7 deliveries for naught there, George.
Well, in comes Snater again to the new batsman that is looking at that. Again, late coming forward as he's just played it and got his bat down in time.
Will Sutherland.
Will Sutherland, now current Renegades. He was actually going to be on the Essex staff.
Yes, a few years back.
I know a little bit about him. I introduced myself to them this morning. The big mate of Rhys Topley. So, and Rhys says he's a very, very honourable gentleman. Played together at Renegades, and there's a nick, and it's gone down for 4. It's avoided second slip, and I think that is Harmer diving. And it's gone down to the corporate tent where it isn't being used today, but lots of spectators are sitting in front. Not many with hats on today because there is no sun here at York. But an eventful over, an eventful spell with this second new ball by Snater, who I'm going to check on his bowling figures because I think they might look pretty good for Shane Snater. As Yorkshire 228 for 6, and I'm just looking here, it is Snater, here we go, 22 overs, 3 for 46.
Yep, going well. Will Sutherland playing his one and only championship match of his stay with Yorkshire. Couldn't play at Trent Bridge last week. He's had a broken toe, which has kept him away from, kept him out of a couple of games in the T20s, and then when he came back he could only bat for a couple. He did bowl in one recently, and then
how long was he
sat out last week's match
at Trent Bridge? Traditionally he was signed for the 2 championship and some T20, is that right?
Yep. As this is pushed out square on the offside by Revis. Ahmed continuing at the rugby ground end. They've got a single. This will be the final over before the lunch break. Revis on to 36, 233 for 6. So yeah, he was signed for the duration of the T20s as well as these 2 mid-season championship games, but he's only been able to play in the one of them. Will O'Rourke, of course, was signed as well.
Kiwi.
Yeah, not for all the T20s, but for the majority of them, as well as he was allowed to play in one of the championship games, and that was last week's at Trent Bridge. So he's still here, but not playing in this match. And of course, Yorkshire's 2 overseas in this game are completed with Abdullah Shafiq, who's already been in and out. Ahmed's latest delivery is wide of off stump and was left by Sutherland. As Toppers leaves us before the lunch break to do his 1 o'clock BBC Essex update. Bit of movement towards the burger van over the far side of Evie's kitchen. The ice cream van's not doing as much business today. Not quite sure the bar. There's a van with a bar. A few taps on it away behind the sight screen at the city end, and not sure that is either. Sutherland just chopped down on delivery that he nearly chopped onto his stumps. He had no idea at all where that had gone after he played it and was looking around, and Revis was calling him through for the 1. He has duly obliged. Closing in on the lunch break then. Ahmed 1 for 66 so far. As Topper said, 3 for 46 for Snater from 22. Noah Thane 1 for 46 off 13, and Harmer 1 for 39 off 24 as Revis pushes one into the covers and jogs through for another single. 37 to him now. 234 for 6. Possibility of the follow-on avoided, as I mentioned just as I came back on, but Yorkshire definitely not out of the woods here with just the 4 first innings wickets remaining and 134 runs behind the score set by Essex, the 368. Ahmed in again, short, pulled by Sutherland. The two men set back on the leg side if that was uppish, but he rolled his wrists over the top of it. A bit of fielding out on the boundary edge, and they get just a single. Sutherland on to 6, 236, 4-6. 3 wickets have fallen this morning. Johnny Bestow caught Pepper bowled Ahmed a second successive attempt at a ramp shot to a fairly quick delivery. First one, Essex went up, wasn't given. Second one was caught behind by Pepper. Bestow out for 29. Adam Lyth also caught Pepper bowled Snater for 84. And then most recently George Hill, LBW, unfortunately, to Snater without scoring, as Revis has to get right down on that and push it to Wesley at mid-off to complete the session. Then the lunch will be taken on day 3 and precisely 2 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock, with 85 overs complete, and Yorkshire in their first innings 236 for 6. I make that 132 runs behind, with Matthew Revis not out 37 and Will Sutherland not out on 5. We'll be back a ball-by-ball coverage throughout the rest of the day, so do join us again in just under 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. Bye for now.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
The overseas Will Sutherland, he drops that into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, it does feel like this is quite a crucial wicket partnership for Yorkshire. They need to try and get up to that range of around 368, 236. So what's that? They're trailing by 132. It's quick maths.
Yeah, 132 behind. They've got to. It's not been easy scoring. on this pitch. It's a slow pitch. It's quite a slow outfield as well. You've just got to build partnerships.
Snater bustling in, and on the back foot he's over that ball. Will Sutherland, no run. There was a bit of turn and a bit of bounce when Harmer and then Critchley had ball in hand.
Yeah, I think with Harmer it'd be any sort of bounce had come out of the footholds. Just when they went out, the umpires were playing about round the footholds where the round the wicket right armers have been.
It's a good length delivery that's pushed into the onside. No run.
You know, the other thing from an umpire's point of view, with a low bounce pitch, which this is, you've got to have your wits about you all the time, because LBW is a big player. You bowl straight and you just have it in your mind as an umpire that you're in business if they're struck in front, because it's not going to go over the top. Round about the knee roll and they're going to be absolutely plumb.
Snater into Will Sutherland, who again right behind that ball is defending. It's 5 overs old, this second new ball, and they've taken 2 wickets Yorkshire, Essex I beg your pardon, since taking that second new ball. The George Hill LBW on replay looked a little high. Snater from the city end, and again Sutherland just behind that, dropping it into the offside. No run.
I mean, both these batters are well over 6 foot. They'll be 6'5", the pair of them. It's a low bounce pitch. Snater pitching up, and Sutherland is actually playing from the crease. You'd think that I would be wanting my batters to stand out of the crease and get right forward. Try to keep LBW out of play. He's playing straight from the crease.
Free slips in place, and he's let that one run through to Pepper behind the stumps. Maiden to start this afternoon session. Yorkshire 236 for 6.
Do you know, just last delivery I mentioned they've got to be 6'5", these two.
Yeah.
And Sutherland's first movement is medium pace, nothing more than medium pace. His first movement is to go back and then to come forward. When he's come forward, he's just on the crease. You think that batters on this sort of pitch would want to be 18 inches outside, 2 foot outside of your crease, and get right forward. Which twofold, you're trying to get rid of LBW and also make him change his length.
It'll be interesting to see what Revis does then.
And the wicket keeper, you might think, well, the keeper can stand up, but not with this such a low bounce. Well, he plays forward there, and we can't. I'm just trying to see off our monitor whether we can see if he's batting outside of his crease. Left arm over, Ahmed. I mentioned that you're in some sort of rhythm. Revis in particular, before the break. You start again after the break. Just see him side on. I think he's stood just outside of his crease. Off the back foot into the covers, and there's no run. We mentioned this morning that just the noise that it makes on the bat is so dull. It just keeps hitting the bottom of the bat. Whereas when you get on quick pitches, it bounces nicely, and you're into the middle of the bat and it flies off.
Big bats now, aren't they?
They are, but they pick up. The balance is lovely. You pick them up and you think, how much wood is there in there? But they pick up lovely. Ahmed again, push forward, just be a single, just to that square leg area. Yeah, it's certainly not been crash bang wallop. And you go back to the test match, when we were at the test match, so a bit of pace on view. a lightning fast outfield.
Yep.
You just put bat on ball and that's a 4. So the scoring rate was really good, really high.
Normally is at Headingley, isn't it?
Yeah.
Value for money.
Wide outside the off stump, through to the keeper at ankle high.
Yeah.
How many slips? It's 2 slips and a gully, isn't it? Yeah, 2 slips and a gap, a gully.
Yeah, big Paul Walter at gully.
Yeah, he's another giant.
Tall fella.
Yeah.
Took a brilliant diving stop yesterday. He got down really well. Such a height.
Ahmed again. Left arm over. Clipped into the leg side. Might get a couple here. The straight mid-wicket area. 2 taken.
Well, they've added 96 Yorkshire since the start of play today.
Well, I don't think that's bad. You know, the wickets are a problem. They've got to get as close as they can to Essex. Ahmed again. Beaten outside the off stump. Another low delivery. Ends the over. It's 239 for 6.
Just to go back to Headingley, I was saying to you before we started this stint on comms, I've thoroughly enjoyed your new Stick to Cricket podcast.
And I'm really excited about it. We've got a good crew. Alistair Cook, Philip Tufnell, Michael Vaughan. It's the same people who do the football one with Gary Neville, and Roy Keane. I'm supposedly Roy Keane.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you've got to, what's that persona that you've got to hold then?
Well, a bit sly, a bit argumentative, and a bit of fun. Michael Vaughan is Gary Neville, shop steward. Phil Tufnell has decided that he is Ian Wright because he likes Arsenal. So it's as simple as that. And Alistair Cook is Jill Scott. So
Snater at the top of his mark, and he's running in from the city end, and Revis solidly behind that pushes it up towards bit off, no run. I mention it because you were talking about Headingley, weren't you?
yes.
And the Ashes, 2 years' time.
Well, it's just ridiculous. Or it seems ridiculous. So you don't bid now, do they? The clubs don't bid to have a test match. They're allocated somehow. But in the Ashes series, there is no test match north of Trent Bridge.
Yeah. Snater again from the city end, and that one beats the outside edge of Revis, reaching towards it.
There's a lady hovering. It's very familiar. Very familiar. Yorkshire captain's mother has turned up. Usually she comes with a big dog, but I haven't seen the dog anywhere. No, Henry's at home, otherwise disposed. Janet Bestow's just popped up. Yes.
It's a cosy balcony, isn't it, up here?
It is.
Snater in again, and Revis again pushing out that, going past the outside edge. Pepper's going down to his right as he takes it behind the stumps. This is his 24th over. Snater, 3 for 46.
Has he really? And he do you know, it reminds me, no disrespect, he looks to me like a club bowler. You see, Premier League club, this type of bowling. Oh no, this is a Premier League.
He's in now to Revis, who does fine bat on ball on this occasion, pushing it up towards mid-off once again, no run.
Yeah, York are in the North Yorkshire Premier League. Castleford at the top.
Yes.
Sheriff Upton Bridge second. Clifton Alliance, who are always a bit of a force. I'm not sure they've started brilliantly. Woodhouse Grange. Harrogate, Knaresborough.
Yeah.
Some good teams, some good players.
Yeah, we had, I know you were talking about it earlier with Doige, as Snater once again in wide stance from Revis, and he gets behind that ball and pushes it, this time through the covers, but no run fielded by Jordan Cox. Yeah, we had Colson Smith on, who's the director of cricket at Castleford Cricket Club.
He's never, is that his fancy time?
Director of cricket.
Director of cricket.
Yeah, Doige called him chairman. He's not chairman, he's director of cricket, so he's the one that does all the contracts, all the recruitment, negotiations.
Is he on Coronation Street now, or has he gone?
They've killed him off.
Has he gone,
Yeah, they've got rid of him.
No.
Yeah. I think it was a couple of weeks back that it was his final episode. Revis standing tall at the crease, Snater is in, and a flash of the blade from Revis cuts that away, and that will be 4 runs. Lovely shot.
End of the over, yeah. Good shot is that, just on the back foot. On a pitch like this, you dream about that sort of delivery, that you can get away, just get you free your arms, nice bounce, and take the ball on top of the bounce, and of course then you've got to miss the field. And Geoffrey Boycott's here. I can't speak. I can't shout up because he's at the end of the row here. But he said that they've played a couple of shots and hit the field. Why do they hit the field? You've got to miss the field.
That's how you do it.
It's funny, that Colin Cowdrey, everybody will probably remember Colin Cowdrey if you're into cricket. I went to a batting seminar, and he said, they said you look round the field and look where the fielders are. He said, you're better off looking where the fielders aren't.
Yeah.
There's that shot again. Ahmed starts a new over. It's that same shot. Short, wide, off stump. And your coaches, your bowling coaches, will be going apoplectic. That you don't bowl there. Don't bowl short and wide on a pitch like this. Just pitch it up, bowl straight. They won't score. You might hit the pads. You might bowl him out. Do not bowl short and wide.
Especially with the angle as well, down the hill.
Yeah. And he comes again. Play and miss. Full length ball outside off stump.
There's a distinct difference in pace, isn't there, from Ahmed at this end? He is putting it through.
We used to have, I'm certain at county cricket, we used to have round the boundary edge at the pace of the bowler. And I think that helps. I think it's a real interest to supporters to see how quick they're bowling. I've got this lad at about 82, 83. Might be doing him a disservice, but if he really slipped himself, I wonder if he'd get to 84, 85.
If you're batting, are you taking note of that as well? From a spectator standpoint, interesting, but as a batter, are you looking at that pace?
Well, you sort of get it into your mind that, this bloke's rapid, there's pace here, he ain't going to be pitching it up, I'm going to be on the back foot, and then you get a medium pace. You know that you've got to play forward because he's going to try and drag you forward. Ahmed again, left arm over, outside the off stump, and that goes through at sort of waist high to the keeper, so decent pace. And he might just be making a few footmarks. This is good for Essex in that Simon Harmer would probably be bowling into these footmarks, and there are bound to be some rough areas outside the right-handed batter's off stump that Harmer can get into. Again, left alone outside off stump. 2 slips, a gully, the backward point, a cover and a mid-off. Fine leg and mid-on. I knew that. I thought I've only got 10 there. There he is at deep square leg. At deep square leg. There's a fielder.
He's done well to pick him out. Yeah, I couldn't see that.
But again, on cue, straight to that fielder at deep backward square. No, he's not deep backward square leg. He's at deep square leg. It's the end of the over. It's 248 for 6.
You can tell it's Jordan Cox, can't you? Flashing blonde bleach blonde hair out rather, coming out the back of his cap.
That's not his colour then, is it not?
Well,
no, I don't know. He's very blonde. You can see it coming out of his cap. A bit of a mullet, would you say?
Oh yeah. It's quite on trend that now, I'm told. And David Milan on shot there on the last stream on the pictures. Not playing for Yorkshire, of course, in this game.
Has he gone for a net?
Must have been for a net, yeah.
Right.
Must have been for a net. David Milan.
Of course, you do these days. You do find cricketers who don't actually play cricket.
Harmer then back into the attack from the City end. And that comes off the pad of Will Sutherland. Squirts down to short, fine leg, no run.
So Essex would have been quite excited that Sam Cook, if he's left out of the test match, you could get yourself up there to York, get yourself a game. And then they'd know, you sit down here. Yeah, we can't have you playing cricket.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Carry those drinks. Harmer into Sutherland now. He backs onto the offside and he opens up the cover region. It's fielded.
Which is always a classic line when a batter gets out to nick and you're trying to justify he's hitting him well in the nets.
It looked well there.
Oh, it looks good in the nets. Yeah, well, there's no fielders there, is there?
Matthew Revis on strike. Will Sutherland picking up a single. Harmer into him and reaching out in front, smothers that ball. Defensive block from Matthew Revis. He's on 42, Sutherland 14. Partnership worth 21 between these two. Jordan Cox in at slip, a short leg as well. It's Allison for Essex, and it's pushed back up to Harmer by Revis. Twirl of the bat. Well, it's like in football, isn't it? They say you're a better player when you're out of the team.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Harmer, fly to delivery, and that goes past the outside edge of Revis. Pepper takes the bails, well in his crease.
Nice take that from Pepper. Just nipped a bail, just didn't demolish the stumps.
Harmer in again, and that one's pushed back to him by Matthew Revis. Yeah, he's been quite busy behind the stumps, Pepper. He's got a couple of catches in this game, and he's been lively.
Well, he just took a bail there, which reminds me when I used to play, they had a captain who used to be captain at Essex called Tonker Taylor. He'd have demolished all three stumps there with that stumping. The bails, the stumps, all the lot had gone.
That must take some time out of the game, didn't it?
Yeah, he was a lovely character. Well, he was captain of a very eccentric team. They were unbelievably eccentric. Great fun to play against, but very accomplished. They were a wonderful team. Some fabulous players. Ahmed again, left arm over. Wide, very wide, of off stump. The tumbling Pepper. He takes the ball round about ankle high again. Ball very quickly comes back to mid-off. Who is that polishing? They've got it. Looks like he's the polisher. They'll have a designated polisher, and he's the one. That's
Captain Wesley.
Tom Wesley played for England a little bit.
Yeah.
Shorter ball, which doesn't get up. Sutherland looking to pull powerfully into the leg side, but it just didn't get up at all. Flashing past the outside edge.
Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch on the emails. We've had some correspondence from the gentleman to our left because he couldn't speak to us directly. Josh, could you not? You have to send it via email. Read that in a moment.
He's 2 metres away from us.
He's got that look of embarrassment now. Now we're talking about him. He's gone all red. Hi, Jamie. Your mention of Coronation Street earlier was said with an authority that suggests you are an avid watcher of the soap. Can you please confirm if this is the case or not? Loving the comms.
So are you a watcher of Coronation?
No, I'm not. No.
No.
But
You
he told me. He told me. Yeah.
Yeah. Ahmed again. Is Ina Sharple still in it? Ina Sharple, she'll still be in it. Yeah. What was the fella in the vest? Bernard Ewans is the proper name of the actor. Oh, what was he called?
Oh gosh.
They were a couple, married couple. He was a bit of a layabout.
Oh, I think I might know who you're talking about.
What's he called?
Hang on,
Stan Ogden. Stan. Hilda and
Hilda.
Stan Ogden. Hilda and Stan. Ahmed again. You get all these old programmes on talking pictures. It's brilliant. What's the one that's with Colin Crompton? Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club. The Wheel Tappers and Shunters Club. Some beauties on there.
Bernard Ewans, wow.
I'm sure he was called Bernard Ewans.
He was, yep.
He was, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Ahmed in. Beaten outside the off stump. Defensive shot, end of the over. 249 for 6.
Well, he's doing some presenting work with us now. Coulson, he's joined the team at Radio Leeds.
Oh, has he really?
Yeah.
Oh, good lad. And actors move on and they may go into theatre. A pal of mine's an actor in Coronation Street, and he's a script writer and does theatre. I've called James Quinn, who was one of the policemen in Early Doors. Phil and Nides, the policeman, who used to come into the Grapes. The Grapes was the pub. They used to come in through the back door whilst on duty.
Yorkshire 249 for 6, and that's punched through mid-wicket but doesn't beat Dean Elgar. Takes a tumbling stop, and there's no run. Harmer continuing from the city end. 2 catches around the bat. Revis with that open stance crouches, and outside edge that squirms up towards Khalil Ahmed. A backward point, no run. He's 42 not out, Matthew Revis. He's faced 82 deliveries, and he's cut that one away nicely. He's found the gap. Backward of square on the offside. Ahmed gives chase, and he keeps it to 3. Sutherland will be on strike, and he's found that back foot shot so far in his innings well.
Not been many threes on here.
No. That's up the hill on this slowish outfield.
It is slow.
Revis on to 45. Sutherland on strike, and now he's got him on the pad. A big appeal behind the stumps. It'll trickle down towards a short third, and they'll cross over for a single. Let's have a look at the replay. It's been taken away from us. Here we go. We'll get another look at this on the YouTube stream.
Can't really see from the picture that we're seeing. My first thought was high. First thought that it was high. Michael Goff was unmoved, the umpire.
Revis on strike then. Harmer, a slightly quicker delivery, full length. That's blocked by Revis, no run. If we get to see another replay on the YouTube stream. Difficult to see from that angle. Harmer, fly to delivery. That one's driven up towards Elgar at a short mid-on. End of the 92nd over. Yorkshire 253 for 6. 115 shy of that Essex first innings total. And we're looking elsewhere in the county championship, up and down the country. Let's have a look.
My lot were doing all right down at Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Last time I looked, Lancashire were 370 on, 5 wickets down.
Well, 437 that is now.
Ooh. Stick them in for an hour tonight, get 3 out, and finish it all off by tomorrow lunchtime, get in the car and go home. Shot. Into mid-wicket, slow as this outfield, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially going up that hill, it does.
Yeah.
It just seems to pull up. It's Snater who's bowling.
Got a change of bowling. Snater's into the attack.
He's captain, isn't he, Jimmy?
He is really good as well. Yeah, I watched the last couple of days. I was down there at Chesterfield, and he well organised, good authority, good bowling change, his field positioning, really good. Snater again, nice and straight, and defended stoutly to mid-on.
You see bits on social media and the like. I've heard it on his podcast as well. It seems like he's really enjoying his cricket at the moment.
We had an interview with him, myself and Paul Allott last week, and he just said, I just enjoy playing cricket. Do not mention, he got really forceful, do not mention my age, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Snater again, past the umpire, bowls full of length into mid-wicket. Jordan Cox does the fielding and there's no run. He said, you've mentioned my age 5 times, will you stop? I'm not interested in how old I am. I like playing cricket, and as soon as I don't like it, I won't play. He said, I'm bowling as well as I ever have. He said, I've just got a body that stays fit. Yeah, I like cricket. He put him in his place, Allott. He just said, yeah, don't mention my age. Snater. Whipped into the leg side. Now this will go for 4. He's got a good bat on that, timed it nicely. It does bring 4. Will Sutherland, that's a lovely shot. He's moved on to 20. Very famous dad, hasn't he, Will Sutherland? His dad was chief exec, or whatever they call it, of Australia cricket.
He timed that really well, didn't he?
He did. It's a lovely shot. Yeah, through mid-wicket. Snater again. Pushed into square leg, and there's no run.
Well, I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to Jimmy hopefully being a part of the 2 Roses clashes that we still have left in the Blast.
Well, I've watched him bowl in the Blast. He's got 3 wickets twice, bowling the first 3 overs in the power play. Do you know he's still England's leading one-day wicket taker?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Snater, full of length and defended, ends the over, 259 for 6.
Before I leave you, Bumble, I quite enjoyed his admission. I think it was on his Tail Enders podcast that he does. He says, I don't mind being hit for 6 as much as I thought I would. Right, I'm going to pass you over to Nas. Bumble, it's been a pleasure.
He also said in this interview that I said, are you still as angry as you used to be on the field? He said, oh, don't. He said, it really embarrassed myself when I've gone off the field and thought, why did I say that? That's an awful thing to say to anybody. He said, I try to stay calm now. Yeah.
Afternoon, Bumble.
Good afternoon. Looks as if Simon Owen was just going to be camped at that end, doesn't it?
He does.
He's just going to stay down there, and the quickies will come from this end, which is a rugby stand end.
It does, and as you mentioned earlier, he'll be hoping to land some of those deliveries into some of those footmarks, hopefully. This one's flicked off his pads by Revis. He is on 45. Yorkshire scored 264-6.
Yeah, he's going to just keep plugging away, and might hit them footholds, but it also might be disturbing the top surface as well for Yorkshire's second innings.
Yeah, here he comes again. This next delivery is punched into the offside, no run there. Yeah, it's just those little subtle changes or subtle variations and just landing that ball. So that's a batting point number 1 in the bag for Yorkshire at 255 for 6. And the next shouts from Harmer, and he's been given by the umpire, and that is the end for Sutherland. The Australian batsman has to walk back after his innings, and Yorkshire 260 now for the loss after that particular loss of wicket there. Sutherland sort of walking back to the wicket.
I wonder if he's been given out playing no shot.
It is sometimes tricky to watch from this particular angle with where we are as well sometimes. So it's Dom Bess who's going to replace him. We're just going to have a look at the screen again and see if we can make a bit more sense out of that last dismissal.
Well, we've got the closed end view, so we're seeing it from behind, and I just want to know if he plays a shot at this. Ball pitches way outside in the footholds. I don't think he's played a shot. He's left it, and so it doesn't matter. He's looking. Will Sutherland's looking. Have I got outside the line of off stump?
Yeah.
But I think the interpretation from the umpire is you're not playing a shot. Don't matter where you stood. I think he's going to hit the stumps. It looks as if he shapes to play, then he withdraws his bat. He takes his bat away, and I think that's why he's been given out.
And that's why he's been given out. So
and I bet he hits that foothold as well.
Yeah,
it's well wide.
Yeah, it is well wide, isn't it?
Yeah.
So and so there's footholds that's starting to come into play now.
Well, they will do with a left arm at bowling, and if he's got any sense, he'll get as tight as he can until the umpire says, "Look, you're into that danger area." I don't like danger areas. I think they should be able to run where they want, and as long as they don't start kicking at the pitch. Well, if your run up takes you anywhere, then your spinner's in the game later on. So 7 down, 260 for 7.
Yeah, and Simon Harper in again. This time Best just plays the next shot just out into the offside. So yeah, Revis is still there on 46, 7 wickets down for Yorkshire. And they've still got some way to go as Starmer comes in. This next one just played out in front of him by Dom Bess. There's no further additions, and in fact it's the end of the over. A good over, that one, for Essex.
Your Prime Minister bowling now. He must be a busy lad. He just turned up here to have a bowl. Love it. He's versatile, isn't he? Snater will continue from this. What do we call this? A rugby stand end?
Rugby stand end. The other's the city stand end.
Yeah. They've got to get as close as they can.
That's the key, isn't it? That's the key.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Here he comes, Snater, and driven. Matt Revis. I tell you what, Dom Bess is a sticker. Earlier in the season, he got a really good century on a quick pitch at Headingley. He played well. He got it on the head. Finished, I think, at 106.
He strikes me as like a stubborn batsman. He sort of grind, he'll be there.
He reminds me, because he's come from Somerset, he reminds me a bit of Vic Marks.
Right.
Off spinner, and he gets stuck in when he's batting. Snater again. Smacked away. There's that.
Beautiful.
Oh, short and wide. Help yourself. 50. Well played.
Well played, Revis. 50 to him.
See, that's that delivery again that, you know, your bowling coaches will just be making a note of that. On a pitch like this, just keep it there. Keep it roundabout. Don't give that one. He's just hoping, come on, bowl me short and wide. Give me one. Wax it away. Snater again. Oh,
Edge.
Nick, edge.
Edge, but fell short.
Do you reckon it did? I think
Or did it? Is it no,
it's tight at second slip. He's gone for 4.
it's gone for 4.
Yeah, he's gone for 4.
It's just the way the fielder dived there. I thought it might.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, we'll do it the other way. You commentate, I'll summarise.
Okay.
Yeah? Instead of doing one end each.
Okay.
Yeah, you take over.
All right. We got Snater who's going to come in now, and he's going to bowl from this rugby stand-in, and he comes in and he bowls. And this next one just played back past the bowler, past the umpire, and there's no further runs there.
Have you been here previous two days?
I have,
And
yeah.
Probably a better crowd than there is today.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday's definitely a better crowd. I mean, definitely the first 2 days the sun was out, so it's glorious.
Yeah.
I mean, the stand that we're looking at in front of us now, where we've got all the blue seats, that was packed, pretty packed. As Snater comes in, this next delivery, this is squirted out into the off side, and there's no further additions to the score. Hospitality was full as well. Bit of a breeze yesterday. Today it's just dramatically changed.
Well, it's cooler.
It's cooler.
It's probably
a lot
about
cooler,
23
isn't it?
degrees.
Yeah.
But I mean, the very essence of county cricket.
It is.
There's nothing better than county cricket.
And you're going to have your ebbs and flows, aren't you? That's the nature of the beast that we're talking about. As Snater comes in, and this next delivery, let's see what happens here. And again, outside the off stump, and then through to the keeper. No further additions to the score, and it's the end of the over. 268 for 7. Revis on 54. In terms of your Coronation Street chat,
Yes.
I was listening to that earlier. So I spoke to Shobna Gulati, Coronation Street. Plays Sunita.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah?
I haven't seen it for a while.
Yeah.
I've sort of got out the habit.
She was a bit of a love interest for Dev. I don't know if you remember Dev.
Yeah, I
the guy
do
with
remember Dev. Dev had the shop, didn't he?
He did.
Yes.
He did have a shop. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's the one. So if I'm going to continue with the commentary, it's going to be Simon Harmer.
Yeah, you carry on.
Here we go, Simon Harmer. First ball, new. Oh, and that came. He attempted to paddle that, didn't he? And it sort of bobbled up and went pretty much nowhere. And again, I don't know if that hit one of those little.
Well, it looked as if he got bat on it, and wicketkeeper Pepper has anticipated, and he's palmed it. He's got a glove on it and palmed it down.
Here comes Simon Harmer again. This next delivery again is pushed into the offside. There's no run.
Off spinners, you don't like getting out to your opposite number.
No.
So Don Bess is batting against Simon Harmer, both off spinners.
Yeah, you won't want to go back into the changing room saying I've just been outdone by an off spinner. Simon Harmer comes in again. This one is again pushed into the leg side. No further run off that delivery. 268 for 7. Revis on 54. Don Bess yet to get off the mark. Here is Simon Harmer again, and this next one again is played into the offside. There's no run fielded close in.
He's got another attacking fielder in for Don Bess, so he's got a slip, a short leg, and a catching short mid-wicket. He's got 3 catches.
As Bess comes in, this next beg your pardon, Simon Harmer comes in. His best, of course, is facing, and nothing off that last delivery. Yes, Simon Harmer past the umpire. Short run up, of course. Spinner comes in. This one again is pulled this time, and it's pulled towards the boundary, and it's going to get to the boundary as well. 4 more runs. 4 runs there to Bess. I think he'll enjoy that.
Yeah, it's a pull shot. I think his first idea was he's just going to gently paddle it round. Finished up short of a length, and he pulled it to square leg. So a welcome boundary. These are so important now. These last 3 wickets, you've got to eke out as many as you can. 272 for 7. So it's less than 100 behind. Ideally, if they can get to... I mean, I'd always get a bit greedy and say, you get to 320, you've got to try and keep in touch, about 50 behind, and then bowl well in that 3rd innings. A lot of cricket to be played in this match.
All right, Bumble, I am going to pass over to Toppers, is going to take over from now, and I'll just give you the first ball of this brand new over. It's going to be Snater to come in, and there's no run off the first delivery past the umpire, and let's hand over.
Just a bit of prodding on the pitch. You haven't seen much gardening. We talked about the slowness of the pitch and the footholds. You haven't seen too many prodding and poking and gardening and looking suspiciously at the surface. The Snater comes in again and driven into the offside. It'll just be a single, a tumbling stop at mid-off by Tom Wesley. Are you on now, Toppers? Are you all right?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lloyd.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Average.
Oh.
Yeah, average.
Oh.
Doing all right.
Would it be better if the sun was out?
Well, it would for everybody concerned, but I don't like it too hot either.
Don't you?
No.
Gin and tonic?
No, not for me, that stuff, no.
Okay.
Oh, crikey, no.
Cappuccino?
No. I do like a cappuccino, that's nice. A cappuccino. I haven't ventured into other areas of mocha or latte.
Yes.
No. Cappuccino.
Slater in, and he bowls. It's played nicely off the front foot into the leg side, but alas, no run.
He played well in that a match at Headingley, which on a tasty pitch with a bit of pace, and he got 100. I thought, I think he opened the batting. Did he open the batting?
I think he has.
Yeah.
Whether it was that particular game.
He's a sticker.
Is he? In comes Snater. Snater bowls. He's changed ends. Has gone through to the keeper. No run. Snater came on before lunch and took a couple of wickets with the second new ball from the City end. Had a bit of an impact with that second new ball, as you often see in professional cricket. But he's now reverted to the rugby ground end. It's most of the times we in county cricket call the City end, you can see the city.
Yes.
But I call it the walled garden. Have you seen the nice wall and the garden beyond? This time it's played on the front foot into backward point, where it's fielded by Critchley. No run.
It's posh round here, you know. It is posh round here.
Houses, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have seen. Yeah.
I live about 25 minutes from here. It's nice round here.
I've never been to York ever. I've driven round it on the way to Scarborough in those Scarborough old festivals. Scarbados, yeah. Very attractive. As Slater comes in down the leg side, and it's well taken. They're looking. They've gone up for it. I think he's been strangled down the leg side as the Yorkshire batter, and he's going to have to go. The umpire gave him out pretty quickly, Bumble.
And he doesn't like it at all. He's just looked to the heavens, and he's tucked his bat under his arm. The gloves are off.
Good take by Pepper.
It is. And it's one of these that many people say that's a strangle down the leg side. Ian Botham would go apoplectic. He said, there's two edges. This is an inside and an outside. I'm not bothered what I hit. Now then, Ben Cord saw, a little bit of trouble here. How does Revis play? Yeah. He's on 55 at number 6 and he's running out of partners.
Yeah, played beautifully actually.
He has. He's played really well. And Don Bess with another look to the heavens, and he's carrying his bat by the blade.
The disappointing thing when you talk about a strangle, and I mentioned that on the commentary at the time, it's not as if you're bowled a Jaffa and you've squared him up, or you've been caught brilliantly with a decent Jaffa that's jagged away or something. You've just clipped it and you've got the finest of edges. And I have to say, Pepper, big man Pepper,
he is.
Tall man for a keeper, and he was able to extend and take a great catch. Snater's got 4 for now.
Well, but from what I've seen, he's an unlikely 4-fer.
Yeah.
The way that he looks at a medium pacer, and pitched it up there, and of course, when you looks in and you get a nick down the leg side, but we've just seen him come off here. He genuinely doesn't think that he's hit that. If you look in the paper, it'll tell you that you have.
Harmer's in and he bowls and he drags Revis forward, where he plays with soft hands into the offside, no run.
So this leg side boundary, and you look at the wall garden and the trees, that is so inviting. Now, 8 down.
It is.
8 down.
Harmer's in, bowls, and this is a lap. He's swept, but he's missed it. It's cannoned off his bag leg into the offside, and there is no run. We might mention that long on, just in front of the scoreboard, the only solid scoreboard on the ground, there is an Essex player, and they've obviously got a deep mid-wicket as well. But you would back to beat the distance, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a big hit.
Harmer in a little slower, played off the back foot. He spotted the length and just pushed it back down the wicket. There is no run.
I do like a counter-attack. I don't know how good Cord is in at number 10, but when you're on 55, you think, right, I'll take all the strike and I'll start scoring.
Harmer in again. Little Fuller, he's got an edge which has gone very fine out to really short third man, where backward point. Khalil Ahmed does the fielding. 1 run, gets off strike. Code has 1 to his name. Brevis gets off strike, brings Code on to face with number 10 on his back. Harmer's bringing square leg up into the 1, and that's right, because he wants to. He's only brought him in a couple of yards. I thought he was bringing him up. Code facing Harmer. Harmer bowls, good length. It's driven back to Harmer on his follow through on the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, he could have new batsman Ben Cord, quality of Simon Harmer, he could have another catcher right in front of him.
On the offside?
Yeah.
Now that's ballooned a little bit. Has that just gripped? But it's gone off the elbow, I believe. And the man under the lid, which is Charlie Allison, he's dived for it, couldn't quite get it. It may have hit something, but I don't think it was bat or glove.
No, I think he's come off his body or his elbow. And again, it's a spinning ball. The ball's spun. Short leg driving forward and just parries the ball. That means Revis is still. Revis will be on strike now. He's on 56. Depends how good Ben Cord is. Can he hang around? The 274 for 8. So I got 90 behind, something like that.
Yeah, 94? No, yeah, something like that. If you were coaching captain, from an Essex point of view, any lead will be beneficial.
Handy, very handy.
Would you like to do this over, or do you want to analyse?
I'll do this one. Yeah, it's Snater again, so he's looking for a 5-fer. You always think as a bowler also, when you get down to 10-11, I'll nip one of these out. Which, again, talking in Yorkshire, so we can talk in Yorkshire. When you talk to Fred Truman years and years ago, he got 5 for every innings. Every innings, Fred. 5 for. Well, I get the first 2 out. Well, no, they said he'd do ball, get the first 2 out, and then I'll have a rest, and then I'll come back and they'll get a partnership, I'll get 1 there. Always bring me back at the end, I'll get 10 and 11, there's me 5 for. I just thought he got 5 for every innings. I said to him, what about when they were 200 for 2, Fred? What about when they were 200 for 2? He said, how many have they dropped? How many have they dropped?
Wonderful. Always enjoyed listening to him, be it on Test Match Special or in person.
Snater again. Ben Cord.
The one thing I'll say about Snater, I've watched him quite a lot over the years. I don't know if you know, he's actually a cousin of Jason Roy. He grew up in Zimbabwe and emigrated, qualified for Holland, had played for Holland.
The Hollish.
Yeah. So Tenduscarter was key in bringing him over as a net bowler.
He's with India now.
He is indeed, yeah. And Snater, I'm going to, from a bowling perspective, Bumble after this. Snater bowls and played out to offside for no run. He has the ability, all right, he's a little bit quicker. He's medium pace, but
he's
a little
skiddy,
bit quicker. He's got a quick arm action, bit of a snap in his action. But what he does do, he has the ability to bowl magic deliveries. You know, some bowlers do have that knack.
Absolutely.
And Snater has the ability to bowl some magic deliveries, and he does get good players out.
Bowls again, full of length and defended by Ben Cord. Awkward defence. 275 for 8. All quiet, isn't it? It's quiet here at York. I tell you, it's posh. You're in the posh end of York here, Clifton. Wonderful club, this. Fabulous. In the North Yorkshire Premier League, and they'll be one of the premier clubs. The Snater gets to the end of his run. Charges in again. Hits the crease. Full length, a swing and a miss. Swing and a miss from Ben Cord. And he plays it again. The shadow plays it. Opening bowler Ben Cord in at number 10.
If you were batting with him, if you were Revis, what would you be saying to him?
Just stick
with me.
In. Yeah, just stick in. He's also, Revis has got to try and take all the strike. There's a way of manoeuvring that. He's got to get all of the strike and then manoeuvre the strike, which might just allow him to have a little pop at the off spinner. Snater again. Ben Cord drives. He's going to get one, just one. Ahmed the fielder at the end of the over.
I sensed he mistimed that a little bit.
He did. He's number 10, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, 276 for 8. Yeah, he's on the drive and his stiff front leg and he stands up and his head's going backwards. He got a thick inside edge and he thinks I should get 4 for that. All the effort that's gone in, he got a single. That's not a great single for Yorkshire, isn't that?
Essex will be happy, won't they?
They wanted the single. You can have one there, so he's got to somehow either survive this. Now, I think you've got to get proactive, Essex.
Have another one under the lid.
Get 2 or 3.
Where would you take him from? Would you bring long on up? Harmer's in. Harmer bowls this time, to Code. Code comes forward. He plays a similar just push drive, misses it. It cannons on the offside, where you would like an extra man under the lid.
I'd have Snater, who's at cover point, bring him in. He's at number 10. He's not good enough.
Do you need Ahmed at backward point against the turning ball?
Any of them, put him at gully.
In comes Harmer. Harmer this time bowls a little straighter. Code plays bat and pad tight together. Plays it into the offside, no run.
No, I mean, it's one of them when you get excited in a commentary position. It's nothing to do with us. It's what they're doing out there. But we all like to be captains and we all like to change the field.
This time, squeeze again into the area that Bumble is enjoying, because he would like to see a man on the under the lid on the offside. So there would be 3 round the bat, not the 2. The conventional slip, the forward short leg on the leg side, and a man on the offside, but he isn't there at the moment. Harmer, little quicker ball this time, little flatter, but they don't take the single as Dean Elgar prevents the single at mid-wicket.
And he was like watching a fire go out the other day, wasn't he, Dean Elgar? He batted and batted and batted. Jeffrey'd have loved it. Jeffrey'd have liked it.
I wonder what Jeffrey thinks of Dominic Sibley.
300. Yeah.
I never got that in my career. As this is played into the leg side, where Dean Elgar again fields at short mid-wicket. There is no run.
I always have my innings like that, and there were 2 double hundreds that I can remember yesterday. The concentration, just concentrate.
Adam Hose.
Yeah, Adam Hose.
And was it not Yates? As this time played outside the off stump, it's left alone, well left. Being watchful there was Code, but a little quicker ball by Harmer, and it went straight through to the keeper to conclude the end of the over. 276 for 8, which according to my maths, 24, isn't that 82 ahead, isn't it? I'll take my shoes and socks off.
Yeah, something like that. 8, yeah. So they've got to keep eking away at this. I thought ideally 50, it's manageable 50, but any lead is always an advantage. And then you've got to bowl well in that 3rd innings. Yeah. And if you can, you know what it's like. If it's 3rd innings, you've got a 50 lead, but you get up 30 for 3, they're 80 for 3. Game on. Yes.
Right, we're going to come to this. If you take this over, but I'm going to ask you and talk to me about it as we go on. Imagine you're captain. Essex were troubled scoring runs. So do they take a positive approach in their 3rd innings?
Snater again comes in, full of length, and they're giving him a single. So he's took the single. Yeah. So he must be confident in Cord. You can handle this. So he must be, because he wouldn't have took that single. Yeah. So he said, "You're okay. You're fine."
I don't like it when you see professional game where they defend or protect the number 10s. I'm not comfortable with that.
But you get a stalemate, don't you?
I say, back your man, and your man must take responsibility as a tail ender.
That's what he's done here. He has. Just said, you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Give him the confidence to do so.
Snater again. Defended by Code. Just into the offside, and there's no run. 277 for 8.
See where this game could go. Let's just say there is a lead. You said 50, maybe 60, 75. But if Essex get a lead, what do Essex do? Essex have to be. Now this is going back to your playing days,
right? Yeah,
because what I would say is Essex have to be positive. The other side of the coin is if Essex are quite positive and do get bowled out, that's good for the game for tomorrow.
Snater again, full of length, into the offside, and they pinch a single, shy of the stumps and misses, but it is a comfortable single.
What you don't want is Essex blunting it or not being able to score. So if they're in the ascendancy and have a small lead, they may need to be not aggressive, not ridiculously, not throw caution to the wind, but they do have to have a positive batting.
You've got to know when to change gear. You get rid of the new ball, get rid of that, keep it quiet. It must be me that's going. Has everybody gone home?
No, you stay. You enjoy.
No, I've been here an hour and a bit. I've outstayed my welcome. Snater again. Yeah, they'll pinch another single. This is good. That is good from Yorkshire.
It is.
They're giving them the single and they're saying, thanks very much, we'll have it. Yeah. We'll have it. Jonathan Dodge is looking at his...
He's done the rota.
He did this at lunchtime and now he can't make head nor tail of it. Yeah. He's going to have to start again. I'll tell you what's happening. I'm coming off here at the end of this over, boss.
Have you had enough?
I've been here, I don't know. I've been here since yesterday.
And there's me thinking you were at Chesterfield yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just an illusion.
What a lovely...
That was a song, I think.
That was a
just
song.
an
Who was
illusion.
it?
I can't remember.
Shalimar.
Just an illusion.
No, it was imagination.
Imagination.
Nothing to do with Shalimar at all. Pushed into the leg side. So,
They did a remix, I'm sure.
is it still going, Glastonbury, the great unwashed? People have been down, never had a wash for I don't know how long.
That's where they drink cappuccino and latte.
Oh dear. Rod Stewart was on Monday. Rod Stewart and Ronnie Wood. End of over. We're all musical chairs. You're coming in this chair, Toppers. Doige is going in yours.
You might have some atmosphere as well now.
There we are.
The fax mic were off.
No, it wasn't, was it?
Yeah.
That's the end of the over. It's 279 for 8. I think Henry's arrived and he couldn't find it.
Oh, bring him up. Well, here we are, just 5 young lads trying to get on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Doige.
Good afternoon, Don.
How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. I may have slightly overindulged at lunch, and so I tried to get a lap in to walk a bit of it off. Not quite sure how much good that's done. Great lunch, though.
It was.
We should play all our home games at York.
Oh, I like it here. Yeah, no, I do. I like it. I like, how can I say, outground cricket. It's going to be Harmer. Harmer bowling right arm over to Code. Code comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat, shapes it and allows it to go into the offside. There is no run.
Got a bit of a prime ministerial look about him, hasn't he, as he runs up to bowl?
Who? Harmer. Oh, is that? Oh, tongue-in-cheek. As he comes into bowl, this is driven in the offside safely for 1, and they're going to rotate the strike, brings Revis onto strike. I'm going to be honest, I do believe Harmer doesn't do this often enough for me. And I don't know if it's Harmer or Wesley the captain, but they don't often have a man on the offside, and they could take it away from, say, Ahmed at backward point.
Yeah, they should have an election between deliveries and decide where they're going to place the field.
Harmer bowls and fields off his own bowling. Another dot ball. Revis could go in to out if he wanted to. There's a man on cow corner in front of square where he comes forward. Revis plays with the full face, gets a good stride in and just plays it into the leg side. No run. Yeah, there's a deep square leg, but actually in front. There's a long on in front of the scoreboard as Harmer comes in. This is driven into the offside, finds Snater at cover, no run. Still a little bit of wind here, little drift.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's probably a lovely temperature. We haven't seen the sun today. It's very high cloud, quite grey, but very nice here. This is short, played off the back foot. It's going to run away for 4. That's actually a very good shot, timed beautifully. Played it on the length. I should imagine Harmer will kick himself for the delivery. It's 4 easy runs. Good shot. 285 for 8. And with him, Revis, who's just hit that 4, has gone 63. And Code to face on 4.
Wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Revis wins the Yorkshire batting averages this season because of where he's going in and the fact that he's run out of partners a time or two. Mentioned earlier on, he did it at Trent Bridge last week. There's only 2 wickets left here. He's in the 60s and playing really well. Yeah, okay, he might go next or the final wicket, but the odds are probably on him still being there. He's got Ben Code and Jack White to accompany him. He's still a fair way away from 3 figures here, but could be another nice, juicy red inker.
We've had a lovely text from Barry Waghorn, who's in Spain, listening to us and watching us, enjoying. Big Essex man he is, saying, come on the Essex.
Afternoon, Bezza.
Yeah, good man. But would you believe it? He is a huge West Ham fan.
Is he? What, coming from Essex and being a West Ham fan? Yes, yes.
Out in the sun?
It's not uncommon, is it?
No, he's a good man. Big Essex fan. Now, I don't know if you ever remember when Essex won their first trophy in 1979. I think it was the Benson and Hedges.
Yes, I remember watching that on the box, yeah.
After this ball.
Yeah, Ahmed round the wicket left arm, and that's missed by Ben Codd. It was full and wide.
Well, it was Mr. Barry Waghorn who ran out when Gooch got 100. Was it against Yorkshire?
Not in 79.
No, Surrey. Anyway, Gooch got a big score, and when he celebrated, he ran out and gave Gooch a beer, and Gooch took a sip of it and then ran back off to his seat. In 1979. He'd have been arrested today.
Here's Ahmed in again, that ball shaping back in towards Ben Codd. Look at that foot movement or lack of. There's basically none of that from Ben on that occasion, and then just a little bit of a waft outside off stump. Misses out.
You remember that? No?
1979 Benson and Hedges Cup final.
Gooch got runs.
Yeah.
Mr. Waghorn ran
I remember
out.
the game because I remember Gooch getting runs.
Who was it against?
It was against Surrey, yes. Essex 290 for 6, Surrey 255, all out. Another delivery very similar to the ball before. Ben not stepping into that. Player of the match, Graham Gooch, 120.
Yeah.
Jeff Howarth got 74 for Surrey. Norbert Phillip, 3 for 42.
Yeah, gosh. Very honoured. Gooch was one of my captains, so was Jeff Howarth.
I reckon you were probably just trying to rub it in because on the 4th of July, almost, 46 years ago to the day, Yorkshire were beaten by Essex in the semi-final. As Codd, again, waits for a full-length delivery to get to him. This time he gets some bat on it, but diverts it to Walter at Gully. No run. Yeah, the semi-final scores 173 for 9 Yorkshire in their 55. Richard Lum 75.
Yes.
And Essex 174 for 7. G.A. Gooch 49.
Mr. Boycott playing that game?
It probably would have been, wouldn't he? Ray East got 2 for 25 for the Essex boys, and Arnie Sidebottom 3 for 35 for the Yorkies. 55 overs, of course, that competition was, as Codd pushes one out into the covers this time, and they get a single. Let's have a look and see.
There's a lot of controversy about all the different formats we have today, but back then we had the Gillette Cup used to be 65. They then brought it back to 60. So we had the Gillette NatWest 60, and then we had the Benson Hedges 55. Really, was there a major bit of difference at all between 55 and 60? Just saying.
Not a lot. Ahmed in, punched by Revis to Wesley at mid-off. No run. No, in fact, G. Boycott did not play. Yorkshire's openers that day and put on 107 for the first wicket with Richard Lum with his 75 and John Hampshire 53. He's not going to thank me for this if he's listening, but a certain Kay Sharp, who joins us on commentary quite a bit, was 0 off 2. LBW to Norbert Phillip. Bill Athy made just the 1. Jim Love, who was, I don't know if you've seen Jim today, but he was here yesterday, made 2. David Leslie Bestow run out for 10. Arnie Sidebottom 0. Phil Carrick 1. It was a bit of a collapse, wasn't it, to be fair, after 107 for 1. Graham Stevenson 13.
Gosh.
Chris Old 1. Howard Cooper 4.
Harmer in. Nice delivery, played on the front foot. I think it's cannoned off the elbow, perhaps, of Codd. I do think just a few things. It's a slightly newer ball, isn't it? It's probably, 20 odd overs old now. But it's a slightly harder ball on this ever-changing surface here at York Cricket Club. This is slightly fuller, straighter, driven strongly through mid-on out to long-on where it's fielded and they take the single. Revis is back on strike, 63, valuable, very fine runs today. Armour in, bowls. This is swept. It's cannon off the pad, so there's an ooh and an ah, gone into the offside, but alas, no chance of a dismissal. Yeah, Bumble was talking about what you said about Revis having opened the batting previously. Can't remember where that was. This is a quicker ball. by Harmer, who's trying to find out which pace the ball will turn on this wicket. That certainly was a little bit quicker, negotiated by the all-rounder. Crouches in his stance, clipped into the leg side, but Dean Elgar, I believe, fields well at mid-wicket. There is no run. 287 for 8. Quiet, but Revis is playing nicely. Lots of people chatting beneath us, watching the cricket. This is lapped. That's lapped for 4. He's played that very well. He's played it down. He's made a very good connection, got his front foot slightly out of the way, and was able to make sure he avoided Noah Thane, who's in front of square. And I have to say that was not a bad delivery, but an excellent execution of a well-played sweep. So they move to 291 for 8, and that 4 increases Revis's total to 67 not out.
A few bits of correspondence to get through. Peter Horseman messaged in earlier with a light-hearted comment. He says from not too far away, Selby, great coverage, but why do we have a camera wobble quite a bit? Is it windy or is it bumble on the camera? Well, of course, you know what I'm going to say, Peter. That the broadcast, as far as audio is concerned, on this occasion, has nothing to do with the camera work. It's just linked up to it. So that needs to go somewhere else, as Khalil Ahmed's in and bowling to Code, who pushes out square on the offside. But I take your point that it was a light-hearted comment. Apologies to those of you who've also messaged in earlier to say you couldn't hear NASA. Wasn't around at that point, but I was assured that was sorted out. Scarborough, that's what I was going to talk about, Scarborough, because I was referring to Scarborough yesterday and didn't manage to get this back out on air. That's wide off stump. It's not a great delivery from Ahmed, and it's gone for 4 through the cordon. Ben Code playing again wide of his body, but there were a few dissenting voices, shall we say, against Scarborough putting the prices up by 50%, 33 quid from £22 this year. I was saying that Scarborough, if they want, through whoever that may be, often is Bill Mustoe, are welcome to their right of reply to that when we go to Scarborough in a few weeks' time, 2 weeks in succession.
Sure.
As Code punches one through the covers and Thane fields, they get 1. Bill did reply yesterday and didn't manage to get this out on air, but he was also saying the Kookaburra at Scarborough with a bit more pace and bounce in that pitch might be interesting, and it will be interesting to see if that makes a difference from what we've seen on a fairly dead pitch here. So it's a good point, Bill. We'd obviously welcome you to our broadcast in Scarborough as ever, and any points you might want to address, you're welcome to do so, as Revis punches that to deepish mid-off where Wesley fields, and they get 1.
I don't agree with Essex giving them the single here.
Yeah.
I really don't. They're not making him work for that single. They're giving him the single so they bowl at the slightly inferior batsman, Code. But Code has been out there for a little while.
Controversial, Mr. Topley.
Code is actually
slightly no longer inferior.
He's no longer a newcomer to the wicket.
No, he's got double figures to his name. Here's Ahmed round the wickets. Oh, Ben Code, look at this. Put that one in the diary, folks, because Ben Code's pulled one through mid-wicket. Short delivery. And right over the top of it as well. 300 up for Yorkshire. That's a second batting bonus point. We are still within the realms of the 110 overs, and he's on to 15.
Well, great shot, great execution, average delivery. But come on, Essex, just get back onto the horse here. We've just had what I call an indifferent 5-10 minutes. Come on, it's important that we clinically get rid of the tail.
Now then, this time it's gone to the covers, Code. It's slowing up as it goes towards the boundary, and Wesley chases it down, and just the 2 this time, but 17 to Ben at the end of the 105th over, and 303 for 8 the Yorkshire total, with Matthew Revis going nicely on 68.
Yep, come on Essex, you've just lost your way for 5 or 10 minutes here, having done quite well before lunch, done well, but just now we need to just stay on ball, on point. Don't give them easy runs in this situation. If it all goes quiet, don't allow them free scoring runs. If it all goes quiet, just turn the tap off and bore them into submission. You know, they have the chance of a little lead, and if they're not careful, that little lead will become very little lead. Harmer to start a new over. And look, we've changed the field placing now for Revis. We've got a man, a conventional deep square leg now, and they're played into the leg side where Dean Elgar does a bit of good fielding to prevent the single. So 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. Mid-off is up. There's no other boundary defenders apart from 3 on the leg side. This time a little slower. They comes forward, it turns, and it played into the leg side where it goes to the man square at 45, Walter, but they do come in for the single. Now we've seen Code lap well, but they've changed the field, and that position of lapping is available again. Seen him do it once. Will Harmer bowl a little bit further to the off stump? In he comes, bowls, and he does, and this has gone out to backward point where Khalil Ahmed fields, and there is no run. Do you sense this has just lost their way for 5-10 minutes?
Yep, and sometimes that can be just enough, can't it? If you have if that goes to half an hour, lose your grip a little.
Harmer, little slower. Code comes forward with a long stride, plays it with the full face of the bat, and there is no run. Talking about with Bumble about the man on the offside. We've now moved a forward short leg into leg slip. Harmer coming round the wicket, and this is played into the leg side, just changing the angle to see if anything else happens off the surface for the off spinner. But he doesn't have a man under the lid on the offside too often. Harmer in a little bit quicker, goes into the offside, no run, end of the over. And of course the one thing I wasn't able to ask Bumble, when you have a man under the lid on the offside and on the leg side, Doige, you find batsmen, because they are in the eye line of the batsman, you find batsmen play mentally, they play differently. They might not lunge as far, which brings the LBW or perhaps even a nick into play. If you don't have the man on the offside, you can afford to use your feet, as in long strides. But when there's a man there, you don't seem to move your feet as much. So it's a mind game as well, this game of cricket, played in the mind.
Oh yes, a large percentage of it as well.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to this level, everybody's got ability. They wouldn't be playing at this level if they didn't.
Correct.
And then the stuff that sets, I think, you know, quite a lot of those players who get to the next level apart is that mental side.
And as
they handle that better, don't they?
As we are doing now, we chat about it. We have opportunities to talk about the game. And of course...
It's Critchley with his leg spin in a change at the rugby ground end, and Revis helps himself to a 1 to the sweeping Thane, first ball.
Players are no different. They might chat about it in the dressing room, but you have long periods where you're not involved, and you have long periods where you just sit on your own and think, and that often impacts on the player.
Yeah, I mean, we know, don't we? There may have been players you played with yourself at Essex who hated, you know, they didn't want to wait to get in. They had to be in and out there and be busy first of all. And the worst thing in the world for them was to bat 5 or say something like that, where you might have been sitting there most of the day on a good batting day for your team without, you know, seeing the ball in the middle. As Code pushes that one out into the offside, no run. And you know, some players are just better when they're in and among it than they are with that frustration of having to wait.
Nasser Hussain was like that. He was hard work waiting to bat.
Yeah, Code flicks one off the legs here. Critchley just dropping it a little bit too much outside leg stump and helped on its way down towards the long leg boundary. They've got back for 3. Ben Code will move on to 20 and Yorkshire to 308 for 8.
Well, the cricket match is going over the road beyond the rugby posts at the other, what was that called?
Clifton Alliance.
Clifton Alliance Cricket Club.
Critchley to Revis, who turns it into the leg side, the bowler fields. Graham Gooch, obviously, you know, one of the great opening batters. Did Gooch, and don't laugh at this question because I can't remember the early part of his career that well myself, and I know he obviously was a fantastic opening batter as Revis punches this one along the deck to Ahmed at long on for 1. Did Gucci open all the time without exception for Essex, or was there times when he batted, say, 3 or something like that? I don't know.
Most of the time he opened. Early on in his career, didn't always open.
Yeah.
He would come in a little bit later, and he would obviously bowl a bit as well. But as he became the great Graham Gooch, he would have always opened. There was only one game.
As Code turned one just back with a square leg for a single.
And maybe some Essex fans will write in, and I can't remember exactly the year, but we played at Lord's and he went off for some discussions. I can't remember who with, but it was at Lord's and he didn't open. He came in on 6 and I think he got runs at 6. I think David East may have got 100, where he kept hooking Wayne Daniel, Neil Williams and Norman Cowans into the stands. He stood there waiting at a hook shot and they kept delivering a bouncer. David East scored runs, and I think Graham Gooch was absent, so he didn't open and he batted about 6 but got runs.
We've got a change in the com box with Jamie to come in for yourself. I'm going to say yours truly, and that's me. So first ball of this Harmer over, played out into the offside by Code. There is no run. And Toppers having a breather. Jamie Rayner coming back in. Do come back at about 3:40, Toppers, if you can. 3:40 would be grand. Thank you. That'll take us up to tea then, I reckon. They weren't far off getting all their overs in the first session of the day. Harmer bowls. Code pushing forward and missing that one. Pepper quickly whips off the bails. No issue for Ben. Foot firmly anchored. 310 for 8. This pair came together when the score was 273. So a pretty useful 9th wicket stand, especially in the context of the game with Yorkshire losing fairly regular wickets today. Code turning another one into the leg side and Elgar Fields. Welcome back, JR.
Doigi, I think it's the first time I've been on comms with you today, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I've been trying to avoid you, and likewise, I think.
Yeah.
To be fair, I noticed you were celebrating not being on the rota with me in the morning session as Code slides, Harmer slides one down the leg side, and it's going to be fired back in by Jordan Cox. Didn't notice whether Michael Goff.
Nope.
He didn't signal. No, it's a 2 off the bat actually. Well,
that's a chance,
Ben Code. Yeah, got to be, hasn't it?
In fact, Allison's got a touch on that. He's got a hand to it.
Well spotted. So another one bites the dust. 3:12 for 8. They've had the opportunities to wrap this up before now, Essex. Yorkshire, I think, by the sound of things, can consider themselves unlucky on a couple of occasions. Code missed the last ball of the over there, past the outside edge. George Hill looked to get a pretty rough one earlier on in the day. LBW to Shane Snater without scoring. I was standing down by the sight screen when Don Best was out, couldn't tell from that angle, but from reports walking back round, those who'd watched it back on the pictures were suggesting that they didn't think he hit it.
His reaction would suggest that as well. I think he was rather frustrated with the decision that he felt had gone against him. We noticed that Bumble called that when he was making his way off the field.
Got shots on the stream at the moment of Alistair Lyth, Adam's dad, in the orange polo shirt. They talk about bloodstock in horse racing, one of my other favourite sports, but imagine being the sire of a man who's scored over 15,000 first-class runs. He must be worth a few quid, Alistair Lyth.
Critchley from the rugby ground end. Slip in place, Jordan Cox. Fine leg as well. Matthew Revis lets that run.
Afternoon, by the way, to Rob Richtering as well. Good to hear from you, Rob. Bumped into him yesterday in the marquee over the way. Rob, absolute stalwart of this league.
Critchley, shorter delivery, that's clipped off the hip by Revis. He sets off for 2 initially, and then I think he realised that Snater had made good ground from straight mid-wicket.
I wouldn't have, obviously, I've never been involved in, apart from as the MC of the dinner for the York Premier League North, but I know Rob got an award, I think one of the first times I MC'd, just one of those great people in league cricket who does so much and usually totally unheralded. So great to hear from you, Rob. Hope you're well.
Defensive push by Ben Code, now on strike for no run. Critchley, right arm over. That one seemed to keep low as it came through to Code. Backing away, defensive block. Handy runs this from Ben Code, 23 to his name. Partnership worth 40 now between these two. Got to say, I've really enjoyed Revis's knock so far. 72. As that one's tickled down the leg side. Short fine leg comes round to field. Not sure if Code got a touch on that. I don't think he did. Pepper certainly did, but he didn't take it cleanly behind the stumps. End of the 109th. And Yorkshire 313 for 8.
And he's gone in at 6, I'm right in saying, Anna here, Rev. So he's generally batted lower than that in recent times. Sometimes goes in at this spot on the ladder, but I think he's earned this on his performances this season.
Yeah, well, I was there with you at Trent Bridge for his 93, and look, I know it was conditions and it's a flat pitch and soft kookaburra ball, but he played really well in that innings as well.
Harmer then to Revis, just pushes one back to the South African.
Particularly been good on the back foot. Lovely cuts through the covers. He's picked up length well.
Dip at the knees he has. That's the trigger movement. That one's skidding through outside off stump, doesn't really bounce, and that's just the way of things I think on this surface, as we've seen throughout the 3 days so far as we approach the halfway point on day 3. Revis turning one into the leg side. In fact, we're probably past the halfway point on day 3. Elgar Fields.
You've swapped the shorts for the trousers.
I did, yeah. Not that I'm not particularly cold, but just if it does drop later on, I'm already sorted then.
Yeah. Forward planning.
You know, what can I say?
As if you
broadcast doesn't run itself, you know.
Bring a pair of trousers, you're thinking that much about it, that you've got a change of clobber. No, right, yeah. It's not a criticism.
You'll get there.
Always learning. Always learning.
Just another 25 years to go.
Allison's come from fine leg round to a shortish mid-wicket, and Elgar, who was occupying that space, is now in at leg slip.
That challenge Revis. Well, here's the delivery from Harmer around the wicket. That one slightly more whippy in his arm action. Varies his pace well. Varies his position on the crease. So what comes out of the hand as well. So there's a fair bit happening when Simon Harmer's bowling.
Well, he didn't take the single on offer there, Matthew Revis. No. He could have done, but then he has done in other overs with Ben Code. So is he protecting him from Harmer specifically? Because he's shown in overs prior that he trusts Code's ability.
Could be. He's over the wicket here. Revis stretches forward into this and drops it out. square on the offside, no run.
And that was a point of discussion that we had at Trent Bridge, wasn't it? How he orchestrates the tail. And maybe didn't do it so well at Trent Bridge, but seems to be navigating it better here in York.
And again, pushed out into the offside once again by Revis. That just rushed onto him a little bit, but he clearly, as you'd expect, looks the more confident of the two playing against Simon Harmer. And this is a real good knock-in context from Matthew Revis. We've seen Adam Lyth put on 84, adding further weight of runs to an already excellent season, and 1,000 definitely within reach for Budge. And then Matthew Revis, 72. Well, I think the 1,000 may be beyond reach for him, but he's doing a cracking job this season. On striking end now as Ben Code on 23 prepares to face Matt Critchley, who's first over. Can be forgiven for it, was it? Maybe a little bit on the loose side, just picked him off to some extent. But we've seen him get wickets against Yorkshire already this season.
And on for 20 from his 8 overs. Now 8.1 as that one's cut through the covers for a single to Ben Code, and Matthew Revis will be on strike. And he supports which football team, Rev?
Bradford City.
Absolutely. He knows what he's doing. He's on strike now. Wide stance, low crouch. He meets the pitch of the ball and pushes it towards mid-off. Big Paul Walter doing the fielding. No run. So what are Yorkshire? 314 for 8. 368 would be parity. That's driven firmly up towards long on, and he's more than happy to take the single and rotate the strike, which brings Ben Code to the crease. Realigns, slip in place. And that's lofted over mid-on, straight down the ground. In fact, it's over mid-off. It's a lovely cricket shot that from Ben Code. Just one bounce, 4 runs.
Yeah, well, vacant, isn't it, really, mid-off? I mean, Tom Wesley's kind of positioned himself in a wide one, hasn't he?
Yeah, in fact, it was a good response by Critchley, who's beaten the outside edge there. Just dragged his length back ever so slightly. Yeah, the angle that we're at, after watching a replay, I've done Code a disservice there, because it's almost an inside-out shot, the way he's lofted it against the spin. That one's pushed back to him by Code. Top ball to complete the 111th over. 319 for 8. Yorkshire. Code has moved on to 28. Lovely shot this. We watch a replay on the stream. Great balance at the crease, and it was almost effortless as he drove over the head of Critchley.
Yeah, we'll get up not Matthew Revis's, Ben Code's card for the season in a mo. With the bat, we know, of course, he has those days where he can score runs if they bowl it in his areas and he can hit down the ground. He's pretty strong in most places, really. In front of the wicket, certainly outside off stump. Has to get his hands through the ball. Average is just under 15 for his career, with the highest of 69. And that came at Scarborough, didn't it? Revis on strike. Steps into this and drives along the deck down to long on for a single. Well, Ben Code's passed 100 for the season in this innings. Started the match on 94, so I make it 122 he's scored. Below his career average so far this season, going into this innings, 11.75, and he's 3 short of his highest score of the campaign, which was 31. So one little milestone for the season at least to try and improve on as he pads off to this next Harmer delivery. leg slip, as well as an orthodox slip. Jordan Cox the latter, Dean Elgar the former. Harmer over the wicket. Code goes over the top and all the way for 6. Down towards the secret garden. Lands among the spectators lining that side of the ground, and with one stroke he's gone past his previous best of the season, and now has a PB of 34. 326 for 8. They may still get parity here, Yorkshire. They're 42 runs behind what Essex posted. Here's Harmer again, and having hit the 6 like all good batters. He tried to work that one out for a single and rotate the strike, and quite manage it.
A lovely shot though, he went with the spin. He's free in the arms, Ben Code. Really useful runs for Yorkshire now. Tail end of this innings.
Harmer again. Code over the top of it. Into the leg side where Charlie Allison, shin pads underneath his cricket trousers, does the fielding. Harmer again. Oh, Code's gone back foot and flicked this one away past Dean Elgar at leg slip. Paul Walter chased it down and they got back for 2. So Code, good over for him, good over for Yorkshire. 36 now to Ben, 328 for 8, precisely 40 runs behind. Yorkshire will emerge from this with 2 batting points. The 110 overs now up, and it looks almost inevitable Essex will get 3 bowling points. It'd be interesting actually, given their proximity in the table. If Yorkshire got to parity, would they possibly pull out to stop Essex getting an extra bonus point if they haven't lost another wicket by then? Oh, well, it doesn't matter, does it? What am I talking about? We've passed 110 overs. Forget that, idiot Deutsch.
Yeah, look, I didn't want to say anything though.
No, well done you for not.
Let you crack on.
I recognise my own ignorance. 328 for 8. Drinks break time. And Richard Robinson is around. So yeah, he's asking if we fancy him for 10 minutes after tea, and I think we'd love to have a chat about
absolutely we
would. The Headingley ground and the
yeah.
Test match.
Yeah, most definitely. And what a brilliant job both he and his team did at Headingley. Lovely drone footage shot here on the stream. Seeing both the cricket pitches, both of which are in use.
You can see your car there, can't you? The Bentley, just in the
reserve
main
spot. Yeah.
Reserve spot just behind the clubhouse.
Cordoned off. It's got my name on it.
Lord Rayner.
Yep.
Of Thorpe Audlin.
Of Thorpe Audlin. Just making sure I'm blocking you in as well. Yeah. Partnership is worth 55.
Well done. That was quick. Tell you what, you were attending math lessons.
Not that it's on my screen here or anything like that, yeah.
Well done.
I could have taken the plaudits then, couldn't I?
You should have, really.
Yeah, I know.
Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. Noah Thane coming back into the attack. And I will give you some updated correspondence if that decides it's ever going to update. Let's have a look at your messages on X. Derek Daniels says, hi JD, there's clearly a love-in with some of the Yorkshire players and your fellow commentator in terms of Bradford City. As a proud Donny Rovers fan, can I just clarify which of the 2 teams won the title? South Yorkshire's alive and kicking.
Who really cares about a title when you start a season to be automatically promoted, don't you? Not that I'm overlooking the 2 wins that Doncaster got over Bradford.
David pats Yorkshire on the back for preventing Essex from getting a 3rd bowling point. Did they? Oh. Would have known that if you'd have listened a couple of minutes ago. I'll let you do this next delivery.
Yeah, Noah Thane from the rugby ground end. And that one's cut away firmly by Matthew Revis. And it's a great stop in the deep. Brilliant work. I think that's
Matt Critchley.
Yeah, Matt Critchley, a diving stop to keep it to just 2 runs. He backed the ball in that contest. It was flying towards the boundary rope, and he had to reach it almost behind him as he clawed it away. A really solid, fully committed fielding from Critchley. Great work from him. Yorkshire 330 for 8, Thane in, and this one is driven by Revis, not cleanly. Inside edge takes it to mid-wicket, no run.
Carroll again availed himself of the Evie's Kitchen delights, but didn't get to meet Evie herself. That's a bit disappointing that Evie wasn't here today. You think? And Tony Tudor mentions the late Peter Kippax. Not sure I was around when that was mentioned on air.
Yeah, we were talking about Kippax cricket. Thane over the wicket to Revis, who again is driving firmly. He's timing the ball so well at the moment. That goes out towards Ahmed at long on. Single on to the score.
He says, regarding the late Peter Kippax, as a stand during the holidays, I've never concentrated so hard as when I fielded mid-off to his bowling. Well done to Chris Kippax on his thriving bat business.
Talking about the English willow in the Yorkshire region. Methley. Noah Thane running in from the rugby ground end, and that one's defended respectfully by Ben Code.
We might have a bit of a family interest in that. Catch you on, will you?
Overcast here at York. Stark contrast to searing sun that we had yesterday. It was around about this time where it really picked up the heat. Thane in, driven nicely by Code, but Snater fielding this time at short extra cover. Good stop. Shot for none. You might be hearing quite often during our commentary big clang in the background, and that is all of us, well, I'll say all of us, most of us stepping on a very loose flag that I've nearly rolled my ankle on it. That one kept low, and Code does well actually to dig it out. And it's a dot ball to end the 113th over. Yorkshire 3-3-1 for 8. Essex first inning total 368, so they're 37 runs shy of that. Yorkshire partnership worth 58.
Alistair McDuff says, Dear Jonathan, watching the disappointing and probably wrong decision against George Hill makes me think about umpires of old. If one goes back to the 50s and 60s, umpires at the bowler's end didn't stand straight, but used to bend forwards with the chin almost resting on the bails. Yeah, I've seen the old footage. A much better position from which to judge if a ball is too high, says Alistair. We know from Hawkeye replays in test matches, for example, how even the best umps get this wrong repeatedly. Just a thought.
I've got a replay of that decision right now on the YouTube stream. Side on angle. You can see the height of the ball, and I've got to say that tough decision, diplomatically, for George.
3-3-1 for 8. I reckon it's 5 hours to go before tea. We've got to get Bumble back on as well before a foot tea break.
Aye. Do you want me to?
Maybe just for Yeah, go on.
Vacate.
5 minutes before you were due to go anyway, so we'll say thanks to Jamie for now. We're back on to the other side of tee as Matthew Revis has just got a 4 through third man off the bowling of Matt Critchley, who's come back on, but this time at the City end of the ground. So Revis into the 80s. Can he get there today? He's pinged one out this time to Simon Harmer, who's at wide long off, and they've picked up one. Wumble's back alongside. Impressed with Rev's knock?
Really good.
Yep.
Very impressive. And he's backed his partner, hasn't he? Ben Cord's come in, and Essex have given him a single, Revis, and he said thanks a lot, he's fine. And so it's proved. Cord has been excellent.
Yeah, he's gone back for here, Ben, and cut one really through the covers, picks up another single, so they rotate in strike.
I like that idea, you know. If they're giving you runs, thanks very much. We'll take them.
Yeah, there's too much of that, I think, round when you watch week on week in county cricket, of towards the back end of innings, runs not being taken, and then a wicket will go anyway.
Yeah.
As Revis pushes one into the offside, Snater does the fielding.
But he's given Ben Cord responsibility. No, I'm not just taking it over and you just stand there. Right, come on, you can play. And he's 37, Cord.
Yeah, in comes Critchley again. And once again, Snater brought into play from that Revis drive. I know every week, in every case, every innings is different. Depends who's bowling at who and all those sorts of things in the match situation. But as a general comment, I'd say that there's not enough singles taken later on in innings. Batters, they're much better, I guess, in the tail than maybe they were at one stage, as Revis works one up to long on. Moves on to 84, 339 for 8 at the end of the over.
If he keeps developing, Matt Revis, and he can bowl with a bit of pace, as a batter who bowls as well, you're getting a genuine all-rounder into the team. I thought if they can scrape up to around about 50 behind, and now they're only 30 behind, you've got 2 wickets left, get up alongside Essex, and if you can just sneak ahead, I think they've done remarkably well. They could easily have been 100 behind, but they've got stuck in.
Yeah, better ticker. So 30 the deficit. You want to do ball by ball?
All right, here we go.
Noah Thane is from the rugby ground end.
Yeah, medium pace. I'm just looking at the field. It's spread. There is a gully. That's the only catcher. There's a gully. Thane comes in. The field spread far and wide. It's pushed into the leg side to Paul Walter at mid-wicket, and there's no run there. Yeah, there's a deep backward third man, very square. There's a fielder on the cover point boundary. There's a deep long off who's led on the floor doing some exercises. That's Tom Wesley, a captain, stretching his back off. Deep long on the boundary. There must be somebody else in the deep. It's like Adele rolling in the deep square leg. Then again, medium pace, take a single. And that's good. Push and go. Almost to the fielder, to his right. Just play the shot on the walk, and you get a single. Real Australian way of playing that. They're always looking to score, and even if it's a defensive push like that, if you're playing it on the move, you can get through before the fielder can react. So they're making Essex and the captain, they're just making him work here, Tom Wesley. To the offside, he gets it through the gap. This might go for 4. This might go. No, well fielded. Jordan Cox. Cox and Snater together, just a couple.
Played it nicely, didn't he?
Sorry again?
Timed it nicely.
Yeah, he did. And you'd think that should go for 4. It pulls up.
Yeah, still a little bit on the slow side. I think they would have been having a second look on the
Third
umpire, yeah.
With a delay of about 5 minutes.
Certainly bobbled about a bit as well.
He's fine.
Yep. Delay of about 5 minutes, yeah.
Well, the test match, it makes my blood boil. The ball was at the end of his run. It happened numerous times at the test match. Ball was at the end of his run. The batter, they just down tools, take their helmets off, take the gloves off, put the bat down, and go and have a chat. Just bowl.
Just get on with the game.
He'd be going mad with Fred.
12 overs an hour. There you go.
Into. Oh, where's he hit that? Oh, I thought he'd hit that for 6. He hasn't. He's hit it all along the ground for 1.
We'd have bowled 12 overs in an hour, would have been sat on our backsides for about 25 minutes.
I do not know what is going off out there. Matthew Engel writing in The Guardian, it was one of the greatest lines. Saying comes in. Now he's banjoed that. He's wellied that into the hospitality tent. A couple of bounces for. Ends the over. They're getting closer. 3:46 for 8. Matthew Engel in The Guardian, when Fred was on Test Match Special, he said that, and Fred Truman this morning passed his previous best of 11. I do not know what is going off out there. Before they'd even got on the field. I said they hadn't even got out there. I don't know what's going off out there. I really do not know. Passed his previous best of 11. What a gem. He was an absolute gem. 3:46 for 8. He's got 40 called. 40.
Yeah, top scorer of the season for him. He's had a 60, did I say 69? 69 he got at Scarborough. That's his career best. He's had a few 40s over the years, and he's trying to top that here. Ooh, like a proper batter. He got across, covered it, dropped his hands on it.
I thought he played and missed.
Stop it. Sounded good. Critchley continuing then, City End over the wicket, and this time he gets bat on ball. Oh dear, a bit of a faux pas from Khalil Ahmed has cost his team and his teammate a run. Code gets 2 to a cut shot through point. 42 to Ben. 3:48 for 8. I'm going to say it now actually. At 88 not out, but I think this is the best innings I've seen Matthew Ravis play. He looked in control out there. I hope that's not put the hex on him. He's had a couple of first-class tons already, but I think this is the best knock I've seen him play. He's been playing well all season. Code just drops that one at his feet. Pep around from behind the stumps to field. Still don't know. I still want to know what's in the secret garden. Those, we've been coming here for 7 years now, not yet found out. I think Ben Coates got underneath this one, and he's nailed that for 6 over long off. Well played, sir. 48 to him. Enjoying himself against Matt Critchley.
Well, you've seen a lot of him. Is he a number 10? Is this a special innings, or is he capable of this?
He's capable. I think when there's pace on the ball and the ball in his body, he's much less comfortable, just as you'd expect for a bloke who's playing where he is. But if you give him room outside the off stump or chance to step into the ball, he will score runs, and he gets most of them out that side of the field, really. So he wants to be leg side of the ball. You've just seen that with the single he's played along the deck out into the deep on the offside. Because I said, put it in your notebook earlier, when he pulled one out towards the far side, you wouldn't often see him get in that side and playing the pull shot, really. Right,
so but you can't bowl a bouncer on here, he's too slow.
So Revis gets a single off the last ball of the over. He's 89, Code 49, 3:56 for 8.
This will be a real feather in Yorkshire's cap if they can get any sort of lead. The ball will be quite soft now. It needs a response from Essex. It needs the captain to think of his bowling combinations. What's my best bowling combination? Maybe think outside fielding positions. Anything they can do differently, change of ends. You've now got to be... They would have been thinking we got a good lead here, 100 lead. We'll crack on. And Harmer tomorrow, it's a different game now. Thin. Rugby stand end. And driven for a single. And that's it's a given single, is that? You can have one. And they'll take it. On to 90. Matt Revis. So they give him that one, so the field comes in. I'm not so sure about this because he's actually on 49. I can't think they're just saying, oh, we're going to stop you getting 50. They've got to try and get him out.
84. This partnership is now worth Bumble for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, and there's no catches, not one. That's interesting. Medium pace then. Short ball pulled into mid-wicket. It's getting lively, the crowd now. There's an excellent knock, is that, from Ben Code. In at number 10. His team in a tricky position. Matt Revis has given him that responsibility and he's responded with 50.
69 balls, 71 minutes, 3 4s, 2 6s, his second first-class half-century.
Season or ever? Ever? Second ever?
Second ever.
Oh, well done.
Good shout as well from Josh Wilmot, Yorkshire media manager as he is now after that comment. Second, both have been against Essex. Promoted him now.
Likes the opposition then. They need a response. I always look for a team like this who's had it going all their own way and now they push back. Now you've got to respond in the field. You're looking at body language, you're looking, where's the captain? Who is he? Who's captain? Well, it's Tom Wesley. And he's just shifting Jordan Cox from the offside over into the leg side, catching position at short mid-wicket. They're just strolling a bit, Essex. Thane in. Bouncer.
Yeah, that's what he's less comfortable with, and I think you can probably just see that. Maybe the ball didn't help the look of it either. I've got Toppers down to come back on at 3:40, but there's not a lot of point. There's only one over left before tea after this, so we'll get you straight on after tea.
So it's 32 overs after tea, isn't it?
32 after tea, yeah.
That's it. So they must be round about with the over rate. Harmer's bowled so much. Yeah.
Well, we're usually so late, aren't we? 4 o'clock, 4:10 for tea.
Short again and pulled away into the leg side. He's tried him with a bouncer and Ben Code has responded. He's pulled it square leg. There's a field is set for that short ball.
Yeah, and that is definitely for me, Bumble, a comment on both the pace of the pitch and the pace of Noah Thane, because you would not see Ben play that shot against anybody of pace.
Lively, yeah. Well, they're going to try that. You're looking at the field now. There's a deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. There's 2 deep mid-wickets.
Struck it well, didn't he? 90 the partnership now for the 9th wicket.
Payne in. Bouncer again. Fended off. Short ball. And it's a no ball. Just overstretching on that front foot. So a definite plan there to try and disturb Ben Code with the short balls. The field was set, but he ain't quick enough. And the pitch isn't quick enough either, so Bencourt, that last delivery, he just rode it, managed to drop it at his feet, and they went through for a single. Field spread out in a bunch. They're all over the place. Then again, into the leg side. They push for 2 here. No, it's just 1. Settle for 1. That's the end of the over. And they're nearly there. 367 for 8. 55 for Bencourt. 92 for Matt Revis. Very appreciative crowd here. And I recognise this is a real telling partnership for Yorkshire.
Yeah, 1 to go before tea. Let's have a look. Probably not a great idea, this an over to go before tea, but partnerships, 9th wicket. 124, the highest 9th wicket partnership in Yorkshire first class history.
Who were they? Against Essex.
Peter Hartley.
Oh, Peter Hartley was umpiring the game.
And Peter Hartley and Paul Jarvis, 124 against Essex, Yorkshire's highest 9th wicket partnership. We've just seen a dot. Revis pushing this one down to long on for a single. He's levelled his score last week, folks, 93 not out. What's the betting then that at 123, Peter Hartley standing at the end when there's a shout? Because you're not having that record partnership, lads. That's out. I'm only joking, Peter. I'm sure there'll be no betting involved as Bencourt runs that one out to point. They get a single. 56 to him, 369. It's 90.
Something.
96 is the partnership between the pair of them. Revis steps back, fits firmly. Snater didn't really want to put his hand in the way of that, did he? He's glanced it. It's a cannon in snooker, billiards. That one down to Simon Hammer, I think it is, out in the distance. 1 run. 94, Matthew Revis. Seasonal best for him then. 2 weeks in succession. Code propping forward to this one. In on tea, I can still feel my lunch.
Yeah, well, this has been a quick session as this in the afternoon.
Critchley again. Code outside edge of the bat, runs down to Ahmed. End of the session. They've got through till the end. They've batted for the last hour and a quarter or so, the pair of them. Put on 9, what did I just say?
90 something.
Yeah.
97.
97 unbeaten for the 9th wicket. Bencourt 56. Matthew Revis 94. Well done, chaps.
Yeah, they've just gone ahead. 370 for 8. It seemed very unlikely. These two have got stuck in. Very appreciative crowd here. And he's put a different complexion on this game. 368 Essex. 370 for 8. We're into the tea interval. You can think of a job well done. The pair at the crease for Yorkshire. And they look to push ahead. They've been under no trouble at all. The ball is old. The team, they actually look a bit weary, Essex. You always look at it, you've got to get hold of the game, you've got to grab the game somehow. There's somebody got to do something. It might be a little bit of magic, a great catch, a run out, but you've got to stay on it. You can't saunter through because this last session it might just drift away from them and then find them chasing the game. They need these 2 wickets very quickly.
Bumble as ever,
I'm done.
thanks, pal. You're done for the day.
Yeah, I've got a bit of
Go water that garden.
a bit and grass to cut.
We'll see you again later in the season, hopefully.
We will. We'll see you soon.
Brilliant. Thanks very much to David Lloyd. And we'll take a break as well ourselves while the players are off for tea. So 370 for 8. Code 56 Revis 94. The lead is 2. And we move on to the final session of the day. Back in a few minutes' time.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
next game here, post tea at York Cricket Club, and Essex are marching out with Tom Wesley. They've had a little bit of an indifferent sort of last hour, or in particular 30 minutes, and to the credit, well, Ben Code has 56, but close to a century is Matthew Revis, who has looked terrific. He's on 94 not out. And for 370 for 8 is the Yorkshire total. Not forgetting at lunchtime they were 236 for 6, but now 370 for 8 at tea. Well, that represents an excellent effort, excellent batting, and 107 for this 9th wicket partnership. Tremendous effort from these two. Snater has 4 for 71, a Harmer 2 for 71, and I just have to say again that I just think Essex have been a little bit off for about a 30-minute spell. My name's Don Topley, and in the commentary box today we have, well, a variety of cricketers. We've got David Lloyd, Nasser Hanif, Jamie Rayner, and all led amiably by the the character that is Jonathan Doidge, who's got a moment off, but he may be returning for the century from his number 6. We'll see. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Nasser.
Thank you, Toppers. Cricketer is probably a promotion for me, and I'll take that though this afternoon as we come into this session, important session. We saw a load of runs in the last session, and Yorkshire certainly on top in that, with Ben Code with that 56 off 75 balls, and Matthew Revis 94 off 147, so just 6 short of his century. And we're just getting things ready and seeing who is going to do the first bit of bowling. The bowling is going to come from the rugby stand end, and it's going to be Khalil Ahmed who's going to be bowling from this end. Indifferent match, I would say, although he's got a wicket to his name, bowl with plenty of pace and fire, but not really effective, given lots of runs again. He bowls his first ball, comes in, bowls, and that one just played back by Revis, no run there. Yeah, he's bowled with lots of pace, but given away lots of runs as well, hasn't he, Toppers?
Yeah, probably go home tonight with the thought of him bowling a couple of deliveries out wide-ish of off stump. It's interesting, he hasn't probably swung it as much as I anticipated. Maybe the ball hasn't swung. He can swing the ball, left arm over, swinging it in, has the opportunity to shape it away as well, but he's on his way in again.
Yeah, comes in, past the umpire, next delivery, and this one is played beautifully into the offside, and in fact the batsman going to collect a boundary there, another boundary there for Revis. And at this point, I'm going to stay put and carry on, and applause from the crowd here. 374 for 8 is the score, so 4 more runs there. 4 beautiful runs off the bat of Revis. They're taking him on to 98. Ben Code has made 56, so now just 2 runs to get, and Doidge is back in the chair with me as well. So Khalil Ahmed comes in again.
Bowling to Revis, who tries to drive this one away through the covers. Elgar is down to field, and they get 1 run, taking him to 99. Back with you, Nas.
Yeah, and fielder picked up the ball. It's going to go back, of course, to Khalil Ahmed. Revis on the brink of what will be a fantastic century from him, coming in late in the day. 99 now. He waits, has a look around the field, looks leg side. Khalil Ahmed comes in and bowls this next delivery, and this one again played into the offside, no run there, picked up by the fielder. It's going to go all the way back now to Khalil Ahmed. See if he can make a breakthrough. Again, Revis looks leg side, adjusts his guard, gets ready, faces up, In comes Khalil Ahmed. This next delivery. It's played to leg side. In fact, that is going to go towards the boundary. It's going to be picked up just inside the boundary ropes.
He didn't quite control that as well as some of those pull shots he's played just before the tea break. Ben Code, it was.
Sorry, beg your pardon, that was Ben Code.
Ariel.
We await as Khalil Ahmed bowls this next delivery, and it comes. And this time, it has been dispatched by Revis, and that is his century.
I know that was Ben Code actually with a 4 through third man, so he's on to his into the 60s now. Remember, 69 Ben's highest score in first class cricket, 381 for 8, and that will bring Matthew Revis then back onto strike with the change of ends here, because that's the end of that over. 119 I think it is now gone in this Yorkshire first innings, so a lead of 13, and Essex going to start up here with Shane Snater, who of course has had a productive match with the ball so far. Right away to our right, and a little bit greyer in the distance behind the temporary stand. Revis on strike, Snater in, and there it is. Matthew Revis runs a ball through third man, bobbling over the rope now, punches the air. A third first class 100 for Matthew Revis. I said it before and I'll say it again, this I think is the best I've seen him play. He's scored centuries in a couple of previous matches, as I say, but this one really needed as well on this occasion, and well he might celebrate. That is an excellent knock from Matthew Revis, 103. And we'll give you the details, the tail of the tape in a mo. But he's batted really well from 6 here today. 151 deliveries. 14 fours, thanks to Josh. I feel it's in with the details. Screen not in front of me at the moment as he pushes another one up to mid-off. And he will be delighted. Ran out of partners at Trent Bridge last week, but he's having a tremendous season with the bat from where he's been batting. And Code back on strike. Yeah, 218 minutes he's been out there, and he came in at 169 for 4, so he's been out there for a long time, as I say. Thanks, Jamie, for highlighting that. 217 runs have been scored since he's been out there, and he's got just about a half of them. I'll just take you through to the end of this over as soon as I'm on, and then hand it back to Toppers. That certainly delighted the Yorkshire crowd. And Code, well, Matthew Revis has got a couple more to go, I think, to make it to his highest first class score. Let me just bring that one back up.
Great shot.
That's a beautiful shot by Ben Code, lofted back over the head of Shane Snater for 4 runs. Yep, 66 to him. Another 4 would bring him up his personal best. And Matthew Revis, he needs 3 more to bring up a personal best himself. 106, his previous highest first class score. And Toppers was saying Essex just lost their grip on proceedings in what, an hour or so, maybe that session really, middle session of day 3. Snater in, Code drives into the offside, fielded at extra cover. So the lead now 22. And Code looking increasingly confident out there in the middle. Field spread. Still a slip in place, and why not? Just a couple of wickets to take. You've got to still try and attack in some way as Snater's over the wicket. Code defends to complete that over. Then really good over for Yorkshire, for Matthew Revis at least. Ton up for him, 390 for 8. I'll leave you with Nasser and toppers.
Yeah, fantastic from a Yorkshire perspective, not so good from Essex perspective. All those runs happening in the afternoon session, and then a glorious century now. 104 to Matthew Revis. So great runs from him, from his perspective, and 66 to Ben Coder as well. At what point does he start thinking, could it be his day as well? Toppers.
Well, firstly, many congratulations to Matthew Revis. He has played very well, ebullient, resilient. Just a very good innings, full of character.
Khalil Ahmed comes in, first ball, brand new over, and that one's just punched out as the batsman cross for another single.
Well, you only have to look at the ninth wicket partnership. It's actually worth 117.
Wow.
Which, in the grand scheme of things, is quite defining for this Yorkshire innings. I'll just go back to lunch, 236 for 6. But now, a very different story.
Khalil Ahmed again, and this time the ball is attempted pull.
It is. It's a good bouncer. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm just going to go back when Essex got after lunch. Code came to the crease. Look, Harmer was bowling quite nicely. He didn't have a man under the lid and on the offside. I think that was quite important. But Essex didn't take the ball by the horn. They could have brought Shakil on at either end and had a big go at Code.
Here he comes, Khalil again. This next one just played out in front of him. That point was, I think it was made earlier, maybe by Bumble as well. It's an interesting point, is that it was said that Code doesn't like the pacier stuff. And which tail ender does like the pacier stuff? So
Correct.
he was getting the other stuff, which was easy for him.
Generally speaking, he was looking on this slow surface to come forward, and his game plan was just to come forward. He was almost rocking forward early against the seamers. We need Khalil to bowl earlier.
Khalil comes in again, and this time the ball is pushed
Fielded,
into the onside and fielded well, and thrown back to Khalil, and they'll cross over for a single. Snater is the fielder there.
No, he's not Critchley. My apologies. Critchley. Yeah, so I would like to have seen Essex shove it up his nose. It's a bit of a technical term in cricket, but you need to do that.
Yep.
And we didn't. And we didn't know whether to shoot or bust with the spinner, putting the men back, allowing him to take the single, allowing him to get in. And he looked very comfortable when he was on about 11 not out.
Khalil comes in, and this time he rocks back and pulls that for a single, another single. So these two batsmen now got themselves into a really comfortable stage.
They did. If you shove it up his nose, he's not going to lunge forward. He's not going to go, I'm only coming forward. He's going to be looking for the shorter one. Therefore, his footwork might not be quite as good, quite as disciplined about, whether he's going to lunge as much. I just think there was a spell of about 30 minutes where Essex lost their way. And Yorkshire have capitalised brilliantly.
Khalil comes in. This next is again airily pushed, and in fact it's gone to the boundary again. Beautifully played, that particular delivery from the bat of Ben Code, again taking him to 70.
If we could see a pitch match diagram
71, I beg your pardon,
of Shakil's Ahmed's, where he's gone for runs, I tell you what, it would look pretty damning in terms of boundaries on the offside, be it third man or on the offside in front of square. So that would be something that the coaches would look at, the analysts would look at. So I'll be very interested to see that later in the day, if possible. But we're going to see Snater, who's got 4 for. He's desperately keen on a personal note to get a 5 for. But that's not on a personal note. Essex need to get out of the field and back batting very quickly. A little lead of 45-50 might be interesting for Yorkshire. Snater, it's short. We've suddenly seen everybody starting to bowl change their length. They've gone short at them, haven't they?
Yeah, after the horse has bolted.
Correct. Yeah, it's a slow wicket, and bowling short is damn difficult, but you just can't allow batsmen to settle. That's the issue there that I have. Anyway, we've got a slip. It's Code to face on 71 runs. His partner, watching from the other end, has made his third first-class century. He's on 107 not out. It's been a fantastic, probably, if I said a good hour, maybe an hour and a half for Yorkshire here on their home ground at York Cricket Club. An out ground. It's been a lovely, lovely day, especially for the Yorkshire folk who have grown in confidence throughout the day. Code facing 71 not out. He drives into the offside. Look for a quick single. The man at mid-on is far enough back, and they get through for an easy single. He moves to 72. His partner facing 107. Matthew Revis, a decent all-rounder that has opened the batting, has the technique to have opened for Yorkshire. He's a budding all-rounder, seamer.
Couple of little bits of information. These two batters have now each registered their highest first-class scores. No surprise there.
Many congratulations, gentlemen. Snater's in. This is very full. It's dug out. It's well fielded at extra cover. There is no run.
And Revis' previous highest first-class score was 106. That against Derbyshire in 2023 at Scarborough. Code's previous highest first-class 69. That was against Essex in 2022. And that was at Headingley. And Jamie, thanks to you, Jamie's just given us those stats.
Thank you, Jamie. Snater from the city end on his way in. He bowls on a length. It's stood tall as Brevis, punched it back down the ground, but it's too straight because the bowler fields it on his follow-through. Just a quick message here. We've had a text in who's enjoying the commentary, probably not enjoyed the last hour from an Essex point of view, but Mr. Dale Clark, he's in Norfolk. Great advocate of grassroots cricket. He's watching and enjoying the commentary as Snater is on his way in. Slower ball, punch through the back past the bowler for one run. They moves to 108 and will... No, he won't keep the strike. That is the 400, the applause for 400. But it's interesting, this chap Dale Clark, he plays for Sir General Richard Dannet's 11.
Oh.
And the Dannet 11, very famous man from the British Army.
Of course.
In Norfolk, they have their own team. And Dale Clark is one of the two imposters from all the Dannet's 11. And they have a game on Thursday evening at Swardston. Good luck with that. Snater's in. That's a bouncer through to the keeper where there is no run. And the other message has come through is Mr. Hawkley, a ceramicist from formerly of the Royal Hospital School. He's watching and listening and enjoying it. Not enjoying Essex's last half an hour again, but he's soon to have an ankle operation. May I wish you very well with that. But it's always good to hear from you, Mr. Don Hawkley, and thank you for taking the trouble.
Well, I guess, Toppers, what the last hour or so has allowed for is for Yorkshire to try to wrestle back some of the control, which they have done quite convincingly, and now they can take the game forward. A couple of other things from Jamie here. This is also the highest ninth wicket partnership for Yorkshire against Essex in first class cricket as Khalil comes in, and let's see, this delivery comes in place, and this one played beautifully past the bowler, straight past the bowler and to the boundary fence. A great scoring shot off the bat there.
That was absolutely out of the textbook. That was a check drive where he's just waited, punched the ball, stood tall, punched the ball back over the bowler's head. It split mid-off, mid-on. Beautiful shot. I would possibly say that's close to shot of the day.
Shot of the day. And I guess a lot of coaches would be
Purring.
Agreeing with what you're saying as Khalil comes in. This next delivery is again played in the same direction, but this time hits the fielder, hits Khalil in the midriff, and is fielded. And just one final bit of information. Previous best in terms of ninth wicket partnership was 124, and that was between Peter Hartley, who's umpiring in this game, which we mentioned, and Paul Jarvis in 1986. Thanks to Jamie for those.
I remember Paul Jarvis. God, didn't always expect him to get too many runs.
In comes Khalil Ahmed again. This one again punched her into the offside there, and that one.
Paul Jarvis, formerly of Yorkshire, England. I think he went on the Rebel Tour to South Africa, but he also played, let me get this right, I think he played at Sussex. I think he may have played a season at Somerset. And do you know what? I think he had a fourth county somewhere.
Right.
Paul Jarvis. Where's Jamie, my Stato researcher? I wonder if he can tell me how many counties Paul Jarvis had.
He will know as Khalil Ahmed comes again. This one again pushed into the offside. Squarish, and there's no run there.
I do. I think he played Yorkshire. He played for England. Went on the Rebel Tour. Tour to South Africa. I think it was Mike Gattin's Rebel Tour. 3. So Yorkshire, Sussex, and was I right? Somerset. Somerset. There you go. There's Janet Bestow currently on the streaming, talking to her son. She's probably congratulating him on a fantastic day here now for Yorkshire.
In again. This time it's pushed into the onside. Offside, I beg your pardon, and there's no further run.
That would have been a penny for your thoughts for that conversation, was it?
Yeah.
Who's babysitting Edward? Little Edward Bestow? Yeah, absolutely. I think Johnny is possibly soon to be a father for the second time, possibly later in July. Yeah, look, phantom of knowledge, eh?
Khalil Ahmed comes in again. This next one is pulled, in fact, towards the boundary, and it gets to the boundary in the end on the leg side, and 4 more runs there.
Quick question there. That's gone over Paul Water. Not much goes over Paul Water, but he's 20 yards in. Should he be on the boundary? He's in the middle of sort of nowhere. I'm being ultra critical, but you're either catching on the boundary or you're not.
Would you be better off standing beyond the boundary? At least then you can come in.
Yes, correct. It was I have to say this diplomatically, he was in the middle of nowhere. He was neither back nor up. He was sort of 2/3 back. It's not a massive boundary.
No.
This isn't huge boundaries or a huge outfield. It's a quick outfield. But I just wondered if he was not correctly in the right spot then.
And you're probably correct in that.
Sometimes players are like sheep. They lose their shepherd and they wander. Slater to start a new over, but he aborts.
And there's a convincing argument to be made that Essex have lost their wonder this afternoon, certainly in the last few hours.
It's difficult. Look,
the momentum has changed, hasn't it?
It has. They're losing Cook and Porter, which is a big hole. Snater's in. Snater is driven back to the bowler by Revis, who's on 113. Meanwhile, Code has moved to 76. Just a quick reminder, 370 for 8 was the tee. So in those few overs since tee, Yorkshire have moved on again with another 39.
Yeah, 24.
I can't tell you how many overs we've had since tee, Jamie. As Revis has driven this into the offside.
We're making him work for his money this afternoon.
Listen, I've just been seeing Jamie down that end, sipping coffee, having a couple of buns. Listen, 5 overs since tea, and they've put on 37.
37.
Yeah. Well, that tells the story again. Has the wicket flattened out? I don't know. The ball may have been a little bit older. It's about 43 overs old, this particular ball. But it's that kookaburra, so it does go soft. Code facing. This time he bowls a good ball, does Snater. Played into the offside. There is no run.
Questions of time, of course, come into play. You'd like to hope these two can hang around, build up a healthy lead.
Well, what's a healthy lead? 40, 50,
40,
70? Are you going to be greedy and say 80? Who's to come in the batting order?
Not much, I would say.
Well,
there you go. That's the.
we didn't think too much about number 10 originally.
We didn't.
Snater in, he comes in, is short of a length, stood tall, did Ben Code, and plays it into the covers. Who's to come in? Number 11.
Let's have a look at number 11. It is, in fact, Jack White. Jack White is to
Yeah,
come.
I'm not sure he's renowned for his batting,
No.
even when he was at Northampton.
No.
You don't want to say he was a number 12, but you know, you never know. He might come out there, give a bit of long handle.
So let's hope these two hang around from a Yorkshire perspective for a little bit longer.
Snater on his way in, right arm over, slower ball, full toss, driven straight out to extra cover where there is no run. 410 for 8. Just a quick recap. Overnight there were 143 for 3 Yorkshire, with Lyth on 65, not out. Bestow 14. Bestow went quickly. He went for 29, caught behind off Ahmed for his first Essex wicket. Lyth was next to go, having been dropped on 20. No, sorry. Dropped this morning off Khalid, but the last ball of that over is driven out to cover. Noel Thane does the fielding, and there is no run. So Lyth was caught behind off Snater for 84. Hill was LBW Snater for 0. That was 228 for 6. So if you look upon it then, Lunch was taken 236 for 6, but then Sutherland was out LBW to Harmer for 20. Best caught Pepper, bowled Snater for 4. And then this wicket partnership has been brilliant. It went to tea on 370 for 8, and now moved with the ninth-wicket partnership onto 410 for 8. So this is a cracking effort by the ninth-wicket partnership.
Yes, Khalil Ahmed comes in. First ball brand new over, and this time again it's dispatched to the boundary off the outsides of his bat. 4 runs past the slip cordon, and there we go. 4 more runs.
Can I ask our colleague, esteemed colleague Jamie, whether he has a graph for if we can pull up the boundaries against Khalil
Ahmed.
Yeah. I'll be really interested, because it'll be predominantly behind third man or on the offside. I think he may have been pulled once.
He comes in again, next delivery, Khalil Ahmed, and this is cut square, and another single is collected by the batsman. And Reeves in particular has been enjoying himself this afternoon, moves on to 119, because I think that scoreboard's a little bit slow. The digital one that we have here says 118, I think it's 119. But let's see if it moves.
Do we have access for graphs?
It's Khalil Ahmed who's going to continue. In he comes. And this one, again, is played by Ben Code in front of him. No runs there.
We're going to have a double change at the end of the over.
Yep.
If you don't mind, you carry on commentating because it's your over.
Yeah.
But at the end of the over, you go first. I'll describe this, and then I'll disappear as well. So is that all right? Jonathan might come in for you.
Absolutely fine by me. As Khalil Ahmed comes in and bowls. This next delivery is played leg side off his pads, and the batsman will scamper through for a single. and in the end got through quite comfortably. But yeah, Khalil Ahmed, when I first saw him, I thought, hey, he's got a bit of pace about him, but he's been giving quite a lot of 4 balls away. Toppers is looking through the statistics as we speak.
Yeah,
And,
I'll tell you at the end of the over.
at the end of the over, okay. Yeah, so here he comes in again. The bowler we've been talking about, Khalil Ahmed, in he comes, bowls. This next one is again flicked off his pads into the leg side, and there will be another single to Revis. Yeah, 415 for 8.
124 overs. We're in the 125th. There'll be some tired bodies. There will be.
It's Khalil Ahmed again. Here he is, past the umpire and bowls, and this one left well alone by the batsman. Oh, the shoulder height.
And that's the end of the over. 416 for 8. Nas, thank you very much. Jonathan's going to come in, and he's going to have a guest as well. Just a quick look at this stat that I was talking about. He was hit for a 6 down the ground, Khalid Ahmed, but he also went for 3 4s into the leg side, 2 at mid-wicket, 1 at square leg. I remember the 1 at square leg, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 4s that went to third man to around the segment to extra cover. That tells a story to me, and from me I will say cheerio, because Jonathan's got a guest lined up to come and have a chat. So that's the end of me.
I think the obvious story there is the bowling 2-leg stump. I jest before you start to email in. Shane Snater, oh no, Matthew Revis could be in trouble here. No, he's got away with it, and he deserves a bit of luck on his side as well. He mistimed that one. There's a few resigned looks around the Essex contingent, but as I say, I think Rev deserves a bit of luck. 121, I think he'll be after that. 419 for 8. Board not yet updated by the look of it. And Ben Code, well, he may not enjoy bowling with a kookaburra, but he certainly enjoys batting when one's been used, because he's got his highest first-class score and drives down the ground for another single. 78 to him for 19 for 8. Rev hasn't got on to 121, so that was my bad. Delighted to say, for a few minutes of his time, we've got Robbo, Richard Robinson, head groundsman, of course, at Headingley. He was a reluctant hero here, Robbo.
Reluctant for what?
Reluctant hero. No, he loves to be on the mic, but I think he's a reluctant hero in the sense that we're just going to give him a pat on the back, I think, here for that pitch at Headingley. Not that he's prepared any other pitch with any less love and all of that, but that test strip was a beaut that we saw recently for the England-India first test. What a great match. And obviously you're the head groundsman, it's all about the team as well. Great accolades and well deserved. Well done.
Cheers, Dodgy. Yeah, it went well and we won. That's the main thing.
Do you take that attitude as a groundsman? You are biased.
Actually, yeah, I'm very biased.
419 for 8. Revis has just played a dot and is now pushed one up to long off for a single. What's been said? Who have you been getting the accolades from? Have you had any personal messages from people you'd really respect, not me?
Yeah, lots, to be fair. Yeah, this time. Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, everyone with my phone numbers, apart from my own family, you know what I mean? They've just blanked me.
Have they?
Yeah.
And are you going to give a shout out to the rest of your team by name after Shane Snater's latest delivery, which is about to bowl? Comes in now past umpire Goff, and well dug out by Ben Code.
Yeah, my full-timers, Gaz, Andy Fogarty, Jasmine, James Haywood and Vitotas Vikalas, which was easy for me to say.
It is.
Yeah, they've done brilliantly. Yeah, it was quite an easy test match in a way. It didn't rain too much. Pitch was good, so there's nothing bad coming our way, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you get a bit of flack round and about, but not this time, so it was all right.
And how much did you leave on there in terms of Grass.
I cut it to what I want to comb out rather than what someone else wants to comb out, so you know what I mean.
So,
enough said.
Okay, Snater to Revis, to Code, I should say. Short ball and pulled all the way for a half dozen through mid-wicket. Ben Code, well, that's 3 that I've counted pull shots, and he's into the 80s. 84 for Ben Code, 426 for 8, and the lead is racking up here, 58.
How many times do you get into the 80s, Dodgy?
Into the 80s and not any further once, 80 once. Into the 90s just once, and into the hundreds twice. A lot less than you. I know a lot less than you. You were a far better player than I ever was. I was a better player. How many times did you get a ton?
Don't know, about 40.
Yeah, exactly. Says it all. We've got some shots from Headingley now. There you go. What's going on there?
Is that me actually?
Mowing?
It was me with the mower. That's really rare, that. Actually doing some work. I think I'm probably just taking it off the field, yeah. I don't really know what's going on there.
And so,
that's
having prepared one of the best test pitches since the Romans invaded Britain, you've got to wait now, theoretically, haven't you, for a couple of seasons, or 3 seasons to get another one? Is that right?
I actually don't know. I don't really take much notice till I get the fixtures at the start of the season. Not too worried about that.
Thane just drags one down the leg side of Revis and he missed out.
I think it's a massive shame if we do ever miss out on test matches, because obviously Yorkshire's the best place in the world and we're the best club in the world, so we should have a test match. Not that I'm biased in any way.
Not at all. Not at all. Always like to keep a lid on it when we get you on. I might just leave you on comms on your own for the next... I'm sure we'll upset a few Essex supporters there, Robbo, for the next 2 hours.
You don't want anyone
punched down the ground by Revis. Come on, to give him a pat on the back, and he's now insulting us as broadcasters here.
I think you're a brilliant broadcaster.
Just no idea about cricket, is that what you say? 1 to Revis there, 122 to him now.
I've got to say though, well, really, what a beautiful place this is. What a great place to play cricket. Well, I don't think I ever played here, but what a great place to watch cricket.
You didn't get one of your 40 centuries here?
No, I don't think so. It's nice and small though, isn't it? I wouldn't mind a go on it.
Not been racing to the boundary as quick as some outfields. Thane in. Code flicks into the leg side. Ahmed fields. One more to Ben. He's on to 85. Have you got anything else you want to tell us before we bring Jamie back in and say thanks very much, and you can go get yourself a half a Coke or something like that?
No, not really. I just think, like I said before, I think that Yorkshire should have a test match, and I think we should keep banging on about it. And a lot of people have done since we've had one, and we'll definitely try and get you a ticket next time, don't you?
Yeah, you failed miserably on that.
I did. I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah, Thane in. Revis times it nicely, but straight to Jordan Cox, no run. Next bit of work for you, I guess, that's going to be on show will be Friday nights. T20 pitch against Worcestershire. Whereabouts are we playing that one? East side, west side?
On the east side, pitch 5.
Pitch 5, that'll be 25-yard boundary one.
No, it's reasonably central.
Okay.
Well, it's only 2 away from ODI pitch, so yeah, it's not too bad. It's quite a small ground at Headingley, to be honest, nowadays, but especially during big games.
Thane in and Revis pushes down the ground for a single. What are we expecting? The usual Robbo? He's going to be up and down, doing all sorts sideways.
Yeah, probly explode off a length. Yeah,
wear a helmet when you're bowling.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah.
It'll be a usual fast, bouncy white ball pitch, won't it?
It should be all right. Yeah, it's looking quite good. We'll see, won't we? You never know.
Well, best of luck with that. Thanks for coming and well done.
Cheers, pal.
For you and all the ground staff.
Come on, Yorkshire.
He's dangerous when you let him loose, Robbo, on the microphone. Noah Thane in and bowling now, and Ben Code pushes back to him. Thanks, Bill. Hold on. Mine's cold one, thanks. 429 for 8. 124 to Matthew Revis, 85 to Ben Code. I'll say that again. 85 to Ben Code, having previously never got to 70 in his first class career. I'm not even sure if he got to 70 in the drive against his brothers. I'm sure they'll make some comment on that, or maybe his dad, Ken. But he's had a field day here on this slow York pitch with the Kookaburra. Critchley coming back into the attack at the City end of the ground. And, well, Don Topley's lackey is back alongside Jamie Rayner to take you through this one.
That's on the right run of stats then. Tumbling they were. 429 for 8 Yorkshire. And that lead worth 61. That was a question that Topper's asked Nas. What's a healthy lead? Nas said, Yorkshire will want to build a healthy lead. Well, what is a healthy lead? What would be a good lead for Yorkshire? What keeps the game potentially open for a result in their case? Revis cutting backward of point straight to Jordan Cox, who will field no run. Because I can't imagine Essex now are in a position where they can win. They'll just be looking for the draw given their table position. So how do Yorkshire try and enforce the result? That one's clipped through mid-wicket by Revis. He'll take the single. He moves on to 125. Yorkshire 430 for 8. Code on 85. Very exciting knock from Mr. Code so far. His pull shot has gotten better throughout his innings, and on the slow pitch, pace of Thane and Snater in particular, it's just sat up inviting Critchley from the City end, and Code looking to cut backward a square on the offside, but it goes through to Pepper.
He's already faced more balls than he does in a season normally. Here, Ben. He's past the 100 mark.
He's dancing down the wicket now as he's been trapped LB. There's an appeal, and then he's nearly out of his crease. Jordan Cox picks up the ball, throws it towards the stumps, hits Code's bat as he places it in his crease, and just for a millisecond it felt very Village.
I was going to say, if he hits direct, he's out there. I don't think there's any doubt. He's a goner. He's on his way back. Throw comes in. I think he's probably gone.
I think he could be right there. He cuts that nicely into a gap. Fielder comes round. They may think about 2. They will push for 2. Code now to the striker's end. The throw was marginally off target by Snater in the deep. He got home comfortably on this occasion. He moves on to 87.
He does, and he's playing really well here. It's a treat, absolute treat.
Fly to delivery, and he just nonchalantly clips that through mid-wicket for no run. It's fielded. End of the 128th over, I reckon. 432 for 8 are Yorkshire. I think you're fueled with a stat, Doidgy.
I've just been looking at the highest individual scores for Yorkshire in each batting position, actually. He's a fair way off that yet, Ben Code. Jason Gillespie got 123 not out, batting at number 10 against Surrey at the Oval in 2007. Dizzy, of course, as we know. Was a rare tail ender, wasn't he? Double century in Test cricket that he might mention an odd time.
I've never heard him talk about that.
No. Who wouldn't, to be fair?
No,
I think you and I might.
Gosh, I'd be all over that. Goodness me.
Noah Thane then from the rugby ground end to bowl to Matthew Revis on 125. A day he is not going to forget for a long time. He's worked one through mid-wicket for a single to take it to 126.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's been a really exciting, enjoyable innings to watch from Ben Code, but Matthew Revis, what a knock this has been. The way in which he's orchestrated his innings, he's built it, and again, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he looks so comfortable out there at the moment.
Yeah, obviously, I didn't want to put the hex on him, but I think when he was on 88,
yes,
I said whether he gets 100 or not, I think this is the best I've seen him play. kind of helped me out there by getting to 126. And a jollification downstairs. As Thane comes in, bangs one in short. Oh no, Code takes evasive action this time. We've seen him play the pull shot well, as I've mentioned before. Anybody with pace, he doesn't usually want to get into that position. He'll stay leg side of the ball. But Thane tried him again, bang it in, and it was a kind of moral victory, I suppose, for the bowler on that occasion, because Ben was kind of half ducking and half playing, and the ball lobbed up into the leg side, but he got away with it. And as I said when Matthew Revis played, I think a rare false stroke a couple of overs ago during this innings probably deserves a little bit of luck on his side. Ben, this time a short one from Thane to Revis, who handles it much better. He might not, he will get 4, because there was a chase around the boundary edge by Shane Snater, and a slide and a touch on the ball diverted it over the rope. So Revis moves to 130, and that is the record score for the 9th wicket by any team against Essex. So it's kind of one of those horrible reverse stats, really, as an Essex supporter listening. Not the sort of information that you wanted to hear, but a record 9th wicket partnership by any team against Essex, as Revis turns that one to leg, and Jordan Cox fields. They get through for 1. Ben Code, I'll tell you what, he's a fit lad obviously, but the hammies will be tightening just a little bit more. The calves might be getting a bit of batter's cramp out there. And he's still going on 88. Revis now into the 130s, 131. And he really has trusted Ben Code for a long time. He's just basically trusted him throughout the partnership. They've not turned anything down. It's been good to see. And it just shows you again how difficult it is on the slow pitch with this ball, which is now 48 overs old, the second Kookaburra they've used in the innings. Short ball, and this time Ben watches it well. Timed it nicely out to Walter at mid-wicket. Another single to him, 89. Wonder what he feels like out there. Nowhere near this before. 20 runs better than he's ever produced. Apart from feeling great and relaxed, he clearly is relaxed. Just look at his body language at the moment.
Lent on his bat, isn't he?
But is he starting to get a few nerves? Is he starting to think about it? Surely.
Yeah, we must be now.
Surely.
Yeah, he must be.
440 for 8. Thane in. Full. Whips off the legs by Revis down to Ahmed at long on for 1.
Oh, he's 2 scoring shots away, isn't he?
Yep.
And he's the only Yorkshire batter in this innings to hit a 6. He's got 3.
Yeah, leading the way in that respect. I'm sure once it's done, when they get back to a bit of changing room banter, he'll be asking a few of the batters a question or two about how they approach things on this wicket, and offering them maybe a net with him just to see how it's done.
Well, he's going it just shy of 82 as well.
Now then, how's he he's taking his own drinks break there. Let's hope that's not upset the concentration. Changing gloves, perhaps. I think that's Will Bennison coming off, who is one of 2 12thers, or maybe the nominated 12th man for the day. Ton last week for Will. I think it was the Young Lions Invitation 11.
Revis on strike, Critchley from the city end, and he's driven that full delivery up towards long off. Single taken, brings Code back onto strike. I think the heart rate's going a little bit. I think he's just...
I don't know about his, mine is now.
Well, you've built it up. He's on strike now. Oh, and he's bowled him. And a grimace from Code as he turns away. Critchley's got through. And that maiden first-class century remains elusive for Ben Code, sadly. A smile a grimace. He looks to the heavens. He departs for 89, 11 runs shy of 3 figures. And while he might shake his head in disappointment, he should raise that bat with immense pride. It's been an incredible knock from the man in at 10 for Yorkshire. Missed opportunity maybe, potentially his only opportunity, who knows. But it brings to an end a wonderful innings and a wonderful partnership. He departs for 89 from 109 deliveries, 8 fours and 3 sixes. And it has been a joy to watch for everybody here at Yorkshire 4-4-2 for 9.
Yeah, gutted for him, and as I said, he took that drink or change of gloves or a bit of both maybe. And just wonder, don't you, those little things, breaking concentration. He just played. Well, it's hard to tell whether he played inside it or outside it from that angle, but he missed it anyway and it hit the wickets. And that ultimately is all we need to know.
Yeah, disappointing. Really, really disappointing. I think we were all willing him on.
110 balls, 125 minutes of batting. That'll be up there with as long as he's ever seen, probably out there in the middle in first class cricket. 8 fours and 3 sixes. That partnership came together on 273, which means I'm probably going to need a calculator to tell you that it was 169 for the 9th wicket.
Jack White, the new man, out at the crease, turning that Critchley delivery into the onside for no run. I just wonder, yeah, like you say, Doige, that breaking concentration, that change in rhythm, maybe just did for him. Critchley around the wicket to the left-handed White, who solidly defends. Yorkshire's lead is now up to 74. Critchley into White. It's a cultured drive up towards mid-off. It's not a scoring drive. Well timed, nevertheless. Critchley picking up his first wicket this innings. 1 for 50 from his 13 overs and now 14 overs. Cries of catch, faint cries of catch, as he flicked that one down the leg side. Double to end his over, and Yorkshire 4-4-2 for 9, and an over that brought, sadly, from a Yorkie perspective, the wicket of Ben Code out for 89. And we'll watch it again on the replay via the Yorkshire stream. Behind the batter, and yet it went through his gate, so to speak, past his inside edge. It was a full delivery and just went for a big shot over mid-wicket, long on, didn't make contact.
Super effort from him. 442 for 9. Matthew Revis has been out there while 273 runs have been added from when he walked in, and he's got 133 of them. And he's on strike as Thane runs in and bowls, and here we're going to get those not taking singles. Now this happened last week, of course, at Trent Bridge, and there was a bit of a mix-up in communication. There must have been, because Rev decided he was going to sit at one end and pat however many back, or not necessarily pat them, but not take runs for several deliveries and pick up a single towards the end of an over. And then, for whatever reason, he took a 1 at the start of an over, and Jack White lost his wicket, and that left Matthew marooned on 93. He's 40 runs further on here, so he's not going to miss out on a ton, and he's lofted that one. That's a superb shot. Pick that up off his legs, and he's levered it away over deep backward square for 6 runs. Picked that one out of the stand.
Right now, the middle of the bat. Powerful shot from Matthew Revis, and that's the way to beat the spread field. Go over them.
140 for Matthew, 139 for Matthew Revis. And they added 7 for that. It was probably worth it. You can only get 6, I'm afraid, for clearing the boundary. 448 for 9. Thane over the wicket. Revis strikes it firmly down towards us here. 4 more. Paul Walter not able to get the boots going quickly enough to get round and field that. 143 now, Matthew Revis. 452 for 9 Yorkshire. Who would have thought this at 169 for 4? I don't think many of us.
169 for 4, 228 for 6. They've done ever so well. This Yorkshire tail end, and Matthew Revis has led that charge. And as I say, this is how you combat a spread field, which is absolutely spread now, because there were 2 men in catching positions. I think it was a slip and a gully who've just been sent out now. So, I mean, you've literally got 7 on the boundary edge, 8 on the boundary edge for Essex. Thane in.
Picked up again by Revis and gone the same way, disappearing over into the River Ouse nearly. That's gone for 6 and a lot further than the first one over deep backward square. You can see a steward in the distance who's gone to pick that out of the far side, I think, of the nets there. Tremendous blow. 149 Matthew Revis. 148, 149. The scoreboard operators struggling a bit with this one as well. 458 for 9. 90 the lead. Toppers is getting a little bit worried. He's back on in a few minutes as well. I'm sure he can convey that concern from an Essex perspective when he does, as Thane comes in again. Revis this time elbow up to long on to get to 150 for the first time in first class cricket. Outstanding Matthew Revis, absolutely outstanding, and fully deserved ovation standing from some around the ground, because whatever the final outcome here, he's given his team a chance that I don't think that many of us thought they might get in the contest.
Yes, a superb knock. 150 runs from 185 deliveries, 18 fours, and those 2 enormous sixes in this over that we've seen. As Deutsche says, an outside chance now for Yorkshire. I think we can say a more than healthy lead.
Thane round the wicket to Jack White, and I think, Jack, I've given you one job, says Matthew Revis, just block it and leave it to me, and he's done just that off the final ball of the over. 459 for 9. Do we want to do a changeover now, as it's nearly time for toppers? We'll get Don back in and get his thoughts from an Essex perspective on all that's going on. We've obviously heard before that he felt that they were beginning to let things slip. Is there a greater concern now from the visitors' point of view? Matt Critchley is going to continue at the City end, and he'll be bowling to Matthew Revis. Lead 91. Jamie will be back a little bit later on, and who knows what position things will be in by then. Toppers, welcome back. How concerned are you?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Lunch, 226 for 6. Things were going nicely. And then when Code, we got a couple of wickets, and then when Code and Revis got together, I just think Essex lost their way, ideas. Didn't know whether to shoot or bust. Gave him the singles, perhaps when they shouldn't have. But allowed Code to get in. But also, Revis has played well. They both played well. And here we are, 226 for 6 is now 459 for 9. This time, Critchley bowls. It's cut, and it's cut out to the boundary where there is a fielder, but they don't take a single. So Revis turns it down to protect Jack White, the left-handed number 11 that used to play at Northamptonshire. Actually, and again, a little bit quicker. This is short, an attempted pull, and it's been caught on the boundary by tall Paul Water at deep mid-wicket. So there we go. Walter throws the ball back and jogs off, as an opener does, because he and Dean Elgar will about to go out and bat with a deficit, and they're going to have to clear that deficit. To be fair, what's quite nice to see, Matthew Revis has played brilliantly for 150, and to a man, the captain Tom Wesley and the Essex players have all gone up to shake him by the hand, tap him on the shoulder as he walks beneath us now. Matthew Revis on a career best 150. Many congratulations to him. He has rescued his side. And Essex slightly forlorn. They wander off. The openers have gone off. And a quick recap then of today's play as I open up the notebook, and not forgetting the day commenced and on an overnight total. With Lyth and Bestow at the crease. I'm still trying to find my page. There's my page. 143 for 3. And Lyth was dropped quite early doors on this morning by Elgar before Bestow was caught pepper bowled Ahmed for 29, 169 for 4. Lyth was then knocked next to go, caught behind off Snater for 84, 222 for 5, and it became 228 for 6 when Hill was LBW Snater for 0. Lunch was taken at 236 for 6. Snater had 3 wickets then at the time, 1 for Ahmed, Thane and Harmer. Will Sutherland was soon to go after lunch. LBW Harmer for 20, 260 for 7. Don Bess went quite quickly. He only made 4. He was caught pepper bowled Snater, score 273 for 8. And then T, 273 for 8. T was taken at 370 for 8. With Ben Code 56 not out, Matthew Revis just short of 100. He was on 94 not out, and that partnership was already worth 107 for the 9th. Snater had 4, Harmer had 2 then. And then Code was the penultimate man to go. He was bowled by Critchley. He didn't make a century. He made 89 and the score 442 for 9. And the last man to go, well, it was the man who made his career best today. It was Matthew Brevis. He was caught by Walter, bowled by Critchley for a mammoth 150. There'll be no prizes to guess tonight who the gentleman to my left might be interviewing. I'm sure he's already got enough questions to ask about a great knock there, 150. You know, it is his 3rd century.
Third first class done, yeah.
2nd century of the season?
No, first.
First this season?
Yep.
Okay, so he has pedigree and he has opened and he is a budding all-rounder. How old would he be?
His first Division 1 century, I think I'm right in saying, Toppers.
Yeah.
He's 23.
23, that's good to hear. He's not in the prime or the middle of his peak of his performances. He's got a lot to give in the coming years. But if he's get himself some hundreds in good cricket, well, it all augurs well. There's a bit more pressure on him as a proper all-rounder.
Yep, it was a classy knock. Let me just complete the job for that first innings, because you've got to be disappointed with this as of an Essex persuasion. Won by 5 leg byes, 22 no balls, and there was a 5 penalty runs as well, 33 extras. That's another batter that Yorkshire have had out of the extras column, out of the 4-5-9. Shane Snater, 33 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 93.
Look, he tried hard.
Yep, Khalil Ahmed, 26 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 124. I don't think was properly on it, and 7 of those
Nope.
no balls came from him.
He's literally got off the plane and played.
Yep.
But
And Yorkshire have had that this season on a couple of occasions. So,
we need more than that.
yep, 19 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 97 for Noah Thane.
Learning, very much learning.
Yeah, so expensive, of 19 overs as well. 1.97 an over for Simon Harmer, the opposite. 36 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 71. Paul Walter, 3 overs for 13. Matt Critchley finishes 14.2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50. So Yorkshire wrapped up for 459. That's a lead of 91. They'll be back out in a couple of minutes. We'll just take a quick breather while they do. I'm back with you very shortly.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
143 still first innings there. Middlesex 534 all out, putting some real pressure on Leicestershire and looking like favourites to win, because Leicestershire 205 all out and 116 for 6. Lancashire, well, they're into the final innings of that match against Derbyshire at Chesterfield, and Derbyshire 71 for 3, needing a further 442 to win. Here's Ben Code appealing for a catch down the leg side. We've seen numerous leg side strangles in this match. Walter not out, says umpire Peter Hartley, who's switched to the City end. Surrey against Durham, still in the first innings of Durham's first innings, I should say. Surrey 820 for 9, as we know. Durham 297 for 7, and could have a real job on the final day to save that. And Kent 566 for 8, Northants 480 for 6. The Kookaburra still really ain't taking that many wickets, is it? As that is punched into the onside by Walter, and there is no run.
Well read. I do think Surrey might do well tomorrow. The spinners, it's Dan Lawrence. Trying to think if they got another one tomorrow. But the wicket's normally quite good at the Oval, isn't it? HQ wickets around county cricket don't generally break up.
No. Code in, driven firmly by Walter to the man of the moment, Matthew Revis. Just having a chance to get his breath back at mid-off. He'll be top of the world at this moment in time. Absolutely.
He'll be running in knowing that I've just got 150. How cool is that, eh? You picked up some stats with the Essex, the bowling figures, and indeed the extras, or sundries as they're called.
Yeah, Code in again, and Walter defends. Yeah, and that ninth wicket partnership, Topper's record partnership for the ninth wicket by any county against Essex, 169, has just changed the entire complexion, really.
Well, at 236 for 6 at lunch, Essex were thinking we can just hold on to this, put a leash round Yorkshire's neck. We could bowl them out with a decent lead.
Got in again. Walter defends once more. One to come, I think, in this opening over.
And then it all went horribly wrong. A period there, and now, whereas Essex were hoping maybe to be positive in the third innings, their second innings, and maybe even get bowled out but leave a decent target then for Yorkshire to have a go at, but enough overs for Essex to bowl them out, well, that's all now changed significantly. Essex have to get rid of the deficit first.
Yeah, Walter trying to turn this one down towards long leg and didn't get bat on ball. Leg by is the first run of this Essex second innings then. One without loss, trailing by 90. Time for me to step out and leave you with Toppers, and then Nasser will be in the chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, we're going to see who's going to take the new ball. I'm looking across. Moment, it looks like number 19, which is new ball bowler, Jonathan. It's going to be who? Jack White, as we were talking about him earlier. Medium fast. Great career record wherever he's played. Often looks innocuous, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. Medium fast, maybe, with effort ball, but he runs in and bowls nagging lengths with a little bit of seam up, with a little bit of swing away from the right-hander or into the two left-handers, because Essex have got Elgar and indeed Walter on strike, and we're seeing two slips and indeed a gully. So White on his way in, already around the wicket with a bandana in, and outside off stump through just a little bit wider, and there is no run. Afternoon or good evening, Nass?
Afternoon, I think, just about.
Did you note I didn't say good afternoon?
No, you didn't, and you've probably in keeping with many Essex supporters this afternoon, are probably feeling the same way as you are about events. It's little and large show at the top of the order, isn't it, for Essex?
It is.
Sometimes it's difficult to tell who's batting, but I think it's quite easy this time, isn't it?
White round the wicket, bowls, and brings Walter on the front foot, plays with the full face into the covers. There is no run. Huge evening this now in regards Essex's season. If they can get to the end of play, no wickets down, okay, maybe one, but not two or three. But it's a huge moment in the season for Essex, because both sides, are fairly low down. If Yorkshire win this game, they leapfrog Essex. If Essex win, they obviously go a little bit higher. This time Walter plays a straightish delivery. He manipulates it into the leg side. There is no run. Finds the fielder.
Yeah, conversely, from a Yorkshire perspective, what they will be looking for is at least 3 or 4 wickets this evening. Perhaps if they can somehow get them out by lunch tomorrow, maybe give themselves enough time. Who knows?
Well,
91 lead. It's not a great...
if you wheedle and get the odd Essex wicket continuously, you'll be happy to bowl them out tea time, just before tea, as White comes in, and that's an LBW shout, but he's playing to the leg side. And I do have to say, my initial reaction, we're not straight, that would have been going down. We may look at the replay. There was an enthusiastic appeal from the Yorkshire, especially the guys behind the stumps, but I just sensed that didn't look right, bowling around the wicket for me. We're just seeing that. Yeah, I think it's just going down or high.
Yeah, going down leg side, it looks like. But from where it hit the pad.
From where it's come from as well.
That's from where it's come from as well. Because he was bowling quite wide, wasn't he?
He is. But here he goes again. It's good 40-metre run up. He's in. Bowls, pitched up, driven with a walking shot from Walter. He didn't get his big stride in. He wandered his stride, but often suggests that you end up not moving your feet as much as you think when you walk your shot. And the reason you walk your shot is because you haven't taken the stride, hence you overbalance and you wander towards the ball down the wicket. So he'll be mindful of that. Technique is essential at the top of the order. 2 slips and a gully. Short mid-wicket catching. White's in. That's a better foot movement. A little more conviction there with his movement. Good over, and Walter survives. It's 1 run without loss. And that was a leg bye, I believe, off the 2 overs. So the lead on first innings was, what did we say?
91.
91, so 90 currently the lead.
Yeah, so these two need to build a platform for Essex, and it's going to be Ben Code, one of the heroes of Yorkshire in the first innings, with that magnificent 89 from him, who's now leading the attack for Yorkshire and looking to get the prized wicket of Dean Elgar, diminutive South African.
The nuggety
South African opening batsman. And in comes Code. This one just pushed out in front of him by Elgar. I was thinking yesterday, penny for his thoughts, not part of the team, the Test Championship winning South African team. How would he have felt? South Africa, after so many heartaches, finally winning something.
That monkey off the back.
Yeah. And he not being part of it.
Yeah. I'm very lucky to have spent a lot of time there because of playing there in my youth and in the winters when I was a professional cricketer. I'll come on to this. And
here comes Code again, and this time it's pulled by Elgar towards the boundary, and a single there.
They're a very proud nation, and you see in particular their rugby with all the different communities that come under one flag, and they are very much at one. And I think you find someone like Dean Elgar, someone like Simon Harmer would have been rooting for their old mates, and they would have been within them.
In comes Code again. This time it's played into the offside by Walter. No run there. I can remember actually going to the 1999 semi-final between Australia and South Africa, if memory serves me right.
That wasn't
Edgbaston.
where Alan Donald and
Yes, indeed, the very same one.
Zulu, what's his name? Zulu. We call him Zulu. His nickname
is
Zulu.
He is. In comes this next delivery from Code through to the slip cordon. Antini, Nakaya Antini?
No, I'm thinking of left-handed. Hit the ball very
Lance
hard.
Krusner? Lance Krusner. Yeah, that's the fella.
Was it Herschel Gibbs dropped the ball?
Herschel Gibbs dropped the ball.
And Shane Warne said, "Hey, mate, I hope you haven't just dropped the World Cup."
And they did, didn't they?
They did.
They certainly did.
Yeah.
As in comes Ben Code. And this next delivery is punched into the offside, straight to Abdullah Shafiq.
I do apologise if my Shane Warne accent wasn't very good then.
I'm not going to even attempt an Australian accent. I think I'll leave the accents to others.
That's right. That was very interesting. Was that the World Cup in England?
That was the World Cup in England. It's 1999.
Alex Stewart or Nasser in charge of our?
I'm trying to remember. I know the final because in comes the Code, and this one an appeal, and he's been given early breakthrough here. Ben Code takes the wicket after his 89. He struck early for Yorkshire, and he's got the valuable wickets of Paul Walter, who heads back to the pavilion. So an early breakthrough for Yorkshire, 2 for the loss of Paul Walter now, and just the start that Yorkshire wanted here.
Well, I'm not end on, and I've got to say to you, from where I'm sitting, it just looked kind of right. Some LBW decisions you think, no, that's not out, doesn't look right. I can't really say that didn't look right, and if it was fairly adjacent, it's out.
Yep.
Possibly played a little bit round his front leg. I'll have to see that again. It's around the wicket. He's played straight-legged and he's missed the ball. Has he gone very far forward? He's probably walked a little bit of his shot. So, and he's got a big front leg. He's got a tall front leg, but I'd still have to say I'm not sure there's anything wrong with that decision.
For such a tall man, you would think he would have got a bigger stride forward, perhaps, to take that out of the equation. But clearly he didn't. And the decision that matters more importantly than most is the decision of the umpire who gave him out.
Yep. Well bowled, Ben Code. Paul Walter, who's back in the pavilion, while Captain Wesley, the man in form with back-to-back centuries. If anyone can, Tom can here. We need his strength, his longevity of a knock today and tomorrow. And Jack White comes in, and he's aborted his run-up because Dean Elgar, who's to face the new over, isn't ready. The left-hander is there. Right, we've got a slight change in fielding here. We've got a leg slip where, in a strange way, this allows Jack White to bowl straighter because you've got a leg slip. We've got a very fine leg. It's very square fine leg, not fine, square fine leg. We've got a short mid-wicket catching, but we've got 2 slips and a leg slip. White's in. This is good footwork, good technical play from Elgar, who push drives into the cover. There's an enthusiastic fielder at cover who picks up the ball and wangs it into the keeper. So energy level is very good for Yorkshire right now.
The key thing is they have an opening, don't they, early on, and that gives them the opportunity to perhaps strike. 1 brings 2, they say.
Yeah, absolutely. An old cricketing adage that is used in the professional game, in club cricket and in school cricket. White in. This time's played off the back foot, out to backward point where there is no run. So Essex have got 2 men at the crease who know what to do in such a predicament. Dean Elgar, who's seen it, as Nasser was saying, in the trenches with South Africa. And we've got Tom Wesley, who equally can drop anchor and soak pressure up. So a left-hand and right-hand combination is now out at the crease for Essex, where they've got rid of Paul Walter. Jack White round the wicket to Elgar. Elgar plays on the back foot, opens the face, runs it to backward point where there is no run.
And a disappointing game, I guess, from Paul Walter's perspective. Not many runs in the first innings and not a great score in the second innings either. So
No.
yeah, he only managed 16 in the first innings and not a great score in the second either. So he'll be going back to the drawing board.
Well, this is the last championship game for a little while, because Surrey the Essex are going to Surrey on Sunday. As White bowls outside off stump, left alone through to the keeper, no run. Where are you guys? Where are Yorkshire on Sunday?
Yorkshire.
Jamie, Yorkshire on Sunday?
Then Chesterfield.
Chesterfield. That's really a kind of local derby. I like Chesterfield. Can I just chip in? I got my career best at Chesterfield. Look at the honours board on Sunday. It's a lovely new honours board. Seriously. Yeah, beautiful honours board. Promise me? As White comes in, bowls. This is played straight back to the bowler, back past him to mid-on, no run.
And Chesterfield's a town with the crooked spire, isn't it?
Correct. And they used to play football. Is it Saltergate?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Jeff Miller, my old roommate, okay? Jeff Miller, Derbyshire and Essex in England, he used to have a business, sports business, with Chesterfield's Ernie Moss. Okay, right. Moss and Miller.
Moss and Miller.
There you go. I don't think it's anymore. Sadly, I don't think Ernie Moss is still about. Jeff Miller is. White bowls outside off stump. Little bit of carry there. Bit of an effort ball. Well bowled. And the score is 2-1 as Essex are deeply in arrears. So Moss and Miller, Saltergate, Chesterfield. I bowled 1 million overs there once. Many overs. It was a game. Alan Border scored 150. John Stevenson got runs. Graham Gooch got runs. I got a few wickets, and we ended up having to save the game at Chesterfield with Devon Malcolm and Michael Holding. I had to save the game for an hour.
Wow.
Fending those two off.
Wow.
And
that takes some doing.
With a chap called Ian Pont. John Lever had just got out. We saved the game, having put ourselves into a winning position.
Code comes in, first ball, brand new over, and the oohs and ahs as the ball ends up in Johnny Bestow's gloves.
1988. My able researcher. There we go. We didn't know that. Jonathan Doidge, never off duty.
No.
They call him Scoop Doidge.
Code comes in. This next ball is played leg side. And there's no further run.
Well, I'm unawares of this gentleman, but obviously he either might be a York member, York cricketer, or a professional rookie contract. There's a chap called Will Benison who has just gone on as 12th man. He scored 200 in a Yorkshire second team game earlier this season. Wow, there's one for the future. Will Benison.
Code comes in. Next ball is just pushed out in front of him.
He's fielding at mid-off. Well, he's wearing a Yorkshire 2's cap, I think. So I can't really tell you his features if he's got anything. No, who's he come on for? Best, Don Bess. Okay, he's obviously gone to. Oh yes, yes. I'm sure he might have a little bowl as soon as Coates finished his spell.
Yeah, Wesley's facing up to Ben Coates, and this time it's outside the off stump and past the outside edge of the bat and through to the gloves of Johnny Bestow. So 2 for the loss of the 1 wicket. Poor Walter, the man to go so far in this game. Of course, Yorkshire making 459 at start of innings, giving them a healthy lead of 91. Yeah, so useful bowling here. Code continues. This next delivery is pushed leg side. Again by Wesley, no run there.
Well, we haven't seen much sun today. I believe it's been quite sunny down south. But we've had high cloud, grey cloud, which has been quite a pleasant temperature, isn't it?
It has been a pleasant temperature. The tarpaulins, I can see that some of the tyres are sort of on the tarpaulins by the side to our left. But thankfully no rain today as Code comes in. This next delivery again is played in front of him by Tom Wesley, dribbles on to the offside. There's no run, it's the end of the over, and Essex at 2 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, Bess is coming on. Well, just to get a close-up of the gentleman, he's running off. He's
Here he
in just his shirt. Tidy looking fella, as he's got his, don't know what cap that is on actually, whether it's the Yorkshire Seconds. I wonder if he's a local lad. I think the local lad here is it Finley Bean?
Finley Bean is a local lad, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's
a
York. He's a
yeah.
York cricketer.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Yeah,
we can double check that.
As Jack White bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Elgar. Elgar comes forward, he clips it off his legs all the way down to fine leg. It's beaten the man at fine leg and gone for 4. So first boundary in the 6th over for Essex, and they move to 6 for 1.
Yeah, Finley Bean, 23 years old, from North Yorkshire, from the town of Harrogate, which is not not very far from here.
How far would it be?
Harrogate fair for about 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
So what, 15 miles? Or is it a quick road, short, a small road?
It's an A road. I think it's an A road. It's an A road from here, I believe.
They tell me, when I was doing my little bit of research about York, Jack White is in. He bowls, and this is a model for defensive. Rock solid on the front foot is the South African, and there is no run.
He's played club cricket here.
There you go. See, look. There. I
Good
said
local
he was
knowledge.
A local lad.
Yeah, local lad. Well, you can't get more local than that.
That's right. He's played, so he knows the surface.
Yeah.
He knows the dressing rooms, the scoreboard, he's very happy. He's very comfortable playing his cricket here. Yeah, absolutely. I was talking about Harrogate and York. I think there's a common denominator. As White comes in, played off the back foot into the offside. Well played, good technique from Elgar, no run. So if I'm looking at my 3 Yorkshire friends, what's the common denominator between Harrogate and York? Jonathan, are you listening? I've just set you a question. What is the common denominator between York and Harrogate? Hope I've got this right. Neither of them are in West Yorkshire. Oh, bowled there, ball that just nipped back, and he's come forward, but it's cannoned off his pad to his thigh pad into the offside, but no chance of a dismissal.
Harrogate's in North Yorkshire, and York is in neither because it's in the city of York, which is separate from any other.
That's not the answer.
Betty's then.
What?
Betty's.
Betty's tea room.
Oh, is that what?
Listen,
okay.
there are other good tea rooms around, but you're absolutely right. They're famous because both towns or cities have Betty's tea room. as White bowls outside off stump, and that is left alone. Bestow dives, he collects, cleans it up and passes it to second slip. Right. There you go. Gentlemen, my Essex friends, my Yorkshire friends, are you happy that an Essex boy knew that? They also sell a bit of rooibos there. I drink a bit of rooibos, or Red Bush if you want the English name.
Is that the Red Bush tea?
Yes, that's right. Quite a healthy one.
Yeah.
As Jack White comes in, bowls short of a length, played on the back foot, back to Jack White to conclude his third, the 6th over of Essex's second innings, and the score now then is 6-1, which means, gosh, there's still 80 odd in adrift.
And Red Bush tea.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I do like it. Hails from Africa, doesn't it?
South Africa.
South Africa.
Yeah.
South Africa.
Rooibos is Afrikaans for red bush. They also have another similar one called honeybush, but it's a little bit naturally sweeter. I'm not a lover of that, but Earl Grey I'm not so keen on, but rooibos I am. I think it's quite a difference. A lot of people, some people who like Earl Grey do not enjoy rooibos.
But of course, around here, it's got to be Yorkshire tea, hasn't it?
Of course, it has.
It's got to be Yorkshire tea.
We do drink Yorkshire tea. We really do. Tetley isn't really part of one of our family favourites. Yorkshire is. We do like strong tea.
Code comes in, and this ball played leg side by Wesley. No run there.
I've been to Sri Lanka on various cricket tours following England, etc. And to go on a tea plantation in Sri Lanka is quite amazing, because what we perceive as nice, strong builder's tea is viewed pretty poorly in Sri Lanka. You know, they just like these fine teas, and those are viewed as very posh, very nice.
Code comes in. This next ball again played leg side, no run off the bat of Wesley.
Quite often with the lesser tea that we drink are all the bits and the stalks and everything that goes in it, rather than some of these other fine teas which are very much purified and only the young leaves.
Yeah. That part of the world well renowned for teas. You've got, of course, India famous for its Darjeeling tea and so on and so forth as well. Yeah, Code comes in. And this next delivery again. Oh, off the bat, and it's been taken by Bestow off the bat. Ball going down leg side, and I think it just flicked the strangled down the leg side into the gloves of Johnny Bestow, and Wesley goes as well.
He looked forlorn there as he turned. He didn't really look at the umpire. The umpire's given it, but he didn't look at him. He knew the result. He knew he probably got something on it. We don't know if it's a glove, a bit of an edge, but I've never seen. Well, we've had 2 or 3 today, or in this match. It's been amazing, as we see. It probably was a bat.
Yeah,
it may have come off the face. It's gone fine. Bestow was aware to the situation and moved to the leg side, and you could see Wesley he knew he hit it. He knew it from the moment it touched his bat, and he just left the crease forlorn. What a terrible moment for Essex, as Tom Wesley, the man who's just got 200s, the form player, 6 for 2. Walter gone, Wesley gone, and Essex are in a bit of a mess still, with how many overs left tonight.
We'll soon find that out.
There's no overs left anywhere, is there?
No, there isn't, not on the scoreboard, but it's Cox who's going to come in and face this next delivery. But yeah, another big blow, and Ben Code's game, or performance rather, in this game, this match, is getting better and better.
Is there any evening horse racing meetings tonight? Because I want to go with Ben Code.
Indeed, as he comes in and he bowls this next delivery, and this time is pushed safely by...
What do you have up here? Racing from Ripon?
What
York,
other York races?
Oh, is there any evening races tonight at York?
We can find out for you, I'm sure.
Gosh, where else up in Yorkshire?
Weatherby races.
Weatherby, of course.
And
You're a gambling lot up here, aren't you?
They are a
Hey?
big gambling lot, yeah.
Greyhound racing? Pigeon racing?
Pigeon. I've not heard of pigeon racing up here. I mean, I always think of Code comes in, this next delivery, opens up the batsman, Jordan Cox. He of the flamboyant hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To put lime juice on your hair. Wasn't it?
What, to dye it?
Yeah, in the sun,
yeah.
I know a few cricketers who did that in the 80s.
Yeah. Well,
with their mullets.
Well, yeah. I mean, Jamie talked about mullets earlier on, and very much back in vogue. As Code comes in and he bowls this next delivery, and in he comes, this time pushed into the leg side by Jordan Cox, and that's going to be picked up, and he'll get off the mark. Yeah.
Tom Wesley had quite a long naught there.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Not good from an Essex perspective.
7 for 2. We've had 7, or this is going to be the 8th over?
This will probably, let's have a look.
How are we doing for time as well? Time is 17:42.
I'm going to shortly switch over.
Are you?
Yeah, I believe so. Let's just have a quick look at the rotor.
Oh, I think I don't know.
Yes, it's me. I'm going to give way to Jamie.
To Jamie.
I'm going to give way to Jamie. In fact, I can do it now. Are you ready?
Not being funny.
Yeah.
You have cost Essex a few wickets.
I know I have. So shall we replace me?
Yeah, good idea. Good idea.
Okay, I'll stay. I'll stay for a second as Jack White comes in and he bowls this first ball, brand new over, and bit of a misunderstanding.
Yeah. Can I politely say, can we get rid of you?
It has been said before.
Way.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll go. If that's what you want me to do, I'll go.
Gosh.
You'll miss me when I'm gone.
That could be a song, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could.
Hey?
It's going to be Jordan Cox facing up. And it's going to be Jack White from the rugby stand end. In he comes, Jack White. This next ball, and again an appeal from some of the close in, but no.
Not interested.
Not interested. The umpire appeals from close in fielders. Oohs and ahs.
Lots of energy here. You can even sense it with the crowd, actually, with a home crowd all willing Yorkshire to try and get themselves another wicket. Meanwhile, all those listening and all those watching on the stream will be willing Essex to get to stumps tonight without losing further wickets, is what we discussed about 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely. As Jack White comes in again, this next one, push leg side, no run there. They just want to hang around now, hang around till stumps. Elgar.
This is the great bit all about county cricket, 4-day cricket. I don't want to say the ebbs and flows, but how the game can change. An impact of certain people. We saw it with Revis's batting. We're now seeing it with Code's bowling, but don't forget Code's batting earlier at number 10.
As in comes White again. This one played leg side, and the batsman will crest over for a single. Comfortably in the end.
Essex are really missing, and for me they're really missing Cook and Porter. You know, we can cope a little bit without one of them, but we surely can't without both of them, and they have such a dramatic effect with Essex in the field. If they don't get wickets, they just smother the opposition and just create pressure by turning the tap of runs off. Really are missing Cook and Porter.
As White comes in, Jack White to complete his over, and this one again pushed just past the bat, and in fact it's gone to the boundary.
Third man,
through the third man area, off the outside of the bat, and 4 more runs there to the Essex total, taking them on to 12 for the loss of 2 wickets. So valuable runs there.
It was a good delivery, but equally, look, it was a thick outside edge, but it went along the floor. It was played with soft hands. He has got good technique. He knows he's going to get good balls. That was a good ball. It was moral victory that it went to the edge but for 4 runs.
This time he pushes the ball through onto the onside, does Cox, off the delivery of Jack White, and that is in fact the end of the over. And Essex 13 for the loss of 2 wickets. And now Jamie will take over.
Well, thanks for your company. I hope you've enjoyed your day, and we'll have you back tomorrow.
No.
Oh,
I am going.
You've had enough.
I've had enough. So
you and Bumble Lloyd.
Yeah, indeed. I'm heading to that there Birmingham tomorrow.
Are you?
I am indeed.
Working or?
Yes, hopefully.
Are you? Oh well, hopefully. Well, good luck and thank you for your company and a safe journey.
Thank you.
As we say cheerio to Nasser Hanif, who's off to Birmingham tomorrow, but I'll be here. Jonathan Doidge will be here, and the question is, Jamie Rayner, will you be here?
I will be here.
You're our third voice tomorrow?
I am. I'm very much looking forward to it as well.
In comes Code. Code bowls a decent delivery, outside off stump, left alone, through to the keeper. Well, it's, just for those who are living local or watching from their homes in and around York, if you want a most enjoyable day out, come tomorrow, watch the 4th day of what could be a really enjoyable encounter as Yorkshire tried to beat Essex. Outside off stump again, Code, but left alone by the South African opener, who Essex are pinning their hopes on survival at the moment. Nothing more than survival, Jamie, at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like that. And from a Yorkshire perspective, his wicket, Dean Elgar's wicket, feels like the prize wicket right now, because we know of his experience, his leadership as well. Essex will be resting a lot of hopes on his shoulders.
Code in, forward comes Dean Elgar. Again, good delivery, well played, respected, and there is no run. Yeah, so if you're in the locality, get up, do your gardening at around breakfast, organise your breakfast, organise your day, and come down to York Cricket Club, because it's going to be a hard day's cricket nonetheless, but it could be a very intriguing day for Yorkshire. This time it's forced off the back foot into mid-wicket where there is no run. Will this turn? Will it be a little older? Will the new ball create a little bit more traffic on a length? Because that's the difference about 4-day cricket. Is over 4 days there is so much traffic with bowlers, with batsmen running up and down the surface, with balls and indentations regularly hitting the same spot. The wicket will change from day 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 as Code is in. This time doesn't come very far forward, does Elgar then, but he negotiates it with good hands, and there is no run.
Well, we've seen evidence of that, haven't we, as this game's progressed? There's been indifferent bounds. Some have kept low, some have really catapulted up from a full-length delivery, and I think those footholds that have been left now as this pitch wears on, I look to the likes of Dom Bess in particular. How can he exploit those rough areas now on the pitch? It's nice to have a bit of jeopardy in this game.
Code in again, and well bowled. New ball there has just done a little bit, and he's negotiated that. 13 for 2. We have Dean Elgar on 10, and with him his mate. Well, the Kent. He's been twice picked for England and never played, hasn't he? The poor fella.
He was unlucky, wasn't he?
Twice.
Yeah.
He's had a few injuries. He had an appendix during a game at the Oval. He had that elbow injury, a finger injury.
Was it the finger injury that kept him out of the New Zealand tour? Was
no,
that?
Have
I got that mixed up? Have I got that mixed up with Ollie Robinson? I can't remember.
Yeah, finger or thumb.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I do remember him being dreadfully unlucky. But he's in and around the England conversation.
Very much so. He is a good player.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awkward to bowl at as well.
It'll be interesting to see how Jack White shapes him up, running away from the rugby end of the ground into Cox, who stoically gets behind that ball and drops it into the onside. 2 slips in place. There's a leg slip in Will Sutherland as well. Interestingly, in this game, 6 batters have fallen strangling down the leg side. 6.
Yeah. Amazing stat.
But interestingly, and
why?
Well, it's certainly in Yorkshire's innings. I distinctly remember Noah Thane getting the wicket of Abdullah Shafiq.
Yes.
And I am absolutely certain, as White is in back of a length and that one on the back foot is punched through the offside. There's a chase on for Don Bess. It's a slow outfield. Can he keep it in? He does really well.
Yeah, he does.
He restricts that to just 2. And continues to just try and keep the pressure on Essex, but that was a lovely shot from Cox nevertheless. But that was a set plan by Essex to remove Abdullah Shafiq. He went for 5 and there was a leg slip in place, but it was the starting position of Michael Pepper behind the stumps. He knew he was expecting the line of the ball to go down the leg side. He did really well. And the celebrations afterwards, Westley leading them, you could tell it was a manipulated plan that did for Shafiq. White in once again, and that is a solid defensive shot by Cox back down the ground, and it's picked up through Revis at mid-on. 15 for 2 at Yorkshire here at York. Essex trailing by 76, and Yorkshire, you can just feel the tails are up. Those 2 early wickets in the 10th over. And Matthew Revis has just walked up from mid-on to a catching position. His left foot is just off the cut strip on the leg side. James Wharton to his right in a catching position, and that's a good take behind the stumps by Johnny Bestow, diving to his left. Jack White's bowling to his field.
Well, with the leg slip, I mean, look, you technically as a bowler, you don't go out to get one caught down the leg side. But what it does allow you to do is say, OK, on this surface, I'm going to bowl a little straighter. And if you're bowling a little straighter, then you can have a man at leg slip. And then if you're bowling a little bit straighter, the law of averages say there is a chance you might get one that does go fine thinly down the leg side. And it could be glove, it could be a bat face, it could be just a thin edge. So while you don't look for it, it's a consequence.
White in, and that one's cleverly clipped off the hips by Cox. There's a diving stop at mid-wicket by Finlay Bean, and there's no run. He's got Matthew Revis in a catching position just off the cut strip.
Short. Well, he's very straight, so we're going to call it silly mid-on.
Yeah, silly mid-on, and then there's a shortish mid-wicket.
Squarer.
Yeah.
So you've got almost 2 there catching, because they perceive as Cox playing the ball a little bit through the air, through that little sector that is straight and wide mid-wicket.
And it's a test for Cox as White is in, and he's punched that through the offside. Misfield by Don Bess. He chases after this, and they'll come back comfortably for 2 runs. That moves Essex on to 17 for 2 at the end of the 10th over. A little bit of rain in the forecast.
Tonight or
this
tomorrow?
Evening. This evening, yes, this evening.
Will I need my brolly when I walk the Roman walls of York?
Well, there was a little bit of chatter about...
Because you can walk the elevated section, I believe. Gives you a good view of York Minster.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, my weather app and how reliable it is. 44% chance of rain tomorrow morning. It should clear up
by
start of play, but there is the threat of rain tomorrow.
Oh. In, outside off stump, through to the keeper. He's on the angle there, bowling around the wicket, so coming back into Elgar. Elgar acknowledges that as he sort of agrees that he could leave it, but it was quite close as angled in from around the wicket.
Quite the day for Ben Code.
Lovely day. Lovely day. Watching his mate score 150. Going out there, putting on a hell of a ninth wicket partnership. Good shot there from Dean Elgar, who gets back and across to it, plays it into the offside quite powerfully, but he finds the fielder and there is no run. So it's about 5 to 6, I think.
Yep.
We're still not sure how many overs left in the day. There's no sign of on the scoreboard, because you don't really have overs left in club cricket, do you?
No. Well, Josh, the media manager at Yorkshire, is suggesting that we're inside 6 overs remaining.
Thank you, Josh. This is played on the front foot. Has courage in his conviction as he comes forward, and there is no run.
I've just given Josh a promotion, apparently.
Oh,
so his boss will be listening.
Will he?
Yeah.
What did you call him?
Media manager, but what is it, Josh? Comms lead. Comms lead.
That sounds like something that should be in the Eastern Bloc. Doesn't it? Comms lead.
All these different names now for responsibilities and the like.
As Code bowls, played into the leg side. Good single there. Good cricket from firstly Dean Elgar, who calls his partner through, but his partner was reactive and he ensured he was going to get in. So good cricket there. The left hand right hand combination.
Yep.
Rotate.
Does that mean that you lead the communications for Yorkshire then? You're the lead communicator. Right, there you go. We're in the presence of Yorkshire's lead communicator.
He's either part of the Eastern Bloc politicians or perhaps marriage guidance counsellor. Oh, an edge there. And Cox, listen, it did fall short. It wasn't a chance, but it was well bowled from Ben Code. And there is 1 run to Cox. We'll just look at that again. Bowled slightly wide of the wicket. He's bowled a good delivery, but I have to say Cox was well playing that very well as he kept it down, and it bounced short of the slip cordial.
Cordial? If you rather. Soft hands, wasn't it? Soft hands didn't carry Will Sutherland in the catching position.
Bowls again, Code, and this is clipped and it's well fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. End of a decent over from Ben Code. It wouldn't surprise me, even though he's got 2 wickets, if you went up to him and say, what do you think? And he'll say, yeah, I'll have 1 more. But actually, I'd be tempted to put the offie on, especially next over if Dean Elgar's facing. I'm looking at Jonathan. Is he coming to me or to... Well, Jamie, thank you for your company. We'll see you as third voice tomorrow. No, Jamie's coming over to take my seat.
He does take a moment or two sometimes, but we like to get there in the end. George Hill is bowling from the rugby ground end and turns this one into the leg side. Dom Best wings his arms around feverishly at mid-off, indicating that before the end of play today, I expect to see him involved with the ball. Robert Metcalf of Ripon has messaged in with the header, Bean and Code urgent as Hill bowls, and that's blocked back into the onside, and there is no run. He says, hi Doige, correction, I'm not quite sure what's been said because I wasn't over everything that was being said for the last half hour or so. Although Bean played for York, he's from Ripon in the Harrogate district. Ben Code is also from Ripon and played occasionally for Studley Roger CC, where his brother plays and dad coaches. Their families live a couple of doors from each other in Ripon. That's pushed back to mid-off for Don Best to field. And again, no run, so 19 for 2. Difficult start to this one for Essex. Jordan Cox has 7 of them. Dean Elgar looking for similar stickability to in the first innings. He's not out on 11. Looking forward hopefully to a chat with Matthew Revis. You'll be able to catch that on BBC Sounds later in the evening. He said hopefully, as Revis comes in again. Oh, now then, this one balloons up in the air off something of Jordan Cox's. Was that leg by, as it was? So yeah, I mean, to just go back over that briefly, Robert, I've mentioned that numerous times, I would say, any number of times in the last 2 or 3 seasons on air. All that you've just said, underlining much of what I've said. I've never used the words Studley Roger CC, Studley Royal, I think I'd used previously. So if you've corrected me, thanks for that. Nobody else from the family has ever corrected me, either family, on that front. Paul Gowland says he's loving the commentary from Clifton. Your co-commentators are looking for a connection to York. Johnny Bestow played rugby and cricket for Bootham School just down the road, following and enjoying the cricket from Cyprus, where it'll be warmer than it is here, doubtless. It's probably about the same as it was yesterday here, but not today. George Hill switches round the wicket to Elgar, who gets everything behind that and blocks once again. Also, congratulations coming in as well for both Matthew Revis and Ben Code on their feet earlier in the day. Quite some batting, not much else to say, said Ben Nielsen. FPL Spartans, congrats to Matthew Revis on his ton, and a very useful knock by Ben Code. And Russell Walker also saying, just like I'd mentioned earlier, the best he feels that he's seen Matthew Revis play as Elgar opens the face. He might well get 4 for this, wide of off stump, just running it into the gap backward of point, and does indeed. So he'll be on to 15. He'll be 24 for 2 come the end of that over, but Yorkshire will be delighted, I think, that in the position they find themselves in here, Jamie. Back end of the day, and with a lead, and also already 2 Essex wickets. But before I let you in, just to temper all of that over-enthusiasm perhaps at this stage, I'll just rewind the clock a few weeks. Chelmsford started last day needing just the 6 wickets to win the match with a massive lead and couldn't quite manage that. I'm not trying to be negative here, but I'm just being realistic and presenting you with the facts.
I remember being glued to the stream, watching out for Yorkshire to take that final wicket. Johnny Bestow has been in the ear of Dean Elgar whilst he was doing some guarding at the non-striker's end. For about a good 20 seconds he was having a word with the experienced opener for Essex, and as Top has predicted, we are going to see spin from the City end. Don Bess welcomed into the attack. Jordan Cox on strike, just kicking away a bit of something in front of him at the striker's end, as Johnny so often does behind the stumps. He's got a helmet cradled under armpit, just orchestrating his field. He's got a short leg in place, slip as well. So Bess to Cox, crouches in his stance, and his first delivery against Bess is defended into the offside for no run. Yeah, tails are up for Yorkshire, and why not? Momentum with them. It's good to see a strong day for the White Rose. That one's turned by the bleached blonde hair of Cox towards Walton at short leg under the lid, and there's no run. Yeah, the temperature has definitely dropped here at Clifton Park. It's never threatened the warm climate that we had yesterday, as Elgar turns down the single. Cox had set off. Jack White fielding at a backward square leg. Yeah, it's definitely dropped, and Dorji's choice of switching to the trousers a few hours ago in anticipation, gotta say, was a smart one.
Good captaincy that, I thought.
Yeah, it was. Good leadership. Good foresight. Oh, now that's an edge, but it's played softly. It runs past Lyth at first slip. It gives chase. They'll pick up 2 for their troubles, Essex. And seeing a replay of that. Soft hands again from Cox. Further evidence that the ball isn't carrying. Never really got up off the ground. Awaits the top of his mark. Essex 26 for 2. Fly to delivery. Was that caught? No, that could be a crowd catch as well, but I don't think it carried either to Will Sutherland, who leapt down in front of him at a straightish mid-wicket. Catching position. I don't think we're going to see whether or not that carried on this replay for those watching on the stream. A good grab by Sutherland as the next delivery is defended by Cox. End of a 14th over. Essex 26 for 2. And they trail 65 runs.
Well done you. My weather app, apart from saying my location is Clifton without, York, and says 20 degrees. It also says that there's a threat, a 20% chance of rain around about 8 and 9 o'clock this evening, so that's not a huge threat, but it doesn't mean to say it won't rain. And then 30% chance tomorrow around 2 and 3 o'clock, where we will be well into that final day. We could be on for an update here for BBC Radio Leeds, so stand by. George Hill bowls to Elgar. Ooh, has a drive at that, misses and punches the air with disgust with himself. Yeah, thanks, Oggy. What a match is developing again between these two sides for the second time this season, and such a different feel to what we had a couple of days ago, because it's been a cracking day for the Yorkies. They came into it, you'll recall, 143 for 3. Lost the early wicket of Johnny Bestow. Felt like chances of winning the match because of the way that he can bat in terms of pace might have been lost at that point. He made 29. Adam Lyth 84, another cracking knock in a stellar season for him. And nobody else contributing a huge amount, with the exceptions of Matthew Revis, a first-class high for him of 150 from 187 balls, 18 fours and 2 sixes. He was the last man out, caught on the boundary edge by Paul Walter off Matt Critchley, and preceding him back to the dressing room after a stand with Revis, a record stand for the 9th wicket for any county against Essex, was Ben Code, and how close he came to a first-class century. He'd never scored more than 69 runs in an innings before today in first-class cricket. He was bowled by Matt Critchley eventually for 89 off 110 balls. He'll be a tired boy tonight. Jack White was not out naught, and so Yorkshire finished 459 all out. That was a lead of 91 runs, and then to cap off, as I say, a really good day for the Yorkies, Paul Walter was then out without scoring, LBW to Ben Code when the score was on 2, and Tom Wesley, they'd only got to 6 Essex when the Essex captain and such an experienced player was caught by Johnny Bestow at the wicket off the bowling of Ben Code without scoring as well. Dean Elgar, who got runs in the first innings, is still there, not out on 16 with his partner Jordan Cox on 10, so 28 for 2 at the moment, Essex into the 14th over of their second innings, but bubbling up nicely, Oggy, with just over 2 overs to go on day 3 for a cracking final day in prospect. I've been looking at the pad, so I think I might have missed a run there, folks. If you're watching it, you'll know what it was. Oh, it bowled him! It's bowled him. George Hill has bowled Dean Elgar. It looks as though it might be the leg stump from this angle that's been knocked back. Beauty. And 28 for 3. Essex really are in some trouble now, and Simon Harmer's going in. to see things through, he and Essex supporters hope, until the end of the day. Cat among the pigeons, Jamie Rayner.
That is the big wicket. Hence the joyous celebrations from the Yorkshire contingent to see the back of the experienced Dean Elgar. George Hill getting clean through at the top of off stump. You cannot ask for better than that. It's a beauty of a delivery. Just nipped in through the gate, past the inside edge, and the top of off stump rocks back. And huge celebrations amongst the Yorkshire team and the supporters here at Clifton Park. Another stellar season with the ball for George Hill continues. That is a beauty.
Well, ball, George. Yep, you're right. Top of off stump, not top of leg. It's really difficult to tell from these angles as to which way around that is. It looks for all the world when you saw it that the leg stick had been knocked back, but whatever, he's out. And 28 for 3 is the current score. As I said, Simon Harmer has gone in at number 5, higher than usual, so we'll take that. And he's going in to night watch here with Jordan Cox at the non-striking end, and George Hill's stonking season with the ball continues. Another big wicket for him. I think he can now probably more than write down an international 11 that he's got the wicket of during his relatively short career so far, and he's in and bowling again, and Harmer plays to the feet of James Wharton, who magician-like managed to reel that one in. That was a pretty sharp piece of fielding.
I need to watch this on the stream. Hopefully they show a replay of this. That is some sharp reflexes at short leg. Just plucked it out of the air. Remarkable. Pressure on here for Essex, Yorkshire, with all the momentum.
There comes Hill again. Harmer through the trigger movement, turns it to leg for Revis to field and complete. Cracking over by George Hill after 13.4. He took the wicket of Dean Elgar, who was bowled off stump for 16 of 32 deliveries, including 3 fours, and at the end of the 14th it's 28 for 4, and there are just a couple of overs remaining on day 3.
Essex under the pump at the moment. 3 wickets down. Walter, Elgar and Wesley all gone. Harmer out there as night watchman. I think you described him as, was it Prime Ministerial stance earlier in the day with the ball in hand?
Get your votes in.
Now, what can Don Bestwith do here from the city end? 3 catches around the back, leg slip, orthodox slip and a short leg. Johnny Bestow just moving George Hill in the covers slightly squarer. Bess, fly to delivery, and Cox is driving. Found the edge, that will run away to the boundary for 4 runs. A shot that he didn't play in complete control. Yorkshire won't mind that, Bess won't mind that. But as we've seen already in Cox's innings, which moves him on to 14 with that boundary, that he's played his shots with soft hands and the ball hasn't carried. Bess and Bestow deliberate. Lyth just says, keep it as it is. Again, another fly to delivery that is pushed into the mid-wicket region. Sutherland fields no run. And that's start to wonder what those footmarks might offer for Don Bess. The right-handed Cox crouches at the crease and he just plays that right underneath his helmet. Thought about kicking it away, but it was safe. It wasn't threatening his stumps. Thrown back to Don Bess. 28 for 3 are Essex, trailing Yorkshire by 63. Bess, quicker delivery, flatter delivery, and it's punched back to him by Cox. Yorkshire fashioned this opening an opportunity in today's play. It's been a brilliant day for the Yorkies, and Cox is backing across and defending. No run earlier in the day with particularly the ninth wicket partnership of Matthew Revis and Ben Code have just shifted the narrative of this game. And now it's Essex under pressure. Cox defends once again. Just the 4 runs coming from that over, that streaky boundary in the early stages. Essex 28 for 3. Just looking at scores elsewhere in the county championship in Division 1. Well, Hampshire are in a spot of trouble against fellow strugglers Worcestershire. And they've been put back in, following on 86 for 3 they are. They trail Worcestershire's first innings score by 372. So Worcestershire 7 wickets away from victory in that game. Somerset 4 for 1 as they begin their second innings. They trail Nottinghamshire by 126. Durham almost definitely will be following on at the Oval after that mammoth first innings score by Surrey of 820 for 9 declared. They're currently 334 for 8 at Durham. Warwickshire 80 for 1 in their second innings, and they trail Sussex still by 38. So it's interesting at both ends of the table in Division 1, Doidgy.
Yeah, George Hill. In he comes then. Final over of the day. Ooh, good delivery. Simon Harmer has no answer to that one. George won't want the day to end the way he's begun. 2 overs, 1 for 6. Ben Code, what a day for him. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4 and 89.
Not a bad day.
And comes Hill once again. Harmer backing across. George right on the money, asking him to play. The least amount of deliveries that Simon Harmer has to play will be the preferred option for the Essex batter. We know he can bat, there's no question about that. And you'd say good choice as night watchman, but everybody's vulnerable if they get the right delivery. And George turns, hits that marker, and in he comes. And another good length ball, just pushing half forward at that Simon Harmer, out towards Jack White. I would think Yorkshire wouldn't want this day to end. You know, sometimes you get it, don't you, in a rugby football match when you've got the momentum towards half time or whatever. You don't want the whistle to go because you want to carry on.
Yeah. Finley Bean's coming short now, catching position.
Day 1 very much Essex's. Day 2 and day 3 the momentum has shifted. Leg golly as well as a short leg as George drops that one a little bit shorter, and Simon Harmer happy to wear it. Oh, now then Michael Goff's just having a look, a scratch. Oh, he's just scratching at the crease line. That's okay. He's not looking further on down the pitch than that. Just making sure he knows where that line is. If George is close to it but not overstepping, then that is absolutely fine. Play to the line. I was always taught anyway as... Oh, good delivery again. Johnny Bestow takes it on bended knee and with a slightly resigned look as to how that's not got him a wicket. George Hill. Harmer with a little bit of gardening. Finley Bean just been brought into the eye line. Toppers was talking about it earlier. Just changes what you do slightly as a batter. You probably don't think it does, but it can get you just going half forward rather than all the way.
He's bowling superbly, isn't he, George? The rhythm challenging with every delivery.
Comes in again. This time Simon Harmer does get bat on ball, and that will be a single off the final ball of the day. Helmets removed, applause all around 32 for 3 Essex, with Harmer on 1 and Jordan Cox on 14, and that means that with 1 day remaining they trail by 59 runs with 7 second innings wickets in hand. It's been a good day if you're a Yorkshire supporter, not so good if you are of an Essex persuasion. We'll bring Toppers back in just to wrap things up from an Essex point of view. Thanks very much, Jamie. He'll be back with us again tomorrow, when I think we're down to sensible numbers tomorrow, actually, 3 of us. So you'll hear plenty more from JR tomorrow. But 33 for 3, in fact, is the closing score. My apologies, it was a little bit late going up on the board. So 58 Essex trail by Toppers. This was a day that was undoubtedly Yorkshire's. They've still got a lot of work to do to see it through. How concerned are you right now, coming in at the end of day 3 from Essex's perspective?
Well, hugely, Doige, hugely, as the Yorkshire players are applauded off, rightly so, by a generous crowd here, still watching the remnants of day 3. Yorkshire have had a fantastic day, because listen, we didn't know which way the game would go, but at lunchtime, at 236 for 6, I think it was, or was it 226 for 6? But neither way, Essex were in the pound seats, and my 1 o'clock lunchtime report was that Essex were in the pound seats, because hopefully they could have wheedled Yorkshire out and have a lead. And whatever it was, 236 for 6, suddenly that 9th wicket partnership was a record, but magnificently well played. I just was a little concerned about Essex's plans, their body language, their execution, and they drifted and allowed the number 10 Code to have easy singles, because they wanted to bowl at him rather than Revis. But for me, it was really quite disappointing, that period of play. Snater bowled, tried his heart out, bowled quite nicely. Khalil Ahmed, listen, he has only just got off the plane, but that diagram of his boundaries speaks volumes for me. You know, there were 15 fours through the offside between third man and extra cover, and there were 3 fours on the leg side and a 6 that went straight. That tells a story. It just didn't happen for Essex, but what I did note, that it did happen from lunchtime. It happened for Yorkshire, whether it was some good batting, some Essex's fielding maybe let them down a little bit here and there, the no balls, things went not necessarily for Essex, but things went for Yorkshire. Things went for Yorkshire and the 2 batters who got a magnificent 9th wicket partnership, and things happened for Yorkshire. Their energy was right in the field in the post-tea session. So everything kind of, I don't mean this in a lucky way, everything sort of went for Yorkshire, and Essex was struggling, and that's how it's finished up tonight. And Yorkshire have a distinct possibility of winning tomorrow. Essex have very little chance of anything. If they can get a draw out of this now, they'll be happy, and that's sad for me.
Toppers, great to hear from you. Thanks very much. We'll wrap things up there from your point of view, because I've got to nip off and speak to the 2 Yorkie boys down here, and you'll doubtless have somebody to speak to yourself. Just to say, though, from Essex's perspective, going into tomorrow, a reminder that at Chelmsford just a few weeks ago, Yorkshire began the final day with, what was it, a 456 run advantage and needed only 6 Essex wickets. This time they begin with a 58 run advantage and need 7 of them. So just to put some perspective on things here, Essex are still in a better position right now this minute than they were a few weeks ago at Chelmsford going into the final day. We'll see how things go tomorrow, but it's been a very, very good day as far as Yorkshire are concerned. From the cast of thousands, Bumble, Nasser, Jamie, Toppers and myself, and Richard Robinson, of course, who made a guest appearance, a VIP guest appearance as well, the Headingley groundsman. It's good night from Clifton Park. We'll see you tomorrow about 5 minutes before the start of play.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.